and get down with Skyjack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Skyjack Morgan.
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Rise on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack Morgan. Bright and early new dawn.
Every headline, every story gives your morning some glory. Stay informed, stay in tune as the day greets new bloom. Good morning, headlines with Skyjack.
Good morning, headlines. How are you? Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. You're like crazy. What's with the lighting in here? What's with the lighting in here? Something weird's going on with the lighting in here. Something's weird going on with my camera, too. There's like Halloween lighting in here. I don't know what's going on. Is that it? That's it. That's it. That's the vibe. This is the vibe. This is better than it. There we go. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Hey, how are you? I forgot that it's Feral. I put the suit on because it's force of habit. It's supposed to be Feral Friday. I'm supposed to be more chill today. I'm supposed to be chiller. It's supposed to be casual Friday. I forgot it was casual Friday. You ever show up to work when it's casual Friday and you're in a suit? Man, oh man, oh man. You know, I was just thinking, I have all these suits. I have a tuxedo. I have all these things. I'm pretty sure I do not fit in them anymore. But I was thinking, you know, I'll probably lose some weight when I get to New Mexico. But then I was also thinking, I haven't really worn those suits in 5 years. And all those suits are work suits, except for the tuxedo. But all that's a cheap tux. It's a cheap tux. I should just get rid of them all and just be like, you know, I haven't worn any of those suits in 5 years. If I'm going to wear another suit, I'll just buy a new suit. I'll just buy a new suit next time I got to go to a funeral or some shit. You know what I mean? I don't need a suit. I don't need a full fucking suit. All those suits, they just work suits from casinos. And I'm thinking, I just need to downsize. You know, I need to get down to basics. I need to get down to my new life, you know, go down, just declutter, Mary Kondo this shit. Moving is a great way to just like get some of the bullshit out of your life, you know. Throw some hard things that you knew you wanted to throw away, throw them in the fucking garbage. You know, that's what I think I'm going to do. They're hard things because I've had these suits for so long and they represent a substantial investment. If you think about it, the costumes we wear for work, they cost a lot of money. I'm not going to need a suit anymore. But you look good in anything you wear. Oh, Harman Sarwar. Thank you so much for saying that. No, I feel like I just need to, I do look good in a suit. And maybe I'll have a function where I need to have a suit or something. But you know what? I'll probably buy a suit. Maybe I'll keep like 2 or 3. Maybe I'll just keep 2 or 3 suits. Maybe that's the ticket. I'll just keep 2 or 3 suits. You know? And then throw the rest in the Goodwill. Other people might need those suits. There's probably some 16-year-old who's tall and lanky and needs a suit. You know, that's what I think I do. I need a change, Melissa Sweetser. I need a change. Exactly. The bullshit I got out of the way on my last move was my ex-wife. Well, that's good too. Oh, that's good too. This move, I'm, you know, you lose 150 pounds, like between 100 and 150 pounds. It's a big change. It's true. Today's Feral Friday. We got a lot to go through. It's going to be fun. There's a lot happening today. And I'm sure that all of you were glued to the set yesterday. Were you glued to the set watching what's that guy's name? Donald Trump? Were you guys watching Donald Trump last night? Were you watching it? You're on your own, no parents. I am on my own, no parents. I'm on my own, no parents. I'm on my own, no family whatsoever. They're all gone. They're all gone. What am I going to do? I'm an orphan. But I'm going to move to New Mexico. So I'm going to move away to New Mexico. It'll be fine. By demons be driven. I mean, I figure get rid of. I'll lose a couple pounds because I'll be walking more. I'll be in a walkable community. I'll lose some pounds. I'll start running again once I get acclimated to the altitude. I'll start running again. I love running. I just haven't been doing it because I've been kind of depressed. And I just don't want to go out there and run. I don't know why. I'm a runner and I love running. I just haven't been feeling it. Make a change. Gonna make that change. You watched it? You watched the Trumpster? Maybe just your birthday suit. Well, I would go naked and afraid. I would go naked and afraid easy, man. I would have a good time. You did not watch the Orange Blob. Don't worry. We'll catch up on that guy. Look at this guy. Trump supporter stabbed a kiosk worker 15 times because of his religion.
Daylight stabbing at the Valley Fair Mall Monday afternoon. Babe! All caught on.
So the guy getting stabbed, he looks like he might be sick or something like that. He has a turban on, and a guy started screaming about Trump and stabbed this guy 15 times because he has a turban. You're on your way. You have a plan. Thank you. Yes, exactly. I know. I have a plan. That's why I'd go naked, but they'd call animal control and a reptile specialist. Well, I don't want to scare the children. You're on your way. I have a plan. Sweet sir. I have a plan. And just so everybody knows, the your thing, I'm not obsessed with the your thing. It's just if you're going to insult somebody, I feel like if you're complimenting somebody and you make a typo, no big deal. But if you're insulting somebody, take the second. Take a deep breath. Take a second. First, do I really want to insult somebody? Second, is everything spelled correctly? Because that would be embarrassing. You know what I mean? It's less embarrassing if I say, you're so sweat. If I'm saying you're so sweet and I write you're so sweat, that's less embarrassing, because it's kind of cute. But when you're saying it like you are you're a dumb piece of garbage or something, and you spell you're wrong, it'd be great. I didn't watch The Buffoon. You didn't watch him? You don't need to watch that shit.
Camera.
So I heard him yelling and I just rushed
This is in Utah where Charlie Kirk got shot.
over and we saw him stabbing him multiple times.
Luna Nunez says the 37-year-old victim is her colleague Sohail. The pair work at a jewelry kiosk together inside the mall. The man in the blue shirt is the suspect. Police identified him as 48-year-old Peter Michael Larson. When Nunez noticed Larson stabbing Sohail, she tried to intervene.
Well, she's hardcore. You need someone like Luna in your life. Someone starts stabbing you. Luna's fucking throwing shit. She threw her shoes. Look at her. She's throwing up pots and pans. She's throwing everything at
I was like, oh my gosh, I was throwing stuff there. You can't see it in the video, but on the side, I was throwing my heels, chairs, anything I could.
Unfortunately, it didn't stop Larson.
She's like an influencer. She's showing her shoe. This is what I hit the magger with. I hit the magger with this because he was stabbing my friend. MAGA, they're violent.
And who continued with the attack. Thankfully, bystanders stepped in.
As he was stabbing him, there were 3 Tongans who did interfere, and they were able to disarm him and knock him out.
2 men can be seen grabbing Larson by each arm as a third bystander serves up some powerful haymakers.
Who the hell called serves up some powerful haymakers? Since when do this is what I'm living in. I'm living in idiocracy. Like even the news guys saying haymakers, as he delivers some powerful haymakers, he slapped a bitch with his backhand. Like, what is going on?
Good evening.
This morning's swift reaction
Good evening.
Reaction to President Trump's primetime address raising doubts about election security.
No country could be great without fair and
Fair and honest elections, huh?
honest elections.
The president announced the
And who better to administer the fair and honest elections than I? The most fair and the most honest. I'm the most honest person who ever lived, and the most fair. And the most fair. We love fairness. Everybody says so. Everybody says a big man, big strong man, tears in his eyes. He came up to me. He said, sir, you're the most fair and honest person I've ever met. And I said, I know. Who can be fair? Never since George Washington was someone more fair and honest than I. And it's been fun. It's been good. Have a nice time.
declassification of intelligence reports now posted online that he said revealed vulnerabilities to possible hacking and foreign interference, repeating his long-held claims about electronic voting systems.
They're vulnerable and they're easily compromised.
Though he did not offer any proof that American machines have been compromised.
Oh, proof? Just look. Just look at the look.
This guy gets away with no proof all the time. No proof needed. No proof needed for Donald Trump.
What? Proof? Do you think that I would lie about a reflecting pool? Me, your most fair and honest president? Buy Melania coin. It is the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of America. It's the most beautiful, the best. The first lady is the most beautiful first lady, and she has a wonderful place to go with buy the crypto with their name on it.
Democrats argue the president is aiming to undercut the upcoming midterm elections that will determine control of Congress and the future of his agenda.
The president is sowing doubt in an election that he knows he's about to lose.
The president accused China of meddling, pointing to a finding that the Chinese obtained voter registration information for tens of millions of Americans.
How'd they get the voter registration for tens of millions of Americans? How would they get such a thing? Who's been fucking around in our voter registration? Who's been there?
Elon, I told you not to give it to the Chinese. I told you not to give it to China.
Those files are readily available to purchase and do not include how people actually voted. He did not offer new information that any foreign governments were able to alter the results of the 2020 election or any other.
Our purpose in disclosing this information is not to weaken confidence in election, but to earn that confidence by confronting vulnerabilities and correcting them very, very quickly.
President Trump also made claims about non-citizens being registered to vote, though that's not the same as casting a ballot, which he did not claim happened in election-altering ways. He urged Congress to pass the Save America Elections Overhaul Bill.
The thing is, this is so dangerous because it won't be, guys. It's not really going to happen. I don't think they're going to pass the Save America Act, but even if they don't, it won't matter because people are seeing this and people will get it in their heads that they can't vote. They'll be like, I can't vote. What do you mean you can't vote? Well, I don't have a picture ID. Well, you don't need one. Just go vote. You'll vote for a provisional. They said on TV, I can't vote without a birth certificate. That's how people are. You know, they don't hear everything, and they're not as dialed in. They're not as tuned into the news. They're not listening to this shit. All they hear is, oh, I'm going to need a birth certificate to vote now. And I don't have access to my birth certificate because my house burned down last summer.
That requires proof of citizenship.
Because I live in Texas and my house went away with the floods that they never warned us about. And my child's dead. And I lost my birth certificate. So,
Citizenship and voter ID.
Yesterday, I found my birth certificate. Yesterday, everybody. Pretty cool. I found it.
But that Republicans say does not have enough votes to pass the Senate. In Washington, Alice Barr.
Way to go. We're ready to go.
This is a distinctive and unique evil. It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself.
A hatred for civilization itself? A hatred for civilization itself. Is this Dr. Evil? Is he talking about Dr. Evil?
I am Dr. Evil and I hate civilization.
Who the fuck is he talking about? This
It is a revolt of the worst against the best.
the worst against the best. We're the best. They're the worst. You know how I know? We were born on this side of the border. That's how I know.
A revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good.
That's us. We're
It
the
is
strong and the
perpetrated by
good.
those who cannot build, who cannot create.
Okay, so this is clipped from a Hitler speech. They cannot create, they cannot build, they are not the architects, they did not create Western civilization. The whites did. And Marco Rubio is an honorary member of the white privileged class for
Who
now.
cannot achieve great things and take their revenge upon the world for their own inadequacy by seeking to destroy those who can.
Who the hell is this guy talking about? Who is Marco Rubio talking about? Let me know in the chat. Who is Marco Rubio talking about?
This is what radical leftism is. It may wear various different slogans and ideologies across place and time. They can call themselves anti-capitalist or anti-imperial.
Yes, people are okay with cheating and lying. That's why they elected Donald Trump. He cheated on all of his wives and he lies about everything. He said he never even met.
I guess I never met Prince Andrew. I never met him. Never knew him. Never knew the guy. Never saw him. Never met him. Never shook his hand.
Sir, here's a picture of you. Actually, here's 30 pictures of you hanging out with Prince Andrew.
Well, I didn't know him very well. I don't even know. Ghislaine Maxwell, is that how you say her name? I don't even know her. Never met her. Don't know. I wish her well.
Sir, here's hundreds of photos with you with Ghislaine Maxwell. Here she is at your wedding. Here you are at her parties.
We just barely knew each other. I don't know. I wish her well.
Or communist, or anarchist, or Marxist, but the fundamental character is always the same. It's always the same. It is a poisonous resentment, cloaked in the language of equality and justice, liberation, an overwhelming need to tear down what greater men have built, to wreck what is beautiful and what is right on behalf of people.
You're right. This is the grooming. This is the indoctrination and grooming. Marco Rubio. They're evil. We're good. They're cowardly. We're strong.
They're bad. We're fantastic. They're ratchet. We're fabulous. They're nasty. We're desirable. They're demure. We are ostentatious. They're shy. They have nothing but shyness. We have nothing but panache.
Who are only filled with ugliness.
They're so ugly. They're Marco Rubio. Tell me what we're going to do about it, Marco.
And have nothing else to offer the world.
They have nothing else because they hate society and civilization itself.
Who the fuck hates civilization itself? Like, what the hell is Marco Rubio like?
They're so evil.
We can and we must identify and map this threat and rebuild our counterterrorism architecture to defeat it, just as we have done together before. Now we must do it together again. Through intelligence,
we could keep those ugly fucks, no uggos,
and information sharing, through coordinated law enforcement strategy, through financial targeting and disruption, we will dismantle these networks brick by brick. It is time.
Brick by brick. Like, I think the whole point of like terrorism is they don't really we ain't got no bricks. We got no bricks. We're just bricks. Maybe like we're throwing bricks, but terrorists don't like have things to dismantle. You can't really dismantle the terrorist network. They always talk about that. You could dismantle it, but it's like a hydra. You can't dismantle it.
For the people of the civilized world to defend ourselves.
We, the powerful and the brave and the bold, must defend ourselves from the cowardly and the meek. This is straight from the Bible, right? God, fuck those meek bastards. Fuck those meek bastards, those weak and meek and cowardly and humble. We, the brave, the bold, the ostentatious, the opulent, the rich, the powerful, we must defend ourselves from the powerless and disenfranchised. Those disenfranchised worms, they'll never know what hit them. We must defend ourselves from them with an iron fist. We must defend ourselves with a boot heel on their neck. We must defend ourselves as we crush their skulls on the curbs of America. And the blood will flow in the streets as we slit their throats in the gutter. Welcome to America. We are the bold and the brave. We must defend ourselves. We must fill the streets with their blood to defend ourselves in the sake of defense, for the sake of, because they can't build anything. The guy literally says they can't build anything, and we have to take apart what they've built brick by brick. This is like the brain shit that they try to feed you, Marco Rubio. They can't even build anything, but what they've built, we have to dismantle brick by brick.
Stand united against this encroaching darkness and fight for what is ours.
Darkness is spreading, Charlie Murphy. Charlie Murphy. Charlie Murphy. Darkness is spreading. It's okay to say we need to hurt people that advocate to kill people based on wealth. Yeah. It's okay to say we need to hurt people who say they're tired of being hurt. It's okay to say it's okay that we need to hurt people who say that they don't want to be disenfranchised anymore. It's okay to say we want to hurt people. We need to hurt people, especially those who are on their knees begging for some succor, some cold harbor, some meager drops of clean water. All those who beg for clean water will be killed in the sake of defense. In the name of defense, they will be slaughtered. All those on their knees begging for clean water and clean air. All of those on their knees begging for just basic equal consideration under the law. They will all be slaughtered, mowed down, cold in the name of safety and defense. It's time. This is like the most Nazi shit I've ever heard Marco Rubio say. But, you know, he literally is just, it's just crypt notes. Marco Rubio is just quoting Hitler at this point. And this is not like an exaggeration. This is from Hitler's speeches. Like, it's so good. I kind of want to, it's really short. You want to watch it again? It's beautiful.
This is a distinctive and unique evil.
Uh-huh.
It has always been driven by a hatred, above all else, a hatred for civilization itself.
Civilization!
It is a revolt of the worst against the best.
They hate the Western civilization. They hate us. They hate us because we are the ones who have built everything.
A revolt of the weak and the cowardly against the strong and the good.
We are the strong and the good, and they are the weak and the cowardly. They are weak. And the more that they are weak, the stronger that we must be when we crush their souls.
It is perpetrated by those who cannot build, who cannot create, who cannot achieve great things.
They cannot build, they cannot create, they cannot build great things, they cannot achieve anything. And that is why we must defend ourselves from them, because they cannot achieve anything. They cannot achieve anything. And that is why we must crush their skulls against the curbs in the street.
And take their revenge upon the world for their own inadequacy by seeking to destroy those who can.
They want to destroy us. They want to destroy us for being great. They hate us for our greatness, don't you see? Don't you see? Wir müssen sie alle durch die Stirne schießen. This is just the same as, this is like, it could be Joseph Goebbels, but, you know, Hitler and Joseph Goebbels, they had similar speeches.
This is what radical leftism is. It may wear various different slogans and ideologies across place and time.
Those radical leftists, they can't build anything.
They can call themselves anti-capitalist.
Those radical leftists like FDR, what did he build? What the fuck did FDR build? Let's find out really quick. Can you, let's ask the Google machine. Can you give me a quick list of the things that FDR built during his presidency? Let's see. FDR. Let's see. The Golden Gate Bridge, the San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge, the aviation hubs, LaGuardia, New York, plus hundreds of other airfields, dams and electrification, the Hoover Dam, the Grand Coulee Dam, and various dams of the Tennessee Valley Authority, which brought electricity to all rural areas of America. Public buildings. It's like, do you realize that the only reason you have electricity, you little fucks in Memphis, Tennessee, all of you people who have electricity in the middle of America, you have it by the grace of a leftist named FDR, who was a social democrat. You only have electricity. Think about this. When you flip on a fucking light switch in the middle of America, you could thank Jesus that he gave birth to, that he molded FDR out of clay. Jesus. Unbelievable. What else did he build? Parks and recreation, hundreds of state parks, the San Antonio River walk. Oh my God. San Antonio, Yellowstone National Park. He improved hundreds of state parks. Thousands of schools were built, hospitals, post offices, and national park facilities, the Timberline Lodge and in Oregon even. Yeah, so all these living New Deal, these were the New Deal project, they called it, the WPA and the New Deal. Look up the Works Progress Administration. You know, it's funny. I'm literally going to I'm moving to a house in New Mexico that was built as part of the WPA. My house that I'm moving into was built as part of WPA because these radical leftists like FD fucking R realized that people needed affordable housing. So he took the workers that were out of work during the Great Depression and he hired them. And he said, go build houses the best you can, make them last for 100 years. And they did. And they did. Holy shit. Every time you take a road, like in a fancy place, like where you get to see America, like Skyline Drive in the Blue Ridge Mountains, that was built by the WPA. Those were men with shovels being paid by radical leftists. What the fuck are you talking about when you say radical leftists haven't built anything? They built this thing called America. They built the fucking interstate highway. If you ever been on the interstate, and I know you have because some of you fly over states, that's basically the only goddamn road you have. It's practically the only real road you have in some of these states I've been in. And you're like, I'll go down there on the interstate. I'm going to hop on the interstate. And when you hop on the interstate, that was a radical leftist project. God damn. God damn the Hoover Dam. Yeah, he tried to hire an entire transgender cabinet. You know what's funny? Back then, they didn't really give a shit about stuff like that. They were too busy killing Nazis, okay? They didn't really care. You fucking Nazi, Adamato. What about trans people, though? Marco Rubio's talking about killing leftists because they don't know how to build anything. I give you hundreds of examples, thousands of examples of how leftists built all this shit. And you're like, trans people. Is that what's on your mind? People's genitals? You fucking weirdo. There's something wrong in your brain if when somebody's talking about the infrastructure of the United States of America, the first thing you think of, yeah, but some people like to wear dresses that I don't think should be allowed to wear dresses. Jerry Garcia, yeah, I've never met in this world. You trust your deep state media. Deep state media? I'm not even deep state media. No, I've been on the Golden Gate Bridge, and it tells me what year it was built. And it was built by radical leftists. And Marco Rubio's here. You're so dumb. This is the deep state, Jerry Garcia. Marco Rubio is the deep state, you dumb fucking idiot. You fucking you're so goddamn stupid. You think that I'm the deep state?
I'm just some asshole on YouTube. Marco Rubio is the deep state. Donald Trump is the deep state. Kashyap Patel is the deep state. Tulsi Gabbard, deep state. What do you think the deep state is? What do you think it is, you dumb piece of shit? You believe the deep state. I believe Marco Rubio. My God. My God. Give me one example of something the left is said built. Okay, we'll do it again. Are you ready? You ready? You ready? Hold on. Here, yeah, I'll bring it up again. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? During his presidency from 1933 to 1945, Franklin Delano Roosevelt created alphabet agencies like the WPA and the PWA. Alphabet Mafia, which built millions of infrastructure projects to fight the Great Depression. This massive public works effort constructed or improved hundreds of thousands of roads, bridges, public buildings, and electrical facilities across the country. Highways and bridges, the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, but also the Golden Gate Bridge, and over 650,000 miles of roads across the United States. Aviation hubs like LaGuardia Airport in New York, plus hundreds of other airfields and landing fields all over the nation. Dams and electrification, the Hoover Dam, the Grand Coulee Dam, and the various dams of the Tennessee Valley Authority, which brought electricity to the rural area. Once again, if you enjoy electricity and you live in a rural part of America, you could thank your favorite leftist, because FDR was a social democrat. That's what he was. He was a democratic socialist who hated Nazis. That was his thing. Was he perfect? No, I don't need to go into all the reasons he sucked. But he built a bunch of great shit for you, you stupid hayseeds, you stupid rubes and rednecks, you stupid slackjaw Southerners who think, oh, Donald Trump's gonna... Dude, the only reason you crawled out of the ooze is because a radical leftist gave you a helping hand out of the ooze. The only reason you ain't got hookworm is because a radical leftist taught you how to wear shoes, you stupid Southern piece of shit. Don't you realize there used to be a joke about how Southerners were slower than Northerners? And you know what? It turned out to be true, because all the Southerners weren't wearing clothes when they went to the outhouses, and they were getting hookworm. And it took radical leftists to go down there and work out of the goodness of their heart and teach these dumb Southerners to wear shoes when they go to the fucking outhouse. You're a caricature. There used to be a funny little cartoon of you selling Mountain Dew, a barefooted yokel with a fucking broken hat, a hillbilly. You're hillbillies. You're hillbillies. And you know what? I love hillbillies. But you know what I don't like is when you stupid hillbillies, you think that you're somehow blessed by grace of God or by capitalism. You are tools. You are those who will be ripped off, disenfranchised, enslaved by capitalism, and you have been from day one, and you just think that, what? There's a reason why the South used to love the Democrats, and it's because the Democrats gave them running water and electricity. The social democrats did that. Morons. What did the leftists ever build? Shall we go a little bit more deeper into it? Let's see what else they built. Oh, thousands of schools, hospitals, post offices, and national park facilities like Timberline Lodge in Oregon. Parks and recreation, the creation or improvement of hundreds of state parks, the San Antonio Riverwalk, which is still bustling, and facilities within the Yellowstone National Park. Wow. Look up the New Deal. You stupid. Anybody is stupid or who is stupid enough to believe Marco fucking Rubio that radical leftists have never built anything and therefore they need to be destroyed. What the hell have the tell me one thing, please, one that you think capitalism gave us, one great thing. I'd love to know.
Tell me. I'm watching the. Oh, go ahead, Jerry Garcia. Go ahead, William Talenti. Tell me, Spank the Monkey. Tell me, anybody, any of you. Tell me one great thing capitalism has done for America. You dumb garbage humans.
Or anti-imperialists, or communists, or anarchists.
All you anti-imperialists. We love imperialism. We love the age of empires. We want to go back to it. It's great.
Or Marxist, but the fundamental character is always the same. It's always the same. It is a poisonous.
OMG, you're living it. So nothing. You don't know anything. So no examples. I just gave you 1,000 examples, literally thousands of examples I just gave you, and you have none. Nothing. Pre-Federal Reserve or after. Tell me one fucking thing that you think capitalism did that was great for this country. I just gave you all of it. Interstate highway system, the internet, GPS, the military, fucking cops and fire departments, the library system, the bridges like Golden Gate Bridge, the WPA that built all these fucking roads and housing and all these houses that are over 100 years old in America, that are approaching 100 years old, I should say. They are all built by the WPA. So many of them. I'm literally going to go move into a house that's still standing and great that was built by the WPA. Go ahead. Go ahead. You are a piece of not knowing shit. You're on the goofy. See what I mean? They can't answer. They can't answer. All technical. Again, tell me one. Because that's not true. You're a fucking idiot, William Talenti, if you believe that. NASA and the military alone have had more technological achievements. The American military and NASA by proxy, right? NASA is part of the military, technically speaking, blah, blah, blah. But those two amazing structures that we've built, those organizations have had more technological advancements than almost anything else. And you're like, nope. It's capitalism. How? Tell me how. Nobody has one example. Okay, not one has an example. Provided this platform you're on can't spell, that's cool. Clark Ramsey, the internet was a work of socialism and collectivism. What are you talking about? Even Google itself in the beginning was caused by this do no evil, all this great stuff they wanted to do. And then they turned to this monster that they are today. YouTube was invented by kids in a basement, was invented as like a dating site. What do you mean capitalism gave me this? How did capitalism give me this? What are you talking about? So nobody has an answer. Okay, cool. I gave you a chance. No one has an answer. But Marco Rubio wants to destroy everything.
Resentment. Cloaked in the language of equality and justice and liberation, an overwhelming need to tear down what greater men have built, to wreck what is beautiful and what is right on behalf of people who are only filled with
what is beautiful and what is right. Didn't Donald Trump just sign that all of Utah, basically? Didn't he just sell Utah? Didn't Donald Trump just sell Utah?
Ugliness and have nothing else to offer the world. We can and we must identify and map this threat and rebuild our counterterrorism architecture to defeat it, just as we have done together before. Now we must do it together again. Through intelligence and information sharing, through coordinated law enforcement strategy, through financial targeting and disruption, we will dismantle these networks brick by brick. It is time for the people of the civilized world to defend ourselves, to stand united against this encroaching darkness and fight for what is ours.
That is some Nazi crazy shit. Marco Rubio has gone full Nazi. Say goodbye to any shred of dignity that he once had, any shred of hope that you once had for the Republicans. Little Marco has gone full on Nazi. Doesn't Trump own Utah? Yeah, Trump owns Utah now. He owns it now.
In 48 hours, Maine Democratic voters will select who gets to attend the nominating convention and ultimately select who appears on the ballot in November. As of now, 12 candidates are running to replace Graham Plattner.
CBS 13's Max Williams is joining us now live with the latest on this process. And Max, we just passed another key deadline today.
Greg, that's right. And there's
what could be more capitalist than banks? We're going to buy money and then sell you money, but we're going to charge you a fee to sell you the money back. Like and subscribe if you hate the banks. Like and subscribe if you hate Nazis. Like and subscribe if you think that the only good fascist is a dead one. If you think that the only good army from Franco is a dead army from Franco. Like and subscribe if you feel like a political orphan in America. Like and subscribe if you're sick of the unitard party because Republicans and Democrats are made themselves obsolete. They might have been obsolete the whole time. They probably have always been unethical. They probably have always been horribly founded under disgusting circumstances. And look what we've done. Look what we've inherited. Look what America has inherited. Look what God hath wrought. Behold what God hath wrought, America. God bless her. Like and subscribe if you think that it's going to be National Socialists versus Democratic Socialists in the end, just like it always is. Every 100 years, we got to have a bloodbath just to fight this unending tension between those who think that you can inherit wealth and power and those who think that everything belongs to everyone, that we're all in this together. The classic tension of humanity comes to a head every 100 years, and here we are again.
a lot of different voting processes going on here, but as of right now, the deadline to register to vote in your county's nomination process has passed. What will happen next is Maine's 16 counties will now hold a meeting to decide who gets sent to the convention.
Tonight, the Maine Democratic Party is preparing for...
Sweet sir, nobody likes it. We're just in it. You don't have a choice anymore. We're in it. This is what's sad. It's already happening. Marco Rubio gets on TV and talks about how he wants to kill us all. And you know what I mean? Thank you, Jenna, X-Dragon. Sky City Rebels get extra streams, extra content, and extra love in the chat. Thank you so much. You're incredible. Jenna X-Dragon, get some W's in the chat for Jenna. Thank you so much, Jenna. You're amazing.
Its first major step in the process to fill Graham Plattner's seat.
What we are focused on are those 16 meetings and making sure that they go as smooth as possible under this compressed timeline that we are on.
As of this morning, about 8,000 Maine Democratic voters had registered to vote in this weekend.
William Tellente, I've asked all of you one example of something that capitalism has contributed, and you're like, longer lifespans? The longer lifespans, you know what the highest contributing factor to longer lifespan is? Nutrition and education, and education about nutrition. That's it. And guess where all of our nutrition information comes from? Ah, ding dang do. Organizations paid for by the taxpayer. Dang. Collective agreements across national borders called the WHO. Capitalism. No, again, I ask you one example. You have given me none.
County nomination process. Counties are divided on how they'll vote, with some meetings happening in person. Others will be done virtually using electronic voting system. The Maine Democratic Party's executive director believes they're ready.
You have to have food access to use your nutrition education. LOL. You absolutely do. That's true. You're absolutely right. But also, mostly, there's another reason why the lifespans are going up. Socialized medicine, because we don't allow people. We've passed laws to not allow people to just die in the streets. Wow. Piped water, electricity. No, William Tallente, were you not fucking paying attention? The overwhelming amount of electricity that is delivered in the United States of America was brought to you by radical socialist Democrats. Democratic socialists like FDR, who dammed up the rivers and gave electricity to the South. The Tennessee Dam projects and the Hoover Dam. These were all built by us, the collective. No an ounce of capitalism, my friend. Later on, they sold some of these the delivery systems to capitalist organizations through weird monopolistic fucking deals with the government that seem a lot like fascism to me, but they did it in the name of efficiency later because they thought that a corporation who always is worried about efficiency would be able to more adequately deliver these systems and maintain them. But the systems themselves were not built by those corporations. The systems themselves were built and run by your friend, the socialist. Congratulations, you're wrong again.
For those counties that are doing it online.
And water too, motherfucker. All those aqueducts and all those aquifers, all those big those big man-made lakes and shit. You think a corporation thought to make these man-made lakes in order to give water to people? Are you stupid? Again, most of all the pipes and shit, that was all put in by the government. The government did that, dumb ding dang do.
Concerns with cybersecurity risks.
We have a really smart and really talented team. We've brought in great third-party vendors that are unbiased.
Yeah, I know an aquifer is the thing that's a natural occurring thing. That's why I corrected myself. Sorry, I talk fast. It's a live thing, Zephyr, you stupid piece of shit. In fact, you know what? You're out of here, you piece of garbage. Call me a retard. Fuck off, Zephyr.
To help keep all of our elections secure.
I think there should always be some concern over cybersecurity.
Matt Graham is a professor of information systems and security management at UMaine.
Making sure that there's no tampering or any unauthorized modification of ballots or even just vote injection. That is someone just trying to add votes to it. That needs to be, really locked down.
The Democratic Party says 4,000 Democratic voters have registered to become a delegate at the July 25th nomination.
Oh, shit. This is going to be a mess, this whole thing with Graham fucking Plattner. I told you from day one, you assholes, that Graham Plattner was a bad idea. All you guys, no, ignore the Nazi tattoo. He's just like No. He's just another charlatan telling you what you want to hear so that he could get into power, just like Donald Trump.
I'm going to lower the taxes. I'm going to lower the gas prices. I'm going to lower the energy prices. I'm going to stop all the wars.
No, he's a liar who wanted to be in power. That's what happened. Now he's in power and he's not delivering anything, just like Graham Plattner would have done, because Graham Plattner's a piece of shit too. Graham Plattner and Donald Trump are the same guy, same cut from the same cloth. Right. Who speaks Chinese? A single string cannot produce a melody, he says. A single tree does not make a forest. The development of AI should not be a solo performance by any one country, but rather a symphony of global cooperation. Yeah, of course they want global cooperation because they want them chips, son. They want them chips. And Donald Trump said that they can get the chips. So guess what? NVIDIA, you get chips, you get chips, you get chips. Everybody gets chips now. AI is here to stay. And I love that joke we saw yesterday. All the billionaires telling you AI are going to take your job. AI is going to take your job. They've been saying that for a year. We're going to fire all you assholes. All of you assholes are going to get fired. The billionaires keep telling you you're not worth anything. The billionaires keep telling you you're nothing. You're a worm. You're not worth anything. The breath you breathe, there's no ROI on the breath you breathe to the corporation. And all these imbeciles that are like, capitalism gave us air. It's just, they don't want you here. They don't like you. They don't want to pay you. They don't create jobs. The goal is to do as much as possible with as few humans as possible. That's always been the goal. That's the goal of every corporation. That's why the fucking assembly line was built. That's why they built the assembly line. It was because they wanted to use fewer people, not more. You dumb piece of shits. And then what do? You're like, it's the Mexicans' fault that we don't have jobs. Billionaires tell you every day that they want to be more efficient and cut jobs. And every day, half the country's like, fucking Mexicans, they're the problem. Every single day, they tell you to your face. This is why Vegas made so much money. On the marquee outside the casino, they tell you 98% winning. 98% win. We pay 98%. What that means is every time you give me $1, I give you 98 cents. They advertise it on the marquee, and people go in and they think they're getting a really good deal. The billionaires, every day on their marquee, they say, you breathing air, there's no ROI on clean water. There's no ROI, return on investment on your children. There's no return on investment on having a place for you to raise your family, on clean air. There's no ROI for that. There's no ROI for you. Your existence is a problem. And you turn around, you hear the billionaire, you read the marquee, and you're like, fucking Mexicans, right? Brown people, black people, those are the people who are taking our jobs.
4 days of rain now and heavy flooding in southwest and central Texas. It's now claimed the lives of at least.
Like and subscribe if you don't want to be swept off into a Texas river, a Texas flood. Like and subscribe if you think that Greg Abbott is a piece of shit. Like and subscribe if you've ever seen the drag photos of Greg Abbott. I want to bring up, let me see if I can find the photos of Greg Abbott in drag. I love it because he hates the thing. Where is he? Oh, come on. Let me give me the picture. He hates. He was in the yearbook picture. Yeah. Come on. Where is it? Damn it. He hates the queens. He hates the drag queens.
2 people, and the flood threat, it is not over just yet. Welcome in at 10 o'clock, everyone. I'm Ken Molestina. Doug's.
Deezer, there's nothing wrong with drag. That's the point. But if you're an asshole who hates people who wear drag because, I don't know, you don't like Monty Python or something, you're offended by Monty Python. If you hate people who wear drag, and then there's photos of you in drag, I think it's important to point it out.
Off tonight. Governor Greg Abbott warning the catastrophic flood remains a major threat overnight. He says
Deezer, where has socialism worked? Everywhere. You are the internet through which you are watching me was a product of socialism. If you're watching on your phone, which let me see, are you watching on your phone, Deezer? You're watching on your phone. And your phone's flat screen was developed by socialists. The GPS that your phone uses, those satellites were shot up by socialist rockets. So you right now, Mr. Socialist, you right now need to fucking open your fucking eyes. Maybe read what socialism is. Socialism, by the way, the long and short of it is prioritize. It's the idea that society should prioritize public good over private profit. That's all socialism is. Which means that sometimes when we have big ideas like, I don't know, building a Hoover Dam so that we can get electricity for a bunch of motherfuckers, there's a ton of people can get electricity now because of the Hoover Dam. There's lots of other things like environmental concerns and shit. But they did it with taxes. They built it. All of you idiots who have electricity, likely, most of you probably have it because of socialism, because radical socialism, not just regular old socialism, but like super duper radical socialism. If you ever been on an interstate highway, and I know that most of you guys living in them red states, that's all the only highway you got, the interstate. If you ever been on the interstate, guess what? You are the beneficiary of radical socialism. Congratulations. It's working right here. You ever been in a library? I know you guys have never been in a library, but if you ever wanted to go to a library, you would be. I'm just joking. I know you guys will never go to the library. You guys hate reading. Reading? What are you reading for? What are you reading for? Well, you'll be happy to hear that the whole thing with cellular technology, when you call, I don't know, your sex worker or whatever, when you send your OnlyFans models money, that's all socialism allowing that to happen. Now, OnlyFans is the capitalist part of that. Capitalists see that socialists have built all this great stuff, and then they try to capitalize off of it by fencing off parts of it. That's what capitalism is. You fence off parts that used to belong to all of us, and now it just belongs to a few of us, and you make money off of it by paying people in little coins, little flat pieces of metal, and little rectangular pieces of paper.
Wes's River near Uvalde is forecast to reach record levels, with flow estimated at 2 times the flow of Niagara Falls, he says. The storm moves into more southwestern Texas tomorrow.
Your friend's parents both died waiting in Canada. They did. That country of 30 million people, they died waiting. You want to talk about who dies in America waiting? You want to talk about how many people died because United Healthcare just denied them? They didn't die waiting. They died denied. You want to talk about how many people have gone bankrupt? Fuck off. Canada's killed thousands. Canada's got like the same amount of people as, it's got fewer people than California, I think. Talk about fucking Canada. Canada though. Why don't you compare us to Mexico? How many people died in Mexico last year? Let's compare us to Mexico.
All this is coming as
why do we compare ourselves to what other countries have the same what countries have similar populations to Canada? Let's see. Okay. Uzbekistan, Angola, and Poland are the first ones that are very, very similar. Iraq and Morocco. In Iraq, they have a constitutional right to go see a doctor. I don't know about Morocco, but there you go. Canada. We should compare ourselves to Uzbekistan because we're no better than Canada or Uzbekistan. Hey, that's what we need to compare ourselves to. Canada. Like anybody who compares us to Canada, why would you do that at all? That'd be like comparing Mississippi to California. California is the 4th richest economy in the world right now. It changes. It switches between 4th and 5th every year. You know, it's always a horse race. The 4th richest economy in the world right now is California. You want to compare it to Mississippi, the poorest state in our country? Would that make sense? How many people live in Mississippi? 2.95. Let's call it 3 million. How many people live in California? 40 million. These morons. You got 3 million people living in Mississippi, and you guys think that you're like California, where there are 40 million people.
Life on the Guadalupe River had just returned to normal for some after their homes were washed away from last year's floods. Well, now those who've been hit a second time are questioning whether it's worth it to rebuild again. Our JD Miles joining us live now from Kerrville after.
I should move to Canada? You should move to Taliban-controlled Afghanistan so you can suck the dicks of your religious leaders, you fucking weird simp. You've been in this chat for 5 minutes, and all you do is hold water for octogenarian dictator wannabes. Why don't you move to Saudi Arabia so you could pray to a king and lick their boots, and you could treat women like shit, you fucking magger? You disgust me. You're so anti-American. You're like a redcoat. They should strip you down and cover you with tar and put feathers on you. That's what we used to do to collaborators of kings. That's what we used to do with people who hated liberty and justice and freedom. That's what we used to do to you. Maybe we should bring it back. Maybe we should bring it back. Or maybe you should go to El Salvador, where they've got the coolest dictator in the world. You should do that. They got concentration camps there too. You can help run one. You can help run a concentration camp. You can help run one here, but I'd rather have you do it in El Salvador. I'm trying to get rid of people like you.
Meeting a homeowner,
all you anti-American suckers
who now faces that nightmare. JD, folks out there I'm assuming, are just fatigued with it all.
Ken, imagine having your home flooded by the Guadalupe River last summer and being told it's a once in a 500-year flood. You rebuild with FEMA approval, and today of all days, your contractor is scheduled to come back over and put the last finishing touches on that rebuild.
I am imagining it. It's funny because I said this last year when they got flooded. And I said, this is going to happen more often, assholes. And Donald Trump is cutting FEMA funding. And guess what? more babies are going to die. More children will die. Donald Trump hates children. He's already killed millions of children. He does not care about your children in Texas. You think if he cared about your kids in Texas, you think Donald Trump would be killing millions of children in Africa? You think if he cared about your children in Texas, he would be double tapping children in Iran with attacks on school children? Do you think if he cared about your children in Texas, Donald Trump would be doing would be supporting Jeffrey Epstein, becoming a co-conspirator with Jeffrey Epstein, buying and selling little boys and girls? Donald Trump doesn't care about your kids, Texas. Are you stupid? Are you really that dumb, Texas? Like, Texas, you guys used to be at least, like, even though I can't agree with Texas all the time, at least you guys used to have an independent spirit. At least you guys had a little deep in the heart of Texas. You know, there was like a nice thing going on in Texas. Like, fuck you, we don't want your national power grid. We're going to do our own now. We're going to do our own power grid. I love Texas. I've been to Texas hundreds of times. I love it. What's wrong with you, Texas? What happened to you, Texas? Texas, what happened to you against tyranny? What happened to your Second Amendment? Don't let these government goons come in and tell us what's what. What happened to you, Texas? They take your money, Texas, and then they let your children die. You're still paying, Texas. Texas, you're still paying your taxes, and you know what they're doing? They're letting your little girls die. And they're giving them money to Palantir and Tesla.
Exactly what happened to Kara Doctor when a 4 a.m. knock at the door this morning changed everything. The Guadalupe River was raging just a few hundred yards from where Kara Doctor...
No one has done more evil to children than Democrats. Prove me wrong. Okay, here you go. Ready? Are you ready? What are the projected deaths of children likely to be in the next 10 years because of the elimination of PEPFAR? If PEPFAR programs are eliminated, researchers estimated that 500,000 children in sub-Saharan Africa will die from AIDS-related causes by 2030. Additionally, broader U.S. foreign aid and U.S. aid cuts lead up to 4.5 million deaths among children under 5 globally over the coming years. Children under 5. These are studies published by the University of Oxford and the UCLA Fielding School of Public Health highlight the devastating impact of these reductions. 300,000 children will die directly of AIDS-related causes, with up to 2.8 million more children becoming orphaned in the next 5 years alone. Broader health impacts. The elimination or reduction of the humanitarian development assistance also cripples care for other infectious diseases, nutrition, and water sanitation. Severe defunding scenarios will project between 2.5 million and 4.5 million excess deaths in preschool-aged children by 2030. Orphanhood and vulnerability. Beyond mortality, the loss of these programs threatens to reverse 2 decades of progress, increasing the likelihood of widespread treatment interruptions, which have proven fatal for children living with HIV. Donald Trump has signed the death warrant for around 15 million children in the next 5 years alone. I know we like to talk about Epstein, but Donald Trump doesn't hold a candle to Epstein. I know we like to talk about Stalin, but even Stalin didn't kill 15 million children. We're not even talking about adults. These are children under 5 years old. Under 5.
Was sound asleep early this morning.
Went to bed last night, saw red and blue flashing lights this morning. Told us the river's coming. We got to get out. You got to get out now.
Doctor's 2-story home in Center Point near Kerrville.
I just saw someone say, if you got to die, you got to die. But the thing is, they don't have to die. They don't have to. If you saw children, see, all the Nazis in my chat right now would see a river like this. They'd see a child dying and they wouldn't swim out to get them, even because it would make their shoes dirty. You could just walk out. You don't have to swim. Just walk through and help the child. But these maggers, they would never do so because it would dirty their shoes. My shoes will get muddy. I can't help children.
Flooded on July 4th last year. After more than a year of water remediation and other repairs, her fireplace was the only thing left to finish.
The only thing left was my fireplace to finish out. He was going to come up and finish that out. And so I texted him this morning and said,
Go save them, hero. We were saving them. 20 years of progress are being thrown in the toilet because of idiots like you who don't understand how global policy will affect you personally, because you didn't learn the lesson of 9/11, that what affects the poorest people on planet Earth as a result of American foreign policy will directly affect the richest people on planet Earth in places like the World Trade Center or the Pentagon. That was the lesson, idiots. That we're all in it together. That you can't just say, well, it's over there. I'm only drilling a hole under my seat in the canoe. I'm drilling a hole in the canoe, yes, but it's only under my seat. That's how maggers see the world. That's the thought process. That's how dumb they are. They literally think that if they drill a hole in the boat and it's only under their seat, then you should shut up.
Don't bother.
Kara returned from her brief evacuation to this. Now the sound of high-speed fans has returned, along with the mud and the misery.
When we came down, opened up the doors and saw that the water had gotten in about 2.5 feet inside.
Kara Doctor is experiencing the worst kind of deja vu.
I really recommend that you guys watch a show called, it's a movie called The Welcome Table. It's on HBO right now for now until they get rid of it. Because they say it's only about people who are losing their homes to climate change, like in Texas. And Donald Trump says it's a hoax. It's a hoax. This is only going to happen once every 500 years, guys. Guys, this flood that happened last year and is happening again this year, it only happens every 500 years. Shut up.
I'm a teacher. In my school, if a student released a nude photo depicting a peer's sexual assault and abuse, they would almost certainly face expulsion. And yet, this is what our Department of Justice did to crime victims. Today, Todd Blanche has been at the helm of the release of nude images of survivors, the outing of Jane Does, and the exposure of more than 100 victims identifying information and documents describing horrific acts of abuse, including my own. Instead of treating this release as its own violation and holding the man who led it accountable, you have a decision on whether you place him in the highest law enforcement position in this country. In December, before the document release, our attorneys submitted 350 victims' names to the Department of Justice as victims' names to be redacted prior to the release. In that first release, I found my name in 2 places. In that next release in January, my name appeared again, but this time the redactions were so far worse. The files displayed not only my name, but my phone number, my former addresses, where I worked, and other identifying information. When my name appeared in the third file release, it became difficult to believe that this was not intentional.
It was intentional. Donald Trump's sex crimes attorney wants to be attorney general because Donald Trump commits so many sex crimes that he needs a guy who just handles his sex crimes. And he loses. He lost the Stormy Daniel case. But don't worry. He's going to show those women what's what. For some reason, none of the dudes' names were leaked. How did that happen? How come so many men were redacted, but all the women got doxxed? How did that happen, Todd Blanche? Huh. And if you like Todd Blanche, you have to admit, I mean, that's kind of a snafu, right? A little bit of a mulligan there, don't you think? A little bit of a what? Oopsie. We let all the victims' names out. Oops. Wonder why.
Despite my lawyer repeatedly contacting the DOJ, seeking protection, my information continued to be exposed. And it's not just my name, it's the identifying information. These documents contain disturbing yet incomplete accounts of my abuse.
Papa Smurf, we don't need to... America gets embarrassed every time we go to war. It just takes a while. Look, Vietnam, it took them 10 years to embarrass a superpower. Afghanistan took them 20 years to embarrass a superpower. Ukraine, it only took them 3 years to embarrass a superpower. Those are the Russians, the Russians. Them Russians. Look out for them Russians. Iran is embarrassing us every day. Every day we get embarrassed by the Iranians. Every day. They spit in our faces because we're such a bunch of suckers, cowards. We could bomb you from really high up. Marco Rubio wants to say that that's strength and bravery. Bombing you from miles and miles away. That's strength and bravery. That's the bravery of our armed forces. Our brave men and women of the military. We'll kill you from like 100 miles away. We'll never look at you in the face. And if you have a school, we'll bomb a whole school full of children and double tap it when we realize on satellite imagery that you evacuated them. We'll bomb the kids as they evacuate.
They were available not
bravery.
Iran very much continues to talk to the United States of America and express that they want to make a deal with us. The reason for the recent strikes over the course of the last several days is because Iran violated the memorandum of understanding that we struck with them. Specifically, in the memorandum of understanding that they signed, they were not to fire on commercial vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz. And unfortunately, they have made the tragic decision for them to do that.
For more,
Yeah, Charlie Kirk was always spewing shit from his neck. He used to always go to Halloween as a Pez dispenser. I was like, why a Pez dispenser? So weird. Charlie Kirk did lean to the left in the end. I love that joke.
we're now joined by owner
Donald, Charlie Kirk's getting fucked in all 3 holes down in hell.
Bloomberg managing editor for the Middle East and North Africa. Owner, thanks so much for joining us. So we're seeing the latest series of strikes by the U.S. and Iran. They've been going now for just about a week. What exactly has changed from your viewpoint?
Well, Jennifer, as you pointed out, Thursday night attacks marked the 6th consecutive day that the U.S. attacked Iran, resulting in retaliation from the Islamic Republic. What has been changing over the past 6-7 days is that the American bombardment is getting more intense, and the Iranian retaliation is expanding its scope. We are seeing now attacks on Kuwait, Bahrain, as well as Qatar in the Persian Gulf, and on Jordan.
Qatar, but they gave Donald Trump a $400 million plane as a bribe. Not a bribe. I don't know. No one knows why they gave him that $400 million plane. We don't know why he got a $400 million plane, but Qatar gave it to him, and so we can't let those damn Iranians bomb Qatar.
Further west. But the real changing pattern I think that we need to keep an eye on is the fact that the escalation in the intensity of American attacks on Iran, which have so far primarily targeted Iranian capabilities.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Shelly, baby. They they love watching how many guns the National Guard are collecting in Washington D.C. and then they're like, I love the Second Amendment. And they'll watch protesters get shot in the face and they'll be like, I love the First Amendment. I love the Constitution. They don't love anything about this country. They hate this country. They hate everything about this country. They hate the trans. They hate the gays. They hate the blacks. They hate the Mexicans. They hate all Latinos of all shapes and sizes. They hate the fats. They hate the sexually ambiguous. They hate the children. They hate women. And then they turn around and say, you hate America. We hate America. I hate America. I love everybody. You guys hate fucking all of America. You maggers hate all of America. You hate everything about it. You hate the Constitution. You hate life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. You hate freedom. You hate democracy. You hate the idea of a republic. You hate freedom of speech. You hate freedom of the press. You hate the press. Like, that's the First Amendment, freedom of the press. You hate separation of church and state. You hate you hate birthright citizenship. You're pro-slavery. You hate America, maggers. And yet you hate everybody in this country, and that maggers say that everybody else hates America. The fuck are you talking about? No, I just hate you National Socialists. I just hate you fucking Nazis. I just hate the Nazis. I love everybody else. I just hate Nazis. I love everybody except for the Nazis.
To track and target maritime shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, although President Trump has been saying that there could be further and more a diverse set of targets in Iran as time passes, possibly next week, including infrastructure in Iran. And on the side of the Islamic Republic, we are seeing the...
Don't cry me a river, DJW, you fucking pearl clutching little bitch. Oh, did I offend you with my Charlie Kirk jokes? Look, man, I already made a video about Charlie Kirk. I don't think he deserved to die, but I'm not going to cry when Nazis die. I don't cry when Nazis die. I don't cry when Nazis die. That's it. I'm not celebrating it. I think it's funny that you assholes... I watched Charlie Kirk. I watched him. I was a regular Charlie Kirk watcher. And you assholes, after he died, are like, he's sacred. He's like the sacred lamb of Jesus. And he was righteous and kind to everybody. He didn't have a racist bone in his butt. You can't reinvent the man after he's dead, okay? After he's dead, you get to judge him. You get to. You know why? Because his legacy is garbage. He was always a piece of shit. Now he's a dead piece of shit. I don't think he deserved to die. But you guys will you guys will constantly say that Alex Preddy deserved it, or that Renee Good deserved it. Like, if you disagree with Renee Good or Alex Preddy, I understand. You just don't like what they're saying. That's fine. I don't like what Charlie Kirk was saying. I don't think he deserved to die, but you do think that Alex Preddy deserved to die. You do think Renee Good deserved to die. You think the 3 people that ICE killed last week deserve to die because they're in the wrong place, according to you. You think that children in Africa deserve to die because they were born in the wrong place on the wrong continent. You think they deserve to die. I've seen it in the chat today. People saying that other people who are not born in this country deserve to die. The people not born here deserve to die. The people who aren't straight, white, nationalist, Christian, all of them deserve to die. That's fucking Nazism. Honey, that's Nazis. You're a Nazi. And I'm sick of pussyfooting around it because you guys are like, you guys always call us Nazis. Yeah, stop doing Nazi shit. Stop quoting Nazis. Stop stealing Nazi fucking speeches, for God's sake.
The scope of attacks, Iranian retaliation, is expanding day by day.
Literally, your guy started a war with the country while he was pretending to negotiate with them. That's Nazi shit. And you're cheering him. We needed that war. They had nukes after all. Yeah. They had nukes. Look out for those nukes. You fucking Nazis. How is this different than attacking? And they're going to attack Cuba soon, and you'll be like, it's totally different than attacking the Sudeten lands. It's totally different. He kidnapped a head of state, and you're like, well, we had a warrant. So? You don't go kidnap a head of state.
New questions surrounding Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's announcement of a testosterone screening protocol for some service members.
And by addressing these health markers early, we're keeping you on the leading edge of lethality and giving you the same level of support that you give this nation, the absolute best.
The testing will be part of annual health screenings for troops 30 years and older. Testing is optional for younger troops. But questions remain for how it will be implemented, whether thresholds will align with medical consensus, how much it will cost, and potential career consequences for troops. The Pentagon not providing a timeline for when testing will begin. This is the latest in Hegseth's push to reshape soldiers' health and fitness and declaring a crackdown on, quote, fat troops.
It's not about artificial enhancement. It's about...
Dewey, are you fucking brain dead? Do you think they started in 1943, you dumb piece of shit? Go back to middle school and learn about 1932. Go back to 1932 and you'll see something very similar to the United States of America today. Not 1943, 1932. It takes a while to get to Auschwitz, my friend. 1943 is when Auschwitz really started cooking. But before then, there were deportation protocols and detention centers. That's what it was. It was a mass deportation program for anyone that they deemed was asocial, undesirable, feeble-minded, people with autism, or old people who can't, who were sick. Those were the first 2 groups: the Jews, the gays, anyone who was kind of trans. They didn't call them trans back then, but anyone like that. They wanted to deport them. That was the plan. You dumb fucks. It was all a deportation scheme. And it turned into Auschwitz-Birkenau. It turned into Dachau. But I've been to these places. I've been to Bergen-Belsen. I have a degree in German. I studied this shit. I've read countless books about this shit. Dozens of books about this. How many have you read?
Restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities, protecting your longevity, and ensuring you have the biological foundation.
I do weird shit when I'm by myself. I play guitar, I draw, I write. You're right. I do some weird shit when I'm by myself. You're right.
Required to sustain the fight.
Conservative estimates suggest about 2% of men have true testosterone deficiency that requires treatment with testosterone therapy, according to the American Urological Association. And the Endocrine Society says testosterone levels naturally decrease with age, about 1% each year after age 30. If a service member is found to have low testosterone, Hegseth says they will be recommended for testosterone replacement therapy. However, treatment will be optional.
So gender-affirming care. Oh my gosh. Pete Hegseth wants the military to have gender-affirming care. Nice. Nice. Everybody gets free gender-affirming care now. I thought that you guys were against gender-affirming care. Wow. That's woke as fuck. That's woke as fuck, MAGA. Your guy wants to give free gender-affirming care to everyone in the military. That's pretty incredible. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to see. Let's do a poll. Do you agree with Hegseth that all service members should get gender affirming care? Damn, what a credible. Everyone should get gender affirming care. That's amazing. I can't believe that I'm hearing this.
It is unclear if female troops will be offered similar hormone screening. The Pentagon has not said what it considers to be an acceptable testosterone level, and it is unclear what standard will be used.
Don't worry. This woman, she's going to be in the gulag too. Don't worry. She's not a white Christian nationalist. She'll be in the gulag too. Plus, she's a member of the press. You know how MAGA hates them. Any member of the press has got to go to the concentration camp. A member of the press who's of color? Oh, no. No, you can't have one of those. You can't have one of them.
Meantime, ICE protests are surging in dozens of American cities after fatal shootings in Maine and in Texas. Tonight, a crowd rallied in downtown Burlington. Our Sophia Falbo was there for it. She joins us live in the studio with more on their message. Sophia.
Vermonters of all backgrounds came together this afternoon to honor those who have been killed and detained by federal ICE agents, especially following the most recent shooting in Maine this week. Protesters we spoke with say they're not going to sit back and let more people from the community get taken.
Signs, candles, and chants to honor two men who were recently shot and killed by ICE agents at attempted traffic stops.
Man, look at that. They're shooting people in the traffic stops. Go back to 1932 Germany and tell me what that looks like.
Creo que lo más importante is where tragedies, they did not need to happen, and it's not something that we're going to take sitting down.
And so instead of sitting, dozens of Vermonters marched from Burlington City Hall to the federal building on Elmwood Avenue Thursday.
Man, Vermont, they go crazy out there, Vermont. You give enough syrup to someone from Vermont, they start getting that sugar rush. They want to take on the government.
While the fatal shootings happened in Maine and Texas, Vermonters at this rally say ICE operations can become deadly anywhere.
No eran de aquí. The people who were killed most recently aren't from Vermont. They don't live here. They're still members of our community. Vermonters need to understand that ICE is active here too, Border Patrol is active here too, and they're detaining our community members and taking them away from us.
Protesters say they especially fear this following the ICE operation in South Burlington earlier this year.
They were searching all over the house, they were throwing things all over, they were throwing me all over the floor.
Jose Herrera was in the house ICE agents raided on Dorset Street on March 11th. Now, Herrera says he's nervous to even be outside.
It makes me scared.
Of course, if someone breaks into your fucking house, if someone breaks in your house and kills your dog and starts kicking shit over and stuff, how's that make you feel? You know, I've had my house broken into a couple of times. I've lived all over the world, you know, and I've lived in a lot of places, and not all of them have been totally safe. And I tell you, when it happens, it's kind of like for a while you're going, you don't want to own anything. You don't want to, it's like, why even bother locking the door? Should I even have anything? Why should I? You know, why should I bother closing the windows and the doors if they're just going to break them anyway? You start thinking like that because you've been violated. It sucks. This kid's been violated, and MAGA thinks it's funny. MAGA thinks it's cool. MAGA thinks it's great. They love violating children. MAGA loves violating children. This guy's just a kid. Poor guy.
You know, to leave or just go out with my friends.
Vermonters say the city is not adequately prepared for another encounter with ICE.
Police acknowledged all the issues with ICE. They openly acknowledged it. Vermont State Police.
No, I've never really been in danger. I mean, I'm sure that you would be afraid, but you know, I'm 6'5". I weigh 240 pounds, and I've always been a bigger guy. I have a gun. I always carry a knife. I always carry a gun now. So I'm not that worried about people. I'm not that scared. I know how to use a gun. I know how to fight. I've had some martial arts training. I'm not like a tough guy, but you know, I'm not really, I've been in violent situations over the years. I've had a violent career path, and I'm not that afraid of just like randos and drunks. They don't scare me very much. 6'5", blue eyes. Not worried about your bullshit. Yeah. 6'5", blue eyes. I'm looking for a man in YouTube. 6'5", blue eyes.
South Burlington Police, but didn't acknowledge what they could have changed about their own actions to protect people. So then they look like the enemy.
Well, Cody, I'm almost 6'5" now. When I was younger, I was 6'5". Now I'm you know, almost 50. I'm getting a little shorter, you know. 50, you start shrinking a little bit. But one time I got to meet Charles Barkley, who's 6'5", and I stood up really straight, and I stood back to back with Charles Barkley, and Charles Barkley was my same height, and I was like, I told you guys I was 6'5". Charles Barkley's so big. He looks, if you saw him, you'd be like, that guy's way bigger than Sky. because he's just such an oddly shaped man too. He's just a big dude, and his ass is up by his shoulder blades. He's a strangely shaped man, Charles Barkley. But I'm the same height as, or I was. Maybe I still am. He's older than me, so never know.
Me too. Since that March ICE raid and subsequent protest, Migrant Justice has organized more rallies with growing turnouts.
The piling on, it's like it's one thing, it's like, oh, well, that's over there, then it's more and more, and so I think that's driving people to show up.
Something Vermonters say is important now more than ever as we head into the midterm election in November.
As we approach the midterms, I think the temperature is...
Midterms are fixed, man. Donald Trump just said it on the news yesterday. Donald Trump's fixing those midterms, honey. You don't need to worry about that, baby doll. Bruh, thank you, bruh. Thank you, bruh. I'm thinking I feel pretty good. Like, I'm still checking to see if I got any my beard comes in a little bit more salt and pepper these days. But other than that, I feel like I'm pretty good. I'm going to be 50. I'm going to be 50, baby. I feel like I'm pretty good. I feel like I could still date 30-year-olds. You know what I mean? I feel like I could still date a 30-year-old. Is that weird? I feel like they got the energy I'm looking for. Is that weird?
Well, you can watch PBS News live streaming coverage of President Trump's primetime address tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern on our website with context and real-time fact-checking from our partners at PolitiFact. That's at pbsnews.org/newshour. Now, for perspective on what the president is trying...
Trump agenda. How come every picture... It's like once he's gone full, like, you know what? He's always been a little bit of a fascist, but once you go full Nazi, it's kind of hard to see anything but Nazi now.
Trying to achieve with tonight's speech, the limits of his authority and the potential consequences for future elections, we turn now to Ty Cobb.
Well, you think 30-year-olds are children? Look, man, I don't know. Oh, you're talking about Donald Trump. Yeah, Donald Trump is a child predator. He got on the Howard Stern show when he was like 60, and he said that he was like 60 when he was saying that he wouldn't date anyone under 13. Donald Trump, when he was 60 years old, said he wouldn't date anyone under 13. Not 30, 13. 1-3. An
attorney who served as the special counsel during the first Trump administration. I spoke with him a short time ago. Ty Cobb, welcome back to the News Hour.
My pleasure. Nice to be with you, Jeff.
Ty, you have
his goddamn mustache. It kills me. Can I get some W's in the chat for Jenna X-Ray Dragon to welcome her as a Sky City rebel, please? I can see jubilation for her, please.
Described a broader pattern here. President Trump's focus on voting machines, his efforts to change mail-in voting, voter registration requirements, most recently his removal of members of the Election Assistance Commission. What does tonight's speech add to that picture?
Well, I think tonight's speech is intended to add the predicate that he needs to declare an emergency at or about the time of the elections. As you know, Steve Bannon and Todd Blanche have suggested that there will be ICE agents at the polls. I think that that's a virtual certainty. Whether that will include the National Guard or not, we don't know. But anything to intimidate minority voters, particularly immigrant voters, and also I think anything that allows them to try to seize voting machines, as Trump wanted to do in 2020, but Bill Barr explained to him there was just no basis for it. I think you will see him doing everything he can to try to prevent the peaceful transfer of power, the election of Democrats, and do whatever he can to remain in power and to keep his cronies in power, so that he can continue doing what he thinks he's allowed to do.
Everybody says Donald Trump is stealing the election. Everyone from the Bill Barr, which is the former attorney general, Donald Trump's former attorney general, Mike Pence, Donald Trump's former vice president, Steve Bannon. They're all saying they want to steal the election. They all are saying it out loud that they want to steal the election. They're just saying it. And you guys are like, I think the Democrats are trying to steal the election. Like, Donald Trump literally is giving speeches about how he wants to steal the election. And you guys are like, you know what the problem is? These fucking Democrats are stealing elections. You know what the problem is? Fucking Mexicans stealing the election. That's always what it is. Like, Elon Musk, another billionaire, gets on TV and says, I want to steal the election by paying people $1 million to register their friends and sign a I love Donald Trump certificate. And then you turn around, you're like, oh, I love billionaires. I think the Mexicans are trying to steal the election. What? The poorest, most politically vulnerable people in this country are trying to steal the election? Those who have no power, those who have no money, they're the ones trying to steal the election? What about George Soros? That's always it. George Soros, though. What did George Soros do to you? Some fucking random billionaire, one random billionaire that you remember, George Soros. He loves Mexicans, so I know he's stealing the elections.
President, which is anything he wants.
Does whatever he wants. He's the
November,
Führer. Der Führer.
brought up that he had accepted a job with
Der Führer macht, was will.
ICE. I thought that it was just a delusional thing because I'm used to him.
Okay, so this is the the ex-wife of the ICE agent who shot this guy. Here we go. You ready?
David back in November brought up that he had accepted a job with ICE. I thought that it was just a delusional thing because I'm used to him talking crazy.
I didn't think he could get a job at ICE because he's fucking crazy, but he did actually have a job at ICE.
So to speak. So I said, yeah, sure you are, buddy. You know, I didn't realize that he was actually working for ICE until yesterday, and I was completely shocked.
I was
How do you keep
shocked.
getting into these jobs?
I was shocked that anybody would give this guy a gun. Don't worry. Donald Trump has a gun for you. If you don't have a shirt, well, you can wear a brown shirt.
You're around guns all the time. I asked him what was going on. He told me that I don't need to be answering questions for anybody, that all I needed to know was that.
Oh, wait. I am a Russian agent. Donald Trump, it's fucking open. It's not a secret. Donald Trump takes money from the Russian government. Donald Trump is in cahoots with Russian oligarchs. Donald Trump invites Russian spies to the White House. Donald Trump he's totally Eskimo brothers with Vladimir Putin. What the fuck are you talking about? Russian? You want to talk about Russia? You stupid simp? You race traitor? You want to talk about Russia? You want to talk about Russia? Donald Trump said he would end the Russian invasion of Ukraine single-handedly 24 hours after the election, not after the inauguration, after the election. You want to talk about Russian agents? Everyone knows that Donald Trump is in cahoots with Vladimir. Cutie patootie pootie. Cutie patootie pootie. Everyone knows that the Russians also meddled in our election, but maybe not at the direction of Donald Trump. But they did it to benefit Donald Trump. And I'm the Russian agent?
It was a justified shooting and that he did do it. And he claimed that this man had tried to run him over. And I said, I don't see that in anything. And I've watched it from all angles. All I've seen is how the car was going in a circle after the fact. And then he's like, well, I need you to lie about my character because this is what it comes down to is my character. I don't want you talking about any of the abuse in our relationship. Like, this is literally about me, actually. I told him that I was not going to lie for him, that I've waited years to speak my truth. I've been silenced long enough. And now I need to come out with everything because a man lost his life. It was abuse.
Who could have seen this coming? Let me see. This guy, he's crazy. He's known as a spouse abuser. And we gave him a gun and told him to go shoot Mexicans. Cool. Guess what he did?
Not only to me, but to our daughter. And even being divorced from him, I've dealt with harassing phone calls, threats of him wanting to kill me. I believe that this man was murdered. I believe that David's mental health played a part in what happened. I think what happened was he was standing there during that operation, had a PTSD moment and hit fight or flight mode. And unfortunately, a man lost his life due to it.
Unfortunately. But, MAGA doesn't care about that. MAGA thinks it's funny when brown people die. MAGA thinks it's great that they deserve to die because they weren't born in America. They don't have a right to life. They don't believe in the human rights. They don't believe in human rights, the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. They don't believe in that. MAGAs, they don't think you have rights at all. You have the right to die. That's it.
Want to know what hell on earth looks like? It's called Rikers.
Rikers, hell on earth. That's what the prison system is. The prison supposed to be a hell on earth? Is that what prisons are? Hell on earth? We want to put people in hell because they have a marijuana charge? Want to see hell on earth? Try a little bit of crack cocaine, kids. You'll go to hell on earth. That's the American justice system. That's justice for you. Hell on earth. Just like the Romans. You ever seen a Roman prison, like what they did to Jesus Christ? Yeah, hell on earth. That's what we want. We want to be the Romans in the Bible. That's what we want to be like. We don't want to be like Jesus. We want to be like the Romans.
Tell them some of the meanest, baddest criminals in the world. But this week,
like Jesus Christ was? Jesus Christ was one of the meanest, baddest criminals in the world. That's how they described him. The meanest, baddest. He was so mean. He was so bad. They had to kill him. He was talking shit about the government, and he was doing mean and bad things, Jesus Christ. That's the problem with that Jesus Christ. He was just too big a mouth. He was saying shit he shouldn't have said about the emperor, man. You can't criticize the Roman emperor. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? You can't criticize the church. Are you crazy? What, were you born in a barn? Well, yeah, he was born in a barn. He was born with the animals. He was born with the animals, not with a silver spoon in his mouth like Donald Trump. Never had a driver's license, never had to drive himself anywhere because he always had private drivers. Wow. Satan collab. You're right. Donald Trump and Satan have a collab going on for sure. Definitely. If anyone's satanic, it's definitely Donald Trump.
Mayor went and hosted a soccer fiesta.
We're incarcerated here on Rikers. They too are part of New York City. The World Cup has been a magical moment for the entire city. These are New Yorkers, and they will be New Yorkers when they get out of Rikers. They're New Yorkers today, and I wanted to make sure that we can celebrate this moment together.
Oh, so they're human beings when they're... Wait, is Zoran Mamdani suggesting that even if you're in Rikers Island that you're a human being? Is that the suggestion he's making?
Game yesterday, Argentina-England. Winner goes to the World Cup final. And Mamdani thought, who should I watch it with? How about 100 criminals? Armed robbery, rape. Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, innocent until proven guilty, because Rikers is a jail. Rikers is where you go while you await your trial. That's what Rikers is. It's where we hold people that we think may have done something or they were accused of something. They just can't afford to get out. Because you got to be rich to get out. You can't you're just rot in jail. Some people, they go to Rikers and they stay there for a long time. Let's find out. What's the longest someone might wait at Rikers for trial? 7 years. But the average is 9 to 11 months, almost a year while you await trial. You're innocent until proven guilty. So you're innocent for 11 months on average. But some detainees, can't call them prisoners, have been there for 7 years or longer. So yeah, there's people in there rotting in jail, waiting. So I don't know. Are they human beings? I'm going to ask, I'm going to ask that in the poll. Let's ask that poll. 69% of you said that you don't agree with Pete Hegseth's service members should get gender affirming care. Wow, 69% of you say no, you don't like it. Let's do another poll. Are you still a human if you are in jail awaiting trial? Are you still human if you're in jail awaiting trial? It's funny because Jesse Waters says that he became super duper into Christ when Charlie Kirk died of his fentanyl overdose. When Charlie Kirk died of his fentanyl overdose, Jesse Waters said he found Jesus. But Jesus was a common criminal. Jesus was a dissident, and he was killed as an enemy of the state. That's what Jesus was killed for. Jesus went to jail on trumped up charges, and he was executed because he talked too much shit about the government. And was he a human? Should they have treated him? Should they have whipped him in the street? Should they have bloodied him so badly on his way to his execution?
Not only did he put the game on the big screen, he catered. Penne alla vodka, chicken parmesan, seared salmon. Those inmates ate better than my staff. One brute says this, quote, I've been locked up 21 months. It's been a long time since I had food like that. And I'm sure he deserved it because if you're behind bars for 2 years awaiting trial, it was probably just like a misdemeanor.
Sometimes it is a misdemeanor. But again, these people are innocent until proven guilty in America, Jesse. Should we not feed them? Should we not feed them, Jesse? What should we feed them, Jesse Waters? They're innocent until proven guilty. So these are innocent men and women. These are just men. Innocent men. And the guy said he's been there for 20 months?
The jail's on an island, by the way. It's like Alcatraz, so they can't escape. But the mayor was all smiles.
They can't escape, and also it was, cheap land. It wasn't there for development.
Most politicians kiss babies. This commie kisses inmates. Have you ever seen someone smile like that in jail? He didn't seem nervous at all. Rudy goes to Rikers. No one's in handcuffs.
Do you guys hate Johnny Cash too? He performed. Johnny Cash went to jails and prison, Folsom Prison Blues. Never heard of it? He went and performed for people in prison. People our society didn't work out for. People that our system just abandoned.
He's not making it out alive. But Zoe said these guys have been on good behavior, so as a treat, fish and football. He treated it like a regular campaign stop, like a union hall or a senior citizen's home. The goal is to make crime not so taboo. Like, these guys are just regular New Yorkers, just like the rest of us. Criminals? Can't say that. Tampon pardoned a child rapist to save him.
Tampon. He says it's so funny. This Gaylord always talking about how much he hates prisoners, hates Jesus, and then he turns around and says he's a Christian. I mean, if anything, Jesus would have gone to the prisons. He did go to prisons. He went to the leper colonies. He went to all of those places where people were ostracized. That's what he did. Jesus, that was his whole thing. He went to the places where people were imprisoned, were strapped to rocks. People that were strapped to rocks because they were feeble-minded, or they thought they were possessed by the devil and shit. And Jesus went to them because that's what they did with crazy people back then. They just strapped them to rocks, or people that they didn't like. They strapped them to that piece of wood over there. That's what they did. But you were a leper, you got strapped to a rock. You got strapped to a tree. That's what they did to people. It's fucking crazy. And that's the type of shit that Jesse Waters likes.
From getting deported. And he says the guy just had a bad day. Trump deported him anyway.
Did that make us any safer? Did that make the children that are left behind any more stable? Did it improve the idea that we can't all be judged by our worst day?
It wasn't one day. He raped her for 3 years. A bad day is like what Paulie P had.
And the victim 10 years later said that she didn't want him to be deported. It's a complicated situation.
Well, he's had a feel. See what Democrats are doing? They're conditioning you to not judge criminals like crimes or accidents. And we shouldn't treat criminals any differently than someone who loses his temper.
I guess it depends on what the crime is, smarty pants. What if you do lose your temper and you slap a bitch? Does that mean you should be in jail for the rest of your life? Does that mean you shouldn't be eating? What if she hits you first? What if some drunk punched you in the face and you punched him back and you went to jail? Does that mean you shouldn't be allowed to eat?
We all lose our tempers. This is the first step into funding the police, emptying the prisons, and abolishing ICE.
Defunding police.
ICE needs to be abolished. ICE is not about law enforcement. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets. And the faster we understand that ICE sits in contraposition to the Constitution itself, the faster we actually get about to being smart about the way that we do immigration. ICE is.
Trump is shooting people in the street. What do you mean, Dewey official? Do you not see? Have you not heard about all the people this week that were shot in the street?
Not that. ICE needs to be abolished.
This is Revolution 101. The Soviets unloaded their prisons, handed out mass amnesty like candy. Castro opened up.
Oh yeah, what if you stormed the Capitol? What if you had 34 felony counts of fraud? Should you go to jail? Should you get fed? Should somebody feed you?
The prisons, mental institutions, and then send them all to Florida to destabilize us. Communists only want
to destabilize us.
Political prisoners. They want Trump behind bars, not pedophiles. These communists don't even care who they're locking arms with. They're just rounding up enough energy to overthrow the man.
I don't really care if, say, like Bernie Sanders or AOC go home and they're a secret Nazi.
William Talent, you gotta be brain dead if you think that all of these people are trying to run over ICE agents. You've got to be, you are a zombie. If you just believe everything the government tells you, don't you? What else do you believe that the government tells you? Like, Jesus Christ. You think that they kidnapped Maduro because of cocaine still too? Is that something that you believe? You believe that too? What else do you believe? Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're all trying to run him over. That's it. Do you have any video of it? No, we have no video of that for some reason.
But they go out and they vote for the right.
We got video of everything else, but not that for some reason.
Things. Like we're talking about
you don't
politicians
care?
I mean,
I think these are the lines that people are talking about. Some people care about that exact thing.
The commies have it all.
There's no evidence. There's over 50% of ICE employment is Hispanic. You fucking idiot. You lying piece of shit. What, you garbage human? I'm going to ban you. You keep lying like that. Meanwhile, there were Jews who voted for Hitler. That doesn't make anything.
All figured out. Their manifesto, there's no presidency, no Senate, no Supreme Court to keep society in line. It's anarchy. And it's open season on anyone who owns property.
Our city is turning the corner on tenant power. When we organize, we win results. The Mamdani administration is emboldening us so that we no longer tolerate the violence of evictions as a matter of business as usual.
You're gonna see more and more people wearing masks and shit like this.
Now, in New York City, if you
Look at this. They gotta dress it up with little, you know what's so funny? They gotta put a little communist hat on him and shit like that. That's so funny. Imagine if imagine if MS Now made a Donald Trump with a little Hitler mustache. They'd all clutch their pearls and cry. If MS Now tomorrow put Donald Trump with a little Hitler mustache, they would all cry. Oh my God, the rhetoric. You got to tone down the rhetoric. Look at this. Is this toning down the rhetoric? Is this toning down the rhetoric? You imbeciles. Commie Express, and you put a little Stalin hat on him, and you put the train with the red star on it. Is that toning it down? And especially after we just watched Marco Rubio say that he wants to kill communists. Is this toning it down? Tell me that the leftists are the crazy ones when you see regularly mustachio Donald Trump with little Hitler mustache on all of the major news networks. What pick any of CNN, pick the leftiest one you can think of, which none of them are leftists, but pick a lefty one. Even Democracy Now. I think the only leftist news source we have is Democracy Now. Imagine if they were posting pictures of Donald Trump with a Hitler mustache.
A lady in the head with a baseball.
They would cry. They would bawl. They'd be screaming and yelling. They'd be wetting their trousers. This is what maggers do. They gotta doctor photos and put little hats on us.
Mayor, throw you a World Cup watch party. But if you're a landlord and you evict a tenant who won't pay the rent, capital punishment. Mondani wants to ban landlords from even asking for proof of income.
We should just ban landlords. Just stop right there. Banning landlords sounds great. There should be no gatekeepers between you and the necessities of life. You need, as a human being, you need shelter. Do you want people living under rocks or in the holes in the sand? Do you want them digging holes and sleeping in holes in the? No, we can't have that. Do you want them sleeping in tents in the streets? No, we hate that. We kill them if they do that. Do you want them sleeping in RVs on your street? No, we kill them if they do that. So they need housing then, right? Yeah, they need housing. It's a necessity. But they're going to have to pay for it. What? If you're a landlord, well, I'm sorry. There should be no such thing as landlords. Commercial property, I guess, but not the necessities of life. Landlords for human beings, for families. Scum like Donald Trump. Just scum. Just the scummiest people on earth.
No income, no credit, no problem. That's how the housing crisis started. And now he has a new idea.
The housing crisis, that was started under a Republican named George W. Bush. Remember that?
Yeah. Government-funded babysitters.
The way the housing crisis started was because banks found a really smart way to extract the wealth, what was left of it, from the middle class, and it destroyed the middle class. And you know how many bankers went to jail? 0. Barack Obama fucking dropped the ball. Barack Obama, piece of shit capitalist, most depressing, most disappointing president in the history of America is Barack Obama. Was he the worst? No, but he was definitely the most disappointing president in the history of America.
Yeah. You want a night out with your wife? You just drop little Jimmy and Jessica off with Cedric in the park, and he'll take good care of them. And we pay Cedric. We have to pay for other parents' babysitters so they can have a night out.
Yeah, okay. Well, you hate kids or something? You hate parents? What do you hate? Who is he? We got to pay for children. What are we, France? What are we, Iran? What are we, Israel? What is this, Israel? What, we're going to give people the right to see a doctor and have a right, have money to take care of their kids? What? What are we, Israel all of a sudden over here?
Crazy, right? The party says sometimes you need a little crazy.
In order to get anywhere, even as an ideological moderate, you have to be ready for radical change in our institutions.
Now, Pete's got me curious. Pete's running for president. Does he know they want to abolish the presidency? Abdul, the Muslim candidate for Michigan Senate who wants to defund the police, abolish ICE, take away your doctor. If you're not into all that, you're racist.
I don't think people have really made the forceful case outside of his identity, to be honest with you. And I don't accept that. I don't accept
being Muslim.
Yeah. You know, I think, like, keep it to the issues.
So if a Muslim's running on a platform that will kill me, And if I vote for someone else, that's racist to AOC.
Is that what he ran on the platform? I don't even know.
I should keep it to the issues. Well, him killing me, that's the issue.
Good question. Why should the taxpayer pay for anyone's child care? You're an idiot if you think otherwise. Yeah, you're an idiot if you think that taxpayers shouldn't be taking care of children. Do you think that taxpayers should pay for schools? That's different. Is it? You want people in the workforce, right? And you want children, right? You want public good, right? Do you want to have a nation of petty criminals or something? What do you want? What do you want? Do you want a nation of morons? You do, probably. You do want a nation of morons, I guess. You want a nation of people who can't read? Is that your plan? Of course. Of course. If you're forcing people to work and they can't afford rent and they need fucking childcare, of course. Yes. It's a tremendously successful and popular program. Everywhere they've tried it. All over the world they do it. Just not here. Because you hate children. MAGA hates children. There's no ROI on kids until they're 18 years old. So you got to figure out how to make money off of them. So make them work at 13 or buy and sell them at Epstein's Island. Whatever it takes to make money off of children.
I'm a single issue voter. No one circles the wagons like these commies. The nipple Nazi got doged, and now they're out for revenge. They say the DNC is playing too much Dem HR lady politics. They went from Me Too to if her mouth's moving, she's lying. Now, no one likes HR ladies, but I'm not hiring a guy with a Nazi tattoo. When we do interviews now, we make all the candidates take off their shirts for tattoo checks. Only the dudes. Some Democrats, not a lot, are fighting back.
I assumed it was just the dudes with you, Jesse Waters. Jesse Waters is fucking gayer than a... Jesse Waters is queerer than a 9-bob note. Damn. Jesse Waters. Yeah, I kind of figured you were trying to look at guys without their shirts on, Jesse Waters. We've all heard about your Grindr account. You closet case.
Very careful for the move that's going on here among socialists who are trying to hijack the Democratic Party with their anti-American rhetoric, getting influenced by foreign dollars and really trying to undermine our democracy. We've got to stop it.
And this just in, Fetterman says if his party goes full Hamas, he's becoming a Republican.
If our party ever becomes, and just make it official as the anti-Israel party, that's when I would leave, because that's been a moral clarity for me.
You're already gone.
Anti-Israel? Okay, that's one thing. I get it. They're anti-American. Leave already. You can still wear your hoodie. Now, it is going to take a miracle to save this party. They're broke, and all the money flowing to AOC. The cross-legged Messiah thought this was going to be his turn. No. In a New Michigan poll, Kneepads is losing to Kamala, Pete, and AOC. That's bad. Newsom was supposed to be the front runner. Now he's dead last in Michigan, a crucial swing state. Newsom never should have gone trans.
In the same breath, he's talking about transgender folks.
No!
Population. You can't tell my child to go across.
You can't go, no. LeBron James. God damn it.
The damn street without my permission. What the hell you doing signing off, verbally or otherwise, on the notion that a kid can do something like that, like a sex change without the parental consent? The hell is wrong with people?
Vance went on Rogan.
What the
and
hell
said,
is wrong
How's
with
Gavin
people?
going to run the country if he can't even run his own state?
I still feel a certain sense of like heartbeat over LA.
Oh, I do
because every
too.
time I'm in
Yeah.
LA, you can see why this was like the quintessentially American city. The architecture is beautiful. It's got its own vibe going on. Like you said, the weather is amazing. And then you drive through Skid Row and you're like, how could any state or any city let this happen? Like, it's the first time I'd ever thought America.
Because the federal government betrayed them. The federal government betrayed them. Let us keep our money in California. Stop making us pay for kids in Mississippi. California is the richest place in the world.
Like, this part of America is actually more like a third world country than anything that I thought we'd ever become.
So who's going to save the party? Gavin's on his knees for the Chinese. Tampon's pardoning child rapists. Kamala wants to give illegals free sex changes. Mayor Pete's got me curious. And Mandani eating chicken parm behind bars. Is anyone out there actually talking about real Americans?
This ain't Denmark. This ain't Finland. This ain't Sweden. This is the United States of America. You roll.
In Sweden, they care about children. In Sweden, they care about human beings. This ain't Sweden. We want dead children. We want to go to war with Iran.
So what makes a town a town? That is what the Secretary of State office has to determine this month, because the small town of Hartman in Prowers County could be declared abandoned. Its entire local government up and quit. Hartman's a town of less than 100 people near the Kansas border. The Board of Trustees all resigned last year after a physical altercation at a meeting. One trustee writing, quote, "I fear for my health and safety." So there are no town officials left to call for an election to replace the entire local government. the water system that was owned.
I think this shit's going to happen more and more, guys. I think this type of thing right here is going to happen a lot. Be careful that what you wish for, America.
By the town is on the verge of collapse. The water's no longer being treated, and people in Hartman have been under a boil water advisory for months.
I think this shit is going to happen a lot. Boil your water, folks, because everyone just quit.
It's obvious a public health threat to the community. Moreover, I think there was also concern that the town had paid the water bill. That also needed to be addressed because the water was eventually going to get turned off if some entity did not pay for additional power to run the pumps.
So typically, towns have to be without a local government for 5 years to be declared abandoned. State legislators relaxed that requirement this year with Hartman in mind. If the town's dissolved, then Powers County would come in, take over, find a new water provider.
Are you talking about this flag? This flag? The Jasper Johns painting of the 48-star flag? This flag? Is that what you're talking about? The 48-star flag designed, well, drawn, painted numerous times by the famous artist Jasper Johns. Is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're talking about? Look up Jasper Johns.
Some residents spoke against the dissolution of the town today. They said they just want the state to help the town set up the new government and help obtain federal funding for their water system.
I mean, I should compare blue states to red states with water issues. It's troubling. It's troubling. But I don't know what you mean by water issue. Clean water, it's a big problem in red states. Every time you go to a red state, they're like, boil this shit. Don't drink it. Don't you drink it now. Don't you drink it, ding ding ding. Don't you drink it. Man, I was at a red state. Oh, I forget where I was, man. I went to a red state hotel, and the hotel said, don't you drink the water. I'm like, what is this, fucking Mexico? Don't you drink it. You got to drink bottled water, okay? Here's 2 bottles of water. You get one per day on us. It comes with the hotel room. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. Any data center news? Hard cooling fluids are great for the environment. Oh, they're great. They're great. They're great. Capitalism. Surveillance centers. That's so great.
Tonight, NBC 10 Responds is learning more about the traveling con men fraud group. Earlier this week, investigators said a contractor who was shot and killed in Philadelphia is linked to this group. Our Fred Shropshire joining us now in studio to break down the Department of Homeland Security's investigation into the suspected fraudsters.
Yeah, Alina, exactly. We knew there would be more to this, and there is. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security says the traveling conman fraud group runs a multi-state construction and money laundering fraud scheme. The contractors are accused of quoting homeowners a low price initially, then they demand more money after claiming major repairs. Police confirm Salas Hanrahan was shot and killed by a homeowner last week at a Roxborough construction site. Homeland Security says Hanrahan was from the United Kingdom, came into the U.S. illegally, and was part of the traveling con men fraud group.
These groups can be very sophisticated. They do a very good job of giving the appearance or the illusion of legitimacy.
Jeffrey Grimming is the acting special agent in charge for New England. He says the group poses as legitimate home repair contractors and, in fact, conduct illegitimate business.
They will sell, hey, we've noticed that, you've got a chimney that needs to be repointed, and they'll get up on the roof. Obviously, the homeowner is down on the ground, doesn't really see what they're doing. They then come down and say, hey, your chimney needs to be completely redone.
Grimming adds the scheme has been happening across the Northeast for decades.
Certainly most recently here over the past 4 or 5 years, there has been an increase.
Before starting work at your home, you can do your research on the contractor through your state's Attorney General or Consumer Affairs website. You can verify the registration of a home improvement contractor in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. And if you need to report an unregistered contractor who is working, each state has a hotline or complaint form you can fill out. You can find those pages on NBC10.com/responds under the Helpful Links tab. And as for the investigation in Philadelphia, police haven't yet revealed what led to the shooting or whether the homeowner was being scammed. Jackie?
Congressman Himes, thank you very much for joining us tonight. I just want to let you go.
Okay, I'm very proud of you. 93% of you said that you're still a human if you're in jail awaiting trial. Thank you. I'm glad that we're all on the same page there. I'm surprised, actually, that all you maggers thought that humanity was a real thing. You're a human being. Are you still a human being if you're brown? Should be the next one. Are you still a human being if you're born in Mexico? That should be a thing. But hey, the next poll is since Donald Trump loves doing boner bumps off of the erections of young men, do you think that he's America's first gay president? Like, I'm sure we've had other closeted homosexuals, but Donald Trump, like, his best friend coming up was Roy Cohn, who's an openly gay, very aggressively gay man, taught him everything he knew, and they used to party together all the time. And Donald Trump is known to have really loved boner bumps at Studio 54. So, I mean, I think that Donald Trump might be America's first gay president. I'm not saying he's homosexual, like he falls in love with gay men. He just loves dick. He just loves dick. Nothing wrong with it.
on your reaction to everything he said that is in your jurisdiction in the Intelligence Committee.
Yeah, so Lawrence, because this is so important and because I don't believe it's only about the SAVE Act, let me not put any fine point on this. The President of the United States lied to the American public today. It was a bald-faced, 180-degree, obviously provable lie. Why do I say that? I have reviewed all of the intelligence that the president supposedly declassified, and there is absolutely nothing in that intelligence which that substantiates what he was saying. That Venezuela was doing this, that Russia and China was doing this. The conclusion of the intelligence community under Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, his guy who's at CIA right now, was that there was no meddling. You can look at it. This is a public report. There was no.
You know what's funny, Shelby? People love Dick. It's amazing that it's still popular. Even after the Me Too thing and Harvey Weinstein, Dick is still popular. I don't get it, but I'm really glad. I'm really glad that people still love Dick. It's popular. Like I said, I don't get it, but I'm happy that other people love it so much. You know, I'm glad. I'm glad that people, I don't understand why people like tall guys. I'm very happy that they like tall guys, because even when I'm a little out of shape, I still turn heads because I'm tall. Like women are like, yeah, he's a little soft in the middle. Got kind of a dad bod these days. He must not be hitting the gym as often as he used to. But hey, he is tall. I don't get why they care, but they do. I don't get it. Blue eyes too. People love these big blue eyes. I don't know why, but I'm glad they do. I'm so glad.
Meddling in the meddling meaning interference, no screwing around with vote totals, with voter lists, with machines, etc. Yes, Russia wanted to re-elect Donald Trump. That is in there too. And yes, Iran didn't want Donald Trump to win, and so they put out propaganda, they put out misinformation. But there is nothing in the record to suggest that anything that the president said tonight was true. And the reason I'm animated about this, by the way, for anybody out there who thinks that this is an MS Now, Lawrence O'Donnell Democrat talking, I want you to go to whitehouse.gov and I want you to open up the section on China. I've reviewed every single one of those documents, but you can't do that. And the reason you can't do that, and do it right now, and you will see that every single one of those China documents is almost entirely redacted. It is black line after black line after you can't read anything. There's individual words. There's maybe 20 words in 30 documents. By the way, if those documents did anything to prove the president's case, do you think they'd be redacted? No.
Yeah, they say that dad bods are in, but like I don't know, I feel uncomfortable when I'm wearing my shirts are a little tighter than they used to be, you know, because I haven't been hitting the gym as I used to. So I need to get back out there. That's my goal when I move. I've been too stressed about moving and all this stuff. I haven't been going to the gym as much, and I haven't been running at all. So, you know, I get a little self-conscious, you know, that's all. It's more me than anything else. But I'm still tall. When I walk into a room, I'm like, and everyone's like, huh? It's kind of funny because I look over everybody's heads and I can see them kind of looking at me, but I'm looking over their heads. And I think that's why people like tall guys, because we seem aloof. We're not like, hey everybody, how you got? I'm always like, I'm looking around, and I really am not acknowledging everybody. And it's not because I'm trying to be an asshole. It's just that you're all short. All you fuckers are short. So I don't really I'm looking at the tops of your heads. You know what I mean? So I'm just kind of like, I walk into a room, I'm kind of like this. But nobody's like, I don't make any eye contact with anybody because everyone's so goddamn short. And so everyone's like this, you know. I think that's why people like tall people, because we seem like, you know, it's like something about the aloofity, something about being kind of like, I'm not looking for your attention, but I have it.
You would have more than 12 words. Look at the Venezuela report. Please go to whitehouse.gov right now and look at the Venezuela report. And what you will see is an old report that says, hey, Maduro and Chavez before him, they wanted to influence, here's the key word, Venezuela elections. Right. But the president of the United States says, look, Venezuela wanted to influence elections. And so what the president did tonight was lie. And the issue I'm going to take with you, Lawrence, is that yes, maybe it's partly about the SAVE Act, which is a ridiculous solution to a problem.
Donald Trump is lying. Donald Trump is lying. How dare you?
Do not vote in U.S. elections. That's the fact. But what worries me, and the reason you hear some emotion and some passion right now, is because here's the scenario. Election day is going poorly. John Ossoff has been clearly reelected. In Michigan, a Democratic senator has. So the House of Representatives is about to change hands to a Democratic majority and maybe even the Senate. And what do you think happens?
I know what happens because I was stuck in the chamber on January 6, 2021, when a mob of thousands of people motivated by the president tried to stop the transfer of power. So when Donald Trump sees that those are the results, which are likely, he's going to say, remember in July when I told you that the Venezuelans and the Chinese, that's exactly what happened. So what we're talking about here is not about the SAVE Act, which is an abomination, but it is about setting the stage for Donald Trump to reject the results.
We don't use that. Trump is an abomination. Trump is an abomination. He's an abomination. That's the greatest. I don't know why I don't call him I'm going to start calling him an abomination. The SAVE Act is an abomination. Donald Trump is an abomination. He's the abominable snowman because he used to love doing bumps of snow, boner bumps. He loves boner bumps, guys. He loves doing rails of snow off of large erections of young men. That's his thing. It's always been his thing. Tall boys versus short girlies in Red Rover. I'm not tall. 5'9" is tall. Look, I'm not saying, guys, I'm trying to say, I don't know why being tall is a thing. I think it's kind of stupid. Just like I don't really understand why everyone seems to love dick. But I'm really glad that they do. That's all I'm saying. Because I don't have much going for me, guys. I'm not very smart. I'm super ignorant. I barely read anything. I don't speak more. I only speak 4 languages. I'm pretty dumb. All I have going for me is that I'm tall, I got these blue peepers, and I got a massive schlong. That's all I have. That's all I have in life. So I'm glad that people like those things. That's all I'm saying. That's all. I'm just saying I don't have the abs. I've never had, I was at the beach a couple days ago and I saw these young men walking around with all their abs and I was like, I never looked like that. I did not look like that when I was in my 20s. What the fuck are these boys doing? What are these boys doing? Did they not like I was out chasing girls. I didn't have time to be in the gym all fucking day. Is that what 20-year-old boys are doing? They're like working out all the time. They look like they're working out all the time. I was partying. I was doing drugs, partying, drinking. I was having a great time in my 20s. I don't know. Congrats, you're almost as educated as Europeans. I have a degree from a little university, a little liberal arts college. You know, my degree it was just from a liberal arts college, just a little college. My degree was just from a little lesser known university, you know, like you couldn't really call it a university. It was just a little college, really, just a little one. And I've only studied with a few Nobel Prize winners, Pulitzer Prize winners. I've only done. I don't know much. I'm a very dumb person, uneducated, and Trump loves the uneducated. I'm just an uneducated wretch.
Of the upcoming election, and every American citizen, and I know it's hard to reach some of the president's most closest acolytes because I work with 220 of them in the United States House of Representatives. That's the Republican conference. But this is a moment for the American people to say, what is going on here? Look at whitehouse.gov, look at the China section, and look at document after document after document, which is nothing but black lines of redaction. That tells the story. I believe you and the New York Times and other members of Congress are going to completely dismantle, as you're doing right now, and I want to encourage you to keep doing it, these documents that he's talking about.
Yeah, man, I am a fart sniffer, man. Of course. You don't smell your own farts. You're like, what did I eat last night? What the fuck was I eating last night? You don't do that? I thought everybody did that. The university was? You wouldn't like the university I went to. It's a big fancy one. I went to a big fancy university. I'll give you a hint. I went to the university, at least when I was going there, they had more Nobel Prize winners than any other university. Which university was it? I went to I think for the last 100 years, it's been the #1 public university in America. Can you guess? The #1 public university in the world. Sorry, in the world. I went to the #1 public university in the world. Thanks for asking. I only speak to your mom. Are you a medium? My mom's been dead for 5 years. Are you a medium? Liberal arts do matter. Yeah, I know. Of course, liberal. I call it the humanities. They call them the humanities for a reason. Liberal arts doesn't really tell you what they are. The humanities, the college. I went to the College of Letters and Sciences.
But take me to this.
The College of Letters and Sciences from the University of.
Other point. Take me to that election. Now we're after the election. In the scenario you just came up with, we're counting votes in Georgia. And you said Donald Trump will reject the elect.
Well, they get Jen Batch. Fascists always get rid of philosophers and academics first. They get rid of anyone who will question them. And academics and philosophers don't worship the state. And if you don't worship the state and the heads of state, you'll be murdered by fascists, or just, you know, disenfranchised to the point where you don't matter.
And do what? Here's what happens. Senator Ossoff, who...
Yeah, there's 3 E's in Berkeley, but I love the way you spell it. I think we should call it Berkeley.
You just had on tape there, has clearly won. Yeah. We know how the president feels about Georgia. You ran the clip. When he lost Georgia, did he concede? No. He called up Brad Raffensperger, Republican Secretary of State, find me 11,000 votes. Clearly corrupt. No one can look at that and say that's anything other than criminal, but also corrupt.
Sky Jew, how did he get in? How did I get into Berkeley? Well, I went to community college, and in 1 year was able to finish all my courses. Well, first I traveled the world, and then at the age of 25, I came back to the United States. From the age of 19 to 25, I was in the wind, sowing my wild oats in the wilderness all over the world. I traveled and lived all over the country. All over the world to different countries. And then I came back to the United States to go back to university, and I went back to community college for 1 year. But it did it in such a weird way, because I started in a summer and then I ended at the end of a summer. So I was able to finish a lot of classes in a very short amount of time. And I got on the Dean's List 4.0. And I was a first generation college student. So it's pretty rad. And I went to community college for free because I was over 25. Well, I was 25. If you're over 25, they have this governor's fee waiver. They want people like that to go back to school. So I went to school for free, and I volunteered. I was a volunteer tutor. It's pretty rad. Pretty cool. I didn't have a car. I was poor as fuck, man, but I did it. I did it. You know, it's funny. My mom said, "Hey, when you do it yourself like that, you're gonna look at other people who don't do it, and you're gonna be like, why the fuck can't you do it? I did it." I don't look at it like that at all, but I get why people do, because I sacrificed a lot to go to university. Anyway, and then I got into Berkeley. I got into Harvard, Berkeley, Santa Cruz, UCLA. I got into every place I applied. I was pretty kind of a superstar academically, so pretty cool. Pretty cool. I was able to transfer to Berkeley and did 2 years there, and then I stayed a year longer as a research assistant for the greatest Shakespearean alive back then.
Right. So when John Ossoff wins, this is just one example. And remember, there's a Senate race in Michigan, there's a Senate race in North Carolina. Donald Trump looks at that and he says, my people in Venezuela, because remember, Donald Trump and Marco Rubio are running Venezuela, have found secret intelligence that shows that in Caracas, Maduro's cousin manipulated voting machines in Georgia. This is how this happens. This is how American democracy goes away. Now, a lot of people know me. I've been in this position for some period of time. I'm not an alarmist. In fact, I get a lot of guff for being a little overly optimistic and overly calm. But understand what happened tonight. The president was setting the context. He was setting the basis for him to turn around at midnight on election day and say, I warned you. I warned you back in July that the Chinese were doing XYZ and the Venezuelans were doing XYZ and all this terrible stuff. It happened tonight. I am deploying federal officers from the Department of Homeland Security to 7 states. They will be seizing ballot boxes in those states because we...
Thanks. I was pretty proud of it. I'm still pretty proud of it. And plus I did a double major, which was hard. I wanted to do English and math, but they wouldn't let me. I thought it'd be dope to do English and math, which I think are like the hardest majors. Like they require the most amount of work, English and math. And so one of my best friends on earth, it was a math major. And he lives in New York. He's one of my best friends, and he just wants to do the arts. It's so funny, but we bonded over the arts in college, and he's still one of my closest friends. He lives on the other side of the country. I live on this side of the country, but I wanted to be a math major and an English major. They wouldn't let me because math was because English. They said you got to pick one, and I said no, I want to do both. They wouldn't let me. I thought it'd be cool. But instead, I studied Germanistik and Anglophonics. So English and German. It's pretty cool. It was great. I studied philosophy and letters of science. I studied all sorts of psychology and culture, and it was pretty cool. Especially because I lived in Germany for like almost 6 years, so it was cool to actually get a degree in it, you know.
Now, communism, socialism, statism, it promises all safety and security.
Statism?
But in return, you have to give up everything that makes life worth living, starting with freedom. For example, in New York City, their communist mayor.
Well, I'm with you on the statism, my friend, but aren't you the guy who worships the president? What is more statist than worshiping the president? This guy sucks dick every day. All these statists in my chat, if you worship the president, you're a statist. Probably a sadist as well.
Zoran Marxist Kami Mamdani actively plotting to eliminate private property. First step is an all-out financial war on landlords, including expanded rent control, steep penalties for any infraction, and now he wants to increase the risk for landlords by preventing them from doing a simple, check of one tenant or prospective tenant's credit or income. If, by the way, he gets his way, landlords will only be allowed to check one or the other, not both. It also appears that Mamdani wants to make eviction even more impossible in New York City. It's already hard. And during a mayoral press conference, one masked individual referred to eviction as an act of violence. Take a look.
Our
Of course it's an act of violence. Have you ever seen someone evicted?
city is turning the corner on tenant power.
Putting someone in the street to die, that's an act of violence. No.
When we organize, we win results. The Mamdani administration is emboldening us so that we no longer tolerate the violence of evictions as a matter of business as usual.
I mean, Sean Hannity said putting shells in the sand saying 8647 was an act of violence. He literally said that was an act of violence. And eviction isn't. Let's do another poll. We're doing another poll. What is eviction an act of violence? I think it pretty clearly is. I mean, you're going into someone's house and removing them and throwing their shit in the street and beating them and shit if they don't want to leave. You're pushing them out with clubs. I think that's pretty clearly a fucking act of violence. Is eviction an act of violence? I think pretty clearly it is, Sean Hannity.
My landlord owns dozens of buildings, but he is not a steward of the public trust. In fact, it is the opposite.
You got the mask and you got the smirk. Now, in New York City's notorious prison complex on Rikers Island, Mamdani was all smiles there again while hanging out.
Man, he is like the master, dude. Think about Mamdani is so fucking smart, dude. He does this little thing at Rikers Island for the World Cup, and now they're all eating out of his hand. He gets more press. All he did was visit a bunch of dudes sitting there in jail. That's all he did. Bought some guys, 100 guys in jail, some dinner. You don't think they vetted? You don't think they didn't? I don't think they put the rapists and the murderers with Zoran Mamdani. What do you think? They put the guys on drug charges, the people with public intoxication, those guys, the guys rotting in jail for nothing because they got caught drinking outside. You're not allowed to drink outside in America. But what about freedom? Fuck you. There's no freedom here. What do you think? You're black. You can't be black. I'm sorry. Everyone else can drink outside, but not the blacks or the brown people. You go to jail if you're drunk outside. I'm sure that those types of people were the ones that were hanging out with Zoran Mamdani in the jail watching the World Cup, eating whatever the hell they were eating something nicer than they normally get. He bought 100 people dinner in jail, and he is on the news on every station, having been like, everyone's got to have a crazy opinion about this, has to have their crazy take about Zoran Mamdani. He's all over the internet right now because of this stunt. Brilliant.
And taking in a World Cup match with actual violent criminals that he would allow.
Violent criminals? Hold on, Sean. You're breaking the law right now. You're fucking breaking the law, Sean. These are not violent criminals. These are people accused of crimes. These are people who have not been tried. They're innocent people.
Free on the street, no bail, of course. The same Mamdani who couldn't bring himself to attend a pro.
People who can't afford bail. Not people who don't have bail, but people who don't have bail. Like, they've been given bail, but they don't have the bail money. Is usually the case of why someone's in Rikers Island. Not because they ain't got bail, because they ain't got the scratch to get the bail, to execute the bail.
Jewish pro-Israeli parade in New York City. In the sick world of a communist, friends and enemies are not decided based on humanity or achievement, but instead on political beliefs.
Yeah, I mean, Raul, I don't trust Zoran Mamdani still, but if he gets this fast and free buses things done, I'm going to change my tune. I'm going to say I'm a Mamdani fan. I'm waiting to see I just don't trust people. The same way I'm like, man, you fucking smiling a lot. You're sure making a lot of promises, but hey, this dude's coming correct with it. He's coming correct with the promises. I don't like politicians, and so I have a natural aversion to Zoran Mamdani, but damn. Maybe he really is a man of the people.
Words, in Mamdani's utopia, the prison, they'd be filled with conservatives, not criminals. But the hacks over at MSDNC, they don't apparently seem to mind. One-time Republican.
Those people aren't prisoners. They're not criminals. They're people who were accused of crimes in Rikers Island. Fucking Sean Hannity knows that, and he's breaking the law by saying that. It's against the law what Sean Hannity's doing right now.
Look at, we affectionately call him Liberal Joe Scarborough, is now officially a Tallo-Frico, you know, six-gender Tallarico, and of course, Tallarico, God is non-binary, and championing the rights of biological men to have access to abortion. Take a look.
By the way, Tallafrico as a nickname. I'm all in. If somebody calls me Tallafrico, I'm naming that all the way.
I don't mind the Tallafrico. I'm feeling a little Tallafreaky. Again, he's a politician. I don't trust him, but maybe he's a man of the people. I don't know. He says a lot of stuff. I start thinking, man, maybe Tallarico. Maybe I'm a Tallafrico. I don't like politicians though, so probably not. I don't know. I don't trust him. I don't trust these fucking politicians.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if everyone knows this, but we've got I'm a Tallafrico t-shirts available on our website, jamestallarico.com. Check it out and get your t-shirt today.
I'll get you one.
Everyone needs a Micah. Everyone needs one. I love that woman. She's Joe Scarborough. I would hate him if he wasn't for her. She's so fantastic. I need a woman like that. How do I get a woman like that? How do I find a woman like that? I need Scarborough's girl. Come on, I want Scarborough's girl. How do I find a woman like that?
I agree with the part that Liberal Joe is a Frico. Anyway,
Liberal Joe, traditional Republican Joe is what this guy is. Joe Scarborough is not a liberal. He's just a old school Republican, because this is what all Republicans used to look like and talk like was Joe Scarborough. He was a Republican congressperson. And Sean Hannity is calling him a liberal because he has the audacity to question Donald Trump. That is how fascists work. If you question the dear leader, you're in the other camp. So I guess he's gonna be a liberal now. Liberal Joe. Okay. Liberal Joe Scarborough. The fuck?
He still claimed to be a conservative. Now, other than our friend John Fetterman, it appears there is really only one other top Democrat that is willing to speak out against the rise of this new emerging radical left that has taken over the Democratic Party. Now, Colorado Governor Jared Polis posted the following, quote, I'm not scared of anyone. I just care deeply about our state. Don't want the socialists to destroy it. And in a Colorado for all, we don't think less of anyone because of their net worth. Whether you have no money or are a millionaire, we love you in Colorado. And
yeah, a Tallafrico. Do you know what a Tallafrico is? Yeah, maybe I am one. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't trust jalapenos. No, I don't trust politicians. Let's do another poll. Do you have a healthy apprehension about all politicians? I can't spell politicians and what they promise. I want to know, do you have somehow I'm spelling apprehension. I've got dyslexia. Apprehension. There we go. I don't want to spell something incorrectly. Do you have a healthy apprehension about all politicians and what they promise? Start a poll. I think if you're a magger, you're not allowed. You have to say no if you're a magger, because you guys just like you guys are like Catholics lining up for the Eucharist with Donald Trump. Give me the wafer. Give me the wafer, Donald. You guys are disgusting. You're disgusting. You're worse than the Catholics. I'm allowed to say that because I used to be a Catholic.
Want you to thrive. Here with reaction, Fox News contributor Charlie Hurt from the Federalist Elections correspondent. Brianna Lyman is with us. Brianna, we'll start with you. Reaction. Well, clearly nobody is willing to stand up to the rat.
Okay, so we brought an old white man in a seersucker suit and a 19-year-old girl, and we'll see what we've got. Where's your cross, little girl? How come you're not wearing a cross?
Left that is now taking over the party.
Also, we have a strict no brunette policy. How did we get a brunette in here? This is Fox News. I thought we had a no brunette policy over here on the Sean Hannity show. It's all just old men and 19-year-olds, blondes, cross. We have a uniform policy for a reason, people. There's a uniform policy at Fox News. It's blonde hair and crosses for girls, old men for the boys. Old men in, I don't know, cheap suits.
It's kind of unprecedented. The silence is deafening, even in the case of Graham Plattner, El Sayed, and Pelafrico.
Yeah, I mean, look, Democrats had an opportunity after the 2024 election when the entire country shifted right to reclaim their party from what at the time was thought to be the fringe radical left. But now that party has become the fringe radical left. That is the mainstream idea. And when President Trump gave his speech at Mount Rushmore just a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, he said communism can have no quarter in this country. And he is absolutely right. If we want to see America survive another 250 years, we have to reclaim that moral clarity that our founders have and say, not every idea deserves a seat at the table.
Founders? The founders? Not every idea deserves a seat at the table. You sound a lot like Antifa. Are you secret Antifa?
Who push for socialism and communism, what they're basically saying is they think they can do better, that all men are created equal, that all men have certain unalienable rights. You can't do better.
That's literally socialism. That's like the socialist part of the Constitution. That you realize that the idea of the republic was to prioritize public necessity and good over private profit. That's the whole point. You get that, like, the existence of the Constitution is a move towards socialism. You understand that, right? You get that? That there was no such thing as ideas of capitalism or socialism, but the idea, like the proto-anarchist ideas of Henry David Thoreau and John Locke are literally John Locke is literally quoted, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And John Locke definitely was a socialist. So this bitch fucking talking about our founders and shit in the Enlightenment period where socialism was just starting to become a thing that we understood, and that human rights and stuff was just a thing that we were observing and writing down. That was how we got a constitution. It was new. It was a new idea, constitutional democracies. That's why we're the oldest one. Our Constitution is the oldest one on planet Earth. Everyone's like, America's a young country. Not as far as constitutional democracies are concerned. We got the oldest one. And we were so nervous about it, Americans, our founders. We were so nervous about it that we wanted to put in all this Latin and Greek shit. And then we started building all of our buildings in this neoclassical shit to make it look like ancient Greece. They were really into that shit because they had an inferiority complex about these new ideas. People said, well, how are you going to do this without a king? You need a king. No, it'll be power of the people filtered through the elites. What? You're going to filter the power of the people through the Congress? That doesn't make any sense. Of course it'll make sense, because we'll pit the Congress against the president and the president against the judges and the judges against the Congress, and they'll always be struggling for power. Then none of them will get too powerful, and we will always have the will of the people represented in the halls of Congress, and we'll have them then carried out by the executive branch. It's going to be rad. That's impossible without a king. What about lords and vassals? We're still going to have that? No more lords and vassals. No more aristocracy. What? How? Well, we're going to write it all down. It's called a constitution. We're going to guarantee rights and shit. What? Rights? Yeah, that we observe that there are rights that are inalienable, inviolable. We're going to call them God-given because, like, people are really into God. We're going to call them God-given. That sounds a lot like fucking socialism to me.
Can only do worse, and that's what happens with socialism and communism.
And Marco was right, Charlie. We are endowed by our Creator. Rights come from God, natural rights, not from government. And
you see that there, you're right. You're right. That's what they say. They came from God. Rights come from God, or natural rights, or human rights. They call them all sorts of things because it's kind of hard to describe the things that we witness. Right? That no one should be in a cage, that freedom is something that every living being needs, that life is liberty, that life demands liberty. And we can observe it, and we can see it in all things. So we call it God-given. Because what the hell else are we going to call it, right? We got to write it down. because the government's always fucking with us. The government's always trying to put us in a cage. So we got to write this shit down so we can say we are not going to be governed by fucking assholes who put us in cages anymore. And if you're going to put us in a cage, you got to have a goddamn good reason. So we want habeas corpus rights. We want no illegal search and seizure. We want the freedom of speech. We want the right to bear arms. We want no illegal housing. We're not going to house your government soldiers anymore. We're not doing that shit. We want the right to remain silent. We don't want it. We want the right to due process, not just habeas corpus, but due process at every fucking step of the way. We want a right by trial by jury because they had it in the Greek times. Their democracy had trial by jury. So we want that. We started looking at how can you codify the world that we're witnessing in the Enlightenment. And that's how you get constitutional democracies, constitutional republics, whatever you want to call them.
Of course, that government is put in place to protect those God-given rights.
Yeah. And, you know, that was-
Yeah, that's Henry David Thoreau. The government that governs best governs least.
It was a magnificent speech
The government should only be there to facilitate our rights, to facilitate the flourishing of humanity. That's the only reason the government should exist. And any other reason you give a government to exist is violent and therefore inherently unethical. These aren't new ideas. These are American ideas. These are American philosophers saying these things. And these motherfuckers try to teach you that violence is good, that anyone born outside of our borders is evil and deserves violence. Humanity doesn't exist. It's America versus the rest of us. It's not, humanity doesn't exist. It's America versus Iran or whatever. But that's not American. That's why we have the amendment saying that you're born, 13th Amendment saying birthright citizenship. That's why we have a nation of immigrants. That's why we do this. The only right reserved for those who are not born here, who are born here, the only right reserved for those who are born here is the right to be a president. That's it. That's the only one, not a human right, but the right to be a president is reserved for people who are born here. That's it. Everything else is not rationing. You cannot ration human rights and call that ethical and base it on where you were born, because where you were born is decided by lottery. All right, 14th Amendment, equal protection of the law. 13th, 14th Amendment, all these things are very important. I'm not going to get into every fucking amendment and how they all work together. This isn't a constitutional fucking class right now. But these ideals that they're describing are anathema to, they're antithetical to anything MAGA represents.
I think it's maybe the finest speech I've ever heard any Secretary of State give, and it was such an important speech. And obviously he was...
The Secretary of State said we're killing communists.
Talking about communism around the world, but we all were sitting there listening and thinking to ourselves, my goodness, this is also what's happening to the Democrat Party as well.
He literally was quoting Hitler. We watched the full speech earlier in this broadcast, and Marco Rubio was actually quoting Hitler. Like and subscribe if you hate Hitler.
I love that clip you played in particular about the misnomer that you hear from
Hit the like button if you hate Nazis. Double click the screen.
a lot of people that, oh, communism sounds good on paper. No, it doesn't sound good on paper. And he lists all the reasons why it does not sound good in theory. And of course, the most important one is the idea that communism crushes the...
Edward Thornton, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for joining. Sky City Rebels get extra chats, extra love in the chat, extra streams, extra content. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Can I get some W's in the chat and some jubilation for my friend, Edward Thornton? Thank you so much for being here, Edward Thornton.
Individual. And the magic of America, what our founders understood is human nature, and they devised a system that allowed human nature to be expressed in this country in the most profitable way to the country.
Fuck you. That is not at all. They had no idea. The United States Constitution was ratified in like 1783 or something. The 1776, when our founders were saying that we don't want to be part of England, there was no such thing as capitalism. The Wealth of Nations, written by Adam Smith. Adam Smith wrote that in 1776. You think the people writing the Declaration of Independence knew what Adam Smith was talking about before Adam Smith? The wealth of nation, the profit motive and all that shit was written down at the same time, concurrently, 1776. You had the Declaration of Independence saying, fuck you, fuck your profit motive, fuck your kings and queens, fuck your inherited wealth, fuck your aristocracy. And you had at the same time Adam Smith writing, well, actually, profit motive is what makes the world go round and what makes kings and queens and why we have nation states instead of empires. We need nation states instead of empires driven by profit cooperation and corporations and cooperations and incorporations, all that shit. Adam Smith was thinking of these ideas while these Enlightenment era founding fathers were thinking about fuck the government. They were mostly fuck the government. They were not. These were revolutionaries. They were rebels. These were dissidents who would be hanged if they were caught. I used to run a business across the street from the church where Patrick Henry hid out from the redcoats. The redcoats were looking for Patrick Henry. Give me liberty or give me death. That Patrick Henry, he hid out in the basement of the church, and they had a sign out front of the church that said Patrick Henry, like he hid out. They were going to kill him because he was talking shit about the king.
Without encroaching on other people's rights. And that's the beauty of the founding. And communism absolutely destroys the individual. So if you're a young person today and you like your tattoo or you like your diversity, all of that goes away under communism. And I think that they...
Actually, the USSR, though a socialist republic, not a communist country, but a socialist republics of USSR, they made fun of how America was treating people who were black. They made whole big movies about how America was an embarrassment because of our racism. People like Hitler love that shit, though. They love that shit.
Those young people who are falling for the siren song and going after people like Mamdani, I think that they have such a weak grasp of what communism really is. I don't think...
Again, we've read the Communist Manifesto on this channel, at least the opening of it, many times. These guys don't know what what communism is.
That they have any clue what they're actually supporting.
Can someone in the chat tell me what communism is, please, so I don't have to look it up because I'm sick of looking it up? Can someone in the chat just tell me what communism is?
Brianna, Marco was right. Whatever name, form, manifestation it takes on, it's been tried over and over again. And you always get the same result. Yep. Unfulfilled promises, you get more poverty in the end, you get a loss of your freedom, and you literally hand over your life to the false promises of politicians that then have more power than ever before.
Are they so blind? They're literally discussing Trump. False promises. Donald Trump promised that he would lower the gas prices by 50% in the first 12 months of his presidency, second term. Donald Trump promised a 30% reduction in your cost of energy at the end of 12 months. Donald Trump promised that no wars would be started and that both the wars that were already going would be over within 24 hours of him being elected, not inaugurated, but elected on November 5th. He said by November 6th, there would be no more wars because he could just end it with a phone call. Did any of that come true? Oh, he also said that your grocery prices would be down 50% by the end of 12 months. So far, gas prices are up. We got 2 new wars. The wars that were going on are still going on. We've got 3 new wars if you think about it. We've got grocery prices are up, gas prices up, my electricity bills is up. So what the fuck are we talking about here? My coffee bill is up. Everything's up. I guess coffee counts as a grocery, but I count it as something, as a deep necessity.
The president has just concluded his speech tonight that is focused on U.S. elections and what they say is attempts at foreign.
It's just like, on CNN, at least they hire grown women. It's nice to see a grown woman with a brain on CNN. I don't know what the fuck is going over at Fox News. Why? What is, like, do they hate women so much they got to find the dumbest ones possible? Is that what happens over at Fox News? They're like, we need some women on the news. Which ones? Get the dumbest ones we can find because we hate women. We want everyone to know how dumb they are. And meanwhile, over at CNN, it's like, oh, here's a woman. And every time she meets Donald Trump, he's like, why don't you smile more?
interference in U.S. elections, as the president also brought up conspiracy theories about the recent California primary, theories that are unfounded. And I should note that unlike the claims he made about the 2020 elections, he has also offered the claims he's made about the 2020 elections, he offered no documents to back up what he said about what happened in California.
Evidence of fraud has been buried. Hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people are listed and active on the voter rolls. And yet we still have elections with no voter ID, no proof of citizenship, and tens of millions of ballots floating aimlessly through the mail. As one example of the insanity California's
Aimlessly? Isn't the mail like they deliver shit, right?
recent election for mayor of LA and governor was held on June 2nd, a long time ago, but it was just completed a few days ago on July 10th. Think of that.
June 2nd to July 10th to count millions of votes. Make sure they're all counted. Make sure they're all counted. How come this guy can't fucking make it through without breathing like Darth Vader? What is going on with this guy? Is he got long? Does Donald Trump have long COVID? Is that his deal? Too many boner bumps? What's going on with him?
Much more than 1 month. Took a month to count the votes. I wonder what they were doing. This is worse.
I wonder what they were doing. I wonder what they were doing. I wonder what they were doing. I wonder what they were doing.
Than any third world country. There's no third world country that has elections like we have.
The third world country, they have elections like we do.
That's because officials would say that U.S. elections are a lot stronger than third world countries.
That's right, because U.S. elections, we, count the fucking votes,
Elections. And it's important to note, as you were listening to the president and his arguments tonight, that really all of this is in the context of the president trying to push the Save America Act, as he calls it, the SAVE Act, as it's known, on Capitol Hill.
Pervitin? What is Pervitin? What is Pervitin? Oh my God, she is like Jennifer Coolidge. That is so funny. She is like, I don't know, but I think it's wonderful what Ariana Grande is doing. He is like a Jennifer Coolidge. What are you doing? What were they doing in California? What were they doing when they... they love it. Arnold Palmer's giant slong is so big. So big. I didn't want to say it. But I love women. Trust me. I love them. I love women. But Arnold Palmer, he had a massive slong. Oh my God, I wanted to suck it. I wanted to suck it so bad. I taste that lemonade semen coming down. I love him. He drinks so much lemonade. Half lemonade, half iced tea. Oh man, he was all man.
Right now, it cannot pass on Capitol Hill because it doesn't have enough Republican votes in the Senate. And John Thune, who is the leader of Senate Republicans, has made clear they are not willing to get rid of the filibuster and don't have the votes to do so in order to lower the threshold of how many votes it needs to get passed. The president's entire argument tonight, as he was building up with these newly declassified documents from his officials, was about the SAVE Act in and of itself.
I hear they're bringing hot dog on a stick back. I love hot dog on a stick. I love watching those girls make the lemonade. And I love the hot dogs on a stick. I love just slurping off the corn cob, the corn coating. I love it. It's just corn dogs. I love corn dogs. I can just clean off the corn dog and then I go to town with my lemonade. Reminds me of Arnold Palmer, the lemonade.
Yet still, it's not clear and unlikely that that's going to change the minds of Senate Republicans. My colleague Don King has been watching this speech. And John, obviously, this is something the president has been pushing for with increasing fervor as we get closer to the midterms. What was your takeaway from tonight?
A lot of ominous tone from the president, ominous words from the president. It sounded more like a spy novel. A familiar complaint to you, Caitlin, about the deep state. The most striking thing the president did was he focused mostly on China. And he said he was releasing all these new documents tonight that were going to prove more things about China. He says trying to get voter roll information, trying to learn about how to pry into voting machines and voting systems. He never directly connected any of that to changing an election result. That's important. I don't have the documents in front of me. We'll see if they get you there. But the president never did. The only time the president said anything about nefarious action actually changing an election was he said there are documents here showing how China helped the Maduro regime in Venezuela in 2020 change votes to stay in power. That is the only specific claim of actually rigging or changing an election result the president made. Much of it was, again, China's trying to do this. Russia did a little bit of that. But again, focused mostly on China, about things we've known about, things that have been in past intelligence reports about China. Yes, trying to get information about U.S. voters. Yes, trying to test the vulnerabilities of U.S. election systems. But nowhere did the president...
Once again, if you believe in your head that everyone in California is a crazy liberal, why the fuck would they have to steal the election? What election would they have to steal? If they've got everybody already and everyone in California is one of those liberal fruitcakes, then why would they have to spend money and think of the fucking money that they would have to spend to rig an election the size of California, where fucking almost 60 million people live? Think of all the people that would have to be involved in a scheme like that. Think of how big that conspiracy would have to be. And nobody trips up, nobody gets arrested, nobody gets caught. It's this huge conspiracy for what? And what is the motive again? To fix Californian elections? Yeah, to steal from themselves. Yeah. What the hell? How Pratt lost his second place was because they counted all the votes. You idiots. Like, here's how it works, okay? If I take red and blue M&Ms and I put them in a bucket, okay? And I start counting, okay? And I'm counting and you're watching me as I count. It could be that the blues look like they've got a lot more than the reds because I'm counting them one by one, you see? And I'm putting them in different piles. I got one bucket and I'm putting them in two different buckets. You get me so far? And it looks like the blues have more than the reds. But once I'm done counting, the reds actually turn out to have more than the blues because now I've counted them all. You understand how that would work? Is your brain understanding how counting works now? When you count stuff, you're counting this one and that one, this one and that one, red and blue, but it's not working like you're just counting one red and one blue. You're just picking them out random, going, which one is this, red or blue? Okay, it goes in the blue. Which one this one? Okay, it's red or blue. It's blue. Okay, it goes in the blue. Which one this one is blue? It's blue. Let's go in the blue. Which one's the, oh, it's red. This one goes in the red. It looks like blue is winning now. Blue looks like it's winning because blue, I just counted 4 blues and 1 red. But this bowl over here has a lot more red than blue. And as I count, it will become apparent who won. That's how counting works. That's just counting. Like, why do I have to explain to these maggers how counting works? Are you that fucking brave? What do they teach you in Mississippi? What are they teaching you? They don't teach you how to count? I know they ain't teaching you how to read, but counting? This is just 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not like, we're not talking about algebra here. We're not talking about calculus. We're not talking about that. BS. No, that's how every fucking, dude, how old are you, Sweet Havoc? Every election I've ever witnessed goes like that. It goes like that all because the way the sun sets, it even goes that way. Because as people vote in the East Coast, it looks like people are winning. But then all of a sudden you count California. And now all those people who looked like they were winning when they voted on the East Coast, now they don't look like they're winning anymore because the West Coast is voting. Because that's how fucking counting works. You goddamn, that's BS. The sun doesn't rise in the East and set in the West. They start voting earlier on the East Coast and the West Coast. So if Florida votes for Donald Trump, it looks like he's winning. And then California, so Florida has 21 votes. And when they're finished voting before California, because they started 3 hours earlier, it looks like Donald Trump is winning. And then California votes, and they have, I think, 52 votes. They have more than double what Florida has. And then California votes get counted, and they more than double Florida. So now Donald Trump didn't win. Now Joe Biden won. Because we counted. Literally, Donald Trump will get you to think that counting isn't a thing. He'll literally say, I was winning, and then I wasn't winning. And that's how I know that the 2020 election was fixed. Because when you count Nebraska, Nebraska only has 4 votes. And then you count Oregon, which has, I think, 13 or something, more than double what Nebraska has. When you count those 4 votes from Nebraska and they're all for Donald Trump, it looks like he's winning. And then you count Oregon and he's got more than double, triple what Donald Trump won. Oh my God, it looks like Biden's winning. Because we're counting. Just counting. Nothing crazy about it. Just counting. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. Just counting. Just opening up a thing and going, this one goes in this stack. And then opening up another one. This one goes in that stack. That's all they're doing. And because the way the sun sets, the way time works, unbelievable. Unbelievable. God damn it.
In that speech, connected to they changed the result in this state, or they changed the result in this precinct. There was no connecting the dots to that point in the speech. I don't have the documents in front of me. Our team is looking at that way. But the tone of it was overwhelming. What was most striking to me, Caitlin, you covered the Trump White House at the time, was he had a boogeyman, and it was the familiar deep state. The president saying that this was all kept from him, kept from John Ratcliffe, his then director of national intelligence, kept from Gina Haspel, his then CIA director. Marco Rubio, who's now the Secretary of State, was the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee at the time. He has access to just about everything.
Yeah, they can change it depending on who's counting, can't they?
In U.S. intelligence, but Trump was making the point that people working for him, maybe they were there in prior administrations, were keeping this information away from him about what he alleges is a deeper, more nefarious Chinese plot than we have ever known about. Look, the proof will be in the documents. But again, the president never connected the dots in any way to saying, and they did this in Georgia, for example, or they did this in Arizona, for example. He talked about a Democratic voter registration group in Michigan that he said, as if, this was a horrible, horrible thing. They were giving out gift cards to people if they registered more voters, as if there was some nefarious nature to that. So a lot of it was greatest hits. There were some new
greatest hits. Registering voters, not registering Democrats or Republicans. They're getting voters.
Allegations about China having maybe a more aggressive role than we've known about in the past. But again, nothing from the president where you can say, Party X did this, changed an election here in a way that changed the outcome. I did not hear one word of that. I heard a lot of ominous. And again, he says he wants the Congress to pass the SAVE Act. I've spoken to a number of experts today who think foreign meddling is a problem. The United States should do more about it. They don't see much in the SAVE Act that does anything about that. They think it's all about Trump's voter ID push.
John, as someone who covered the White House, have you ever seen a primetime address or heard a primetime address like this one?
No. No,
I'm an old newsman and never had a president that's so fucking crazy as Donald Trump. And the 25th Amendment should be a thing, but nobody cares because if you think Pete Hegseth is going to do the 25th Amendment on Donald Trump, nah, you're crazy.
And again, if the president has new information about foreign meddling is a big deal in our elections. Has been for quite a long time. It's gotten caught into a very polarized debate because of the Mueller investigation, because of after 2016. It is impossible now in the Donald Trump era to have an adult conversation about a very legitimate issue. It would be nice if Democrats and Republicans could get together. As the president said at one point, why can't we do this on a bipartisan basis? Well, he's the reason they can't do some of it on a bipartisan basis because he keeps telling Democrats they're crooks and they stole elections. But no.
Dude, are you seriously talking about Rahman, whatever you want to call her, in LA? That's who you want to talk about, Pratt and Rahman? Pratt was the villain from a fucking reality TV show. He had no chance in hell, and he ran as a Republican in Los Angeles. And the way it works is they get the people who get the most votes, they run against each other in the general election. You don't like that system? I don't give a shit. It ain't my system. I don't live in LA anymore. But whoever gets the most votes, they get to run in the general. And this idiot ran as a Republican in Los Angeles. And you're like, how come he didn't get second place? Why the fuck don't you think he got second? Why the fuck do you think Pratt had a chance in hell? I told you that he had no chance in hell way before. As I covered the election every day in Los Angeles, I was saying Pratt doesn't have a chance in hell. No chance. And then when it turns out he didn't have a chance, you're like, it was rigged. It was rigged, though. It was rigged. Why would they rig the LA election when nobody thought Pratt had a chance? Except for you morons who watch Fox News and believe everything you hear on there. Nobody thought that, buddy. Nobody ever thought Pratt had a chance. Pratt knew he didn't have a chance. He was caught lying about living in a airliner, streamliner, whatever those fucking things are called. Those Like he was living in a trailer. He lied about that. He was living in a fancy hotel. He lied over and over again. He's only famous because he played a villain on a fucking reality star show, man. Nobody thought he had a chance. You got suckered, bro.
The ominous tone of it, presidents speak to the nation when wars start. Presidents speak to the nations after tragedies. Presidents do speak to the nation to ask for big policy.
I kind of feel sorry for people like you, Sweet Havoc, that you believe this shit. It's crazy. I'm feeling sorry for you right now, man. This whole channel is supposed to be about like questioning authority and what we see, questioning what these talking heads are saying, not believing everything they tell us, questioning authority at every turn, developing critical thinking skills and resilience and vigilance. That's what it's supposed to be about. That's why I put the word anarchy right there under my name, because of that. And you guys just believe everything. You like Pratt's gonna win. You're not blind. You're very blind, man. Very much so. You thought that a Trumpster freak like Pratt had a snowball's chance in hell in Los Angeles, California. Think about what you're saying. Think about what you're saying. You thought a guy that was super into Trump and was caught lying over and over and over again, whose only claim to fame is that he, and no political experience, and his only claim to fame is that he was a reality show star on which he played the villain, and he was endorsed by Donald Trump. You thought that guy was going to win and be mayor of Los Angeles. You think that they had to fix an election to get rid of Pratt?
Policy priorities, but we're 15 and a half weeks from an election in which, the numbers, the president's approval ratings in the 30s, his party's in deep trouble. This is not the issue they think is going to save them in November.
John King, thank you for, as always, watching with us. And I should note, as we were listening to what the president said tonight, here's another quote from him during this speech.
Finally, to reveal just how vulnerable our elections continue to be, we are releasing the results of a stunning investigation by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the DHS review, state voter rolls and public records, they identified approximately 278,000 non-citizens who are registered to vote in federal elections. Since Democrat states refuse to share their voter files, the real number is actually much higher.
Democrat states.
Than that. Yet, even this limited analysis found more than 250,000 foreigners illegally registered to vote.
Evan Perez, you're also following the speech. Is any of that true?
Well, it is there is a report from the DHS, and it is based on an analysis that was done drawing from private sector data. The problem is, as the president has pointed out, that some of the states, of course, that manage this data have refused to turn over their voter rolls to the DHS and to the government, to the federal government. And that includes some Republican states, right? Some Republican-run states who have also refused to do this. And so it is true that there is some data out there, but it is not reliable. This is private sector data. The government data would obviously be a lot more effective. And also, the other issue here is that the number of people who may be non-citizens, who may be on these rolls, does not indicate that any of them have actually voted, right? I mean, we've seen analysis after analysis of this. It is a very tiny problem. I think the Heritage Foundation did an analysis of this from 2002 to 2022, and they found about 100 instances of this. So the president is pointing out to something that is an issue, but it is not the issue that he is making it out to be.
It's an issue like 0.0004% of ballots are illegally cast. We looked it up. It was like 0.004%.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Every day it gets clearer and clearer that Donald Trump wants to January 6th the midterms. And the president fundamentally does not believe
using January 6th as a verb is scary as
in free and fair elections. He wants
a Jan 6th the midterms. That's a thing we're saying now, Chris Hayes. What the fuck? You putting that out in the universe, buddy?
Use any means at his disposal, legal or not, peaceful or not, to ensure he and his party retain power regardless of what the voters say. Of course, listening to what the voters say is the very essence of democracy. And so to that end, tonight, 1 hour from now, he would deliver a primetime address on what he claims we think, although who knows, but as of now, he claims is interference in the 2020 election. Yes, if you heard that correctly, 2020, the election he lost 6 years ago. Now, predicting what will come out of Donald Trump's mouth is a fool's errand. I mean, even his teleprompter operator can't do that. But MS.
Oh, did you hear about the teleprompter operator?
Now reports Trump pre-gamed the speech this week by holding a closed-door meeting with a bunch of notorious cranks and...
Did you hear about how his teleprompter guy is now in trouble because he was making bets on Kalshi about what Donald Trump would say.
Conspiracy theorists, the people who feed into his delusions about a stolen election, and other reporting indicates Trump's fellow Republicans are terrified of what he'll say tonight. As one former Trump administration official told Politico, quote, "The people I talk to are scared shitless."
Why is
no one can act surprised that Trump is doing this?
Why does look at this shit? Look at this guy. How is this photo a thing taken in America with this dude's face like this? How is this a thing? This photo was taken in America? This looks like fascist Italy.
Of course, every day, there are new examples of how his administration and his Republican enablers in Congress, in the House and the Senate are obsessed with subverting our free and fair elections. They don't want a free and fair election to happen this fall. Last week, to pick just one of the latest examples, Trump fired the commissioners on the Election Assistance Commission. It's never been done before, just a few months before an election, throwing their midterm preparations into chaos, trying to clear the way, we imagine, for potential misconduct. In fact, one of those fired commissioners told PBS News he thinks he was fired due to the president's anti-voter rhetoric.
Taken together, the firings, the effective neutralizing of this commission, the president's persistent lies about the 2020 election that he lost, the calls to change mail-in voting and voter registration, what do you believe is the president's broader objective here?
I don't know, but I think that, it might be the anti-voter rhetoric that's going out, but I want to assure the American people to still cast their votes. And if they have doubts about the system in other aspects, to serve as a poll worker.
As Jeff Bennett alluded to there, the White House is also targeting voter rolls. This has been a kind of long-running story here, an obsession. So last year, the Department of Justice sent threatening letters to every state, essentially trying to shake them down for access to unredacted voter registration data while searching for non-existent instances of fraud. The obvious goal, to suppress the vote, keep eligible Democrats or people likely to be Democrats from casting their ballots. Now, they keep losing those fights in court after court after court, in state after state after state. But again, as we saw with January 6th, that didn't stop them. They kept going, right? Trump's trying another avenue to achieve the same ends. He's also trying to use the U.S. Postal Service via an executive order to determine effectively who gets a mail ballot. Like the USPS will get to kind of veto who gets to vote by mail.
You don't like water sports? I love water sports. You guys don't like water sports? Water sports. All Airbnbs are now open for water sports. I mean, this is, I don't know what to say about this Donald Trump speech anymore. Like, it's ridiculous, and it's over, man. This is like he's letting it all out.
Tonight's speech. Aisha Hasni is with us. Aisha, he covered a lot of ground tonight. Also, 250,000 illegals.
Where's your cross? Where's your blonde hair? Did you not get the memo?
He claims these documents will now show we're registered to vote in our country.
And we'll hear from the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, it sounds like, as early as tomorrow about that, Sean. Apparently, the president reached out to some Senate Republicans and shared some of this information he's talking about with them because Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio had tweeted right before the speech, the time for complacency with China is over in regards to the allegations the president just made. The headline here is that he has announced that he's declassifying a trove of documents that he claims reveals vulnerabilities in our election system. Those documents are not posted, as you said, on the White House website. The part that you mentioned here about China, where he's alleging that they hacked and gathered voter information on some 200 million Americans over a number of years. That includes names, addresses, voting affiliation. The president says intelligence officials that knew about this did not inform Congress about this. So he is asking the ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, the Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, to look into this, and then also asking the DOJ to bring charges if necessary about this. It is unclear if the president or the administration spoke to China or Xi.
What, you guys against food banks now? Who's against food banks? I like food banks.
About what the president was about to announce tonight before he made these remarks. Sean, you also heard the president make claims that electronic voting machines are vulnerable and easily compromised. Fox News has not seen that evidence yet, is not in a position to evaluate the accuracy.
Ooh, Fox News is saying that Donald Trump's a liar. Did you just hear that? Fox News has already spent billions of dollars defending themselves against when they made all those claims that Dominion voter machines were fraudulent. And Donald Trump is still making that claim. And I don't think they want to have more money going down the tube over at Fox News.
Of the president's statements and claims at this time. He also added, as you mentioned, that the Department of Homeland Security found about 278,000 non-citizens are registered to vote in federal elections. And he used that to once again call on the Senate to pass the Save America Act. Lots to take in, as you said, and I expect that Congress will begin reacting almost immediately.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right. I mean, if that number is anywhere near accurate, and apparently the documentation that they are releasing will be open to the American people.
Careful what you say.
Declassification. We'd be talking about the largest data breach in American history. 220 million Americans voting information in the hands of our top geopolitical.
You can buy that. All that stuff you could just buy. You can buy all that online. You can buy voter registration information. It's not that hard.
So he started off in a typically perverse Trumpian way with a typically deeply sick Trump statement. He actually said the words, and he was reading this from a teleprompter. We had transgender for everybody. So I guess that was what Donald Trump's way of coming out as transgender, because everybody means
the guy who's saying it.
We had
but that's the
transgender
stuff
for
that
everybody.
was put in the teleprompter for him.
It's for
by the
everybody.
deeply sick people who work in the White House who pump that stuff into his teleprompter. He was talking about the state of the world as he found it when he became president. And he said, we had transgender for everybody. That was right at the beginning of his speech. This obsession that he has with transgender issues and transgender people. And suddenly...
Speaking of transgender people, is anybody else going to go watch? I'm watching the Odyssey today. I can't wait. I got to check my ticket time. Make sure I didn't get the 11 o'clock show, because that means I got to leave. I got to cut the stream early. But like, where's my Regal app? You got to buy your tickets in advance. Did anyone buy their tickets in advance to see the transgender for all, transgender for everybody in the Odyssey? Everyone's transgendered in the Odyssey now. Haven't you heard? Asmongold hates the Odyssey because everyone in the Odyssey is transgendered. He's very upset. Oh, look at the Odyssey. It's like right there. Oh, there it is. There, the Odyssey. Okay, let's see. Where's my ticket? Where's my ticket? Where's my ticket? Come on, baby. What's the ticket? What's the ticket? Active orders. 3 o'clock. Woo! I'm going to go see the Odyssey. It's going to be a huge gay. It's going to be a gay game changer, everybody. It's about Greeks, after all. And as you know, they loved men. They didn't hate women. They just really, 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 really loved men. They were super into men over there in ancient Greece. Maybe that's why Asmongold is really upset about. I don't know why. Why does Asmongold hate the gays? Why does he hate the Greeks? Why does he hate poetry? Why does Asmongold hate everybody so much? Why does he hate the transgendered? Why does he hate everybody? Asmongold, he hates everybody except for cockroaches. You ever see how that guy lives? He lives with the roaches. Dude sleeps with roaches crawling all over his body. That he's okay with, but trans people, no, that's disgusting. Like, what is going on now? Asmongold, women are disgusting. Trans people are disgusting. Everyone's disgusting except for me, living with the roaches crawling all over the walls.
All 300 million people in America were suddenly in this demented man's hallucination, transgender. And then what? He got us all back to whatever gender he thinks we were before. He got to the... It is so deeply sick. Every single beat of this speech is deeply, deeply sick. A deeply sick delivery by a deeply sick person. He said this lie that everyone knows is a lie, written for him in the teleprompter. It wasn't an ad lib. He said, now we pay the lowest price for prescription drugs anywhere in the world. He put that lie, had that lie written into his teleprompter, and that's how he began his speech. And it began as what seemed like a State of the Union address. Halfway through the year, just a State of the Union address. These are all the wonderful things I've done with this presidency, including we won in Venezuela and we are winning big in Iran. That was there. That was right there in the beginning of his presentation tonight, which was really, as I told Jen, about simply getting to the point where he could make his pitch for this bill that is never going to pass the United States Senate. And Republican senators have said they will never pass the bill. And that's what he was out there doing tonight, talking repeatedly about what he called cheating and interference in our elections. And there is no...
Sayard, you transgendered 17 times yesterday? How many times have you transgendered? That's going to be the next. Have you ever transgendered? Man, that's a good one. 77% of you said that... hold on a second. 77% of you said you have a healthy apprehension around every promise. 23% of you said you just trust politicians. That's amazing. That's sad. Let's see. Have you transgendered this year? Or have you transgendered under Biden? Oh, that's what it is. Did you do transgendering under Biden? Because that's the thing. We had transgender for everybody. Everybody was doing the transgender fandango. They were all dancing the transgender fandango. YMCA. I don't know why they were singing that song around me the other day. It's true, man. They were singing YMCA constantly when Biden was president, and now they don't sing it so much.
America, who has tried to cheat and interfere in our election in a bigger way than Donald Trump himself, who was indicted for it. He was indicted for his cheating and interference in Georgia. He was indicted for his cheating and interference in a federal indictment. That's who's up there giving this speech tonight about cheating and interference in our elections and talking about how foreign countries possess voter information, which by now everyone has already talked about, and as Jen covered in the last hour, is publicly available information. And you don't have to hack anything to get that information. And it just goes on and on, talking about these documents, talking about a voter registration investigation in Michigan. We'll get Senator Slotkin's reaction to that, what he had to say about that. And it all came down to this moment of just trying to get to pass this bill of his that he wants to pass. And that's really what it was all about. It was an utterly ridiculous thing from start to finish. The networks who refused to cover it did exactly the right thing. And of course, they got their license, their broadcast licenses threatened tonight by Donald Trump for doing exactly the right thing in refusing to air his stream of madness. And so here we are. After Mitch McConnell issued a proof of life photograph earlier this week, Donald Trump delivered a proof of dementia video tonight, 25 minutes.
Proof of dementia.
Anyway, at minimum, election dementia. Because Donald Trump's pathological lying and screaming outright insanity on this subject year in and year out has become so easily predictable. Careful clinicians studying this patient, Trump, like Georgia Senator John Ossoff, were able to tell us 9 hours before the event what was going to happen tonight.
So when they buy and sell those corporations, it helps the election. So like you're going out and knocking on doors, right? Like say you're a Democrat and you want a Democrat to come vote for you. Well, you need to go knock on some doors. And so you got to go look at, okay, who's the Democrats in my area? And you can kind of see who's registered as a Democrat, and you could go and knock on their door and be like, hey, I heard you're registered as a Democrat. Are you going to vote for my guy? Rather than vote, because it'd be stupid to vote on all these Republican doors because they'll shoot you. So it's kind of a fucked up situation because of our idiotic system. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm with you. Like you shouldn't just be able to buy it, but like how else do you want to do America?
Here's what's going to happen tonight. The world's most famous sore loser will deliver a primetime presidential sour grapes address to pursue his 6-year-old grievances about the 2020 election, while his war in the Middle East spirals out of control and the cost of living continues to rise for Americans across the country. I expect the president to reheat debunked conspiracy theories about the repeatedly litigated and audited and confirmed 2020 presidential election in Georgia, an election that Donald Trump lost. And let me be very clear about this. If the president declares Georgia's elections illegitimate, or if the president declares Georgia's sitting United States senators illegitimate, he is declaring Georgia voters illegitimate. It's Donald Trump who tried to defraud Georgia voters in that election. Donald Trump who tried to commit election fraud when he called Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, and it was caught on tape, and you should play the tape for your viewers today, and badgered and bullied Georgia's top election official to, quote, find him the votes that he needed to win in a state where he had lost.
All I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have.
That is the sound of a crime in progress. Donald Trump was indicted for that phone call in the state of Georgia and in a federal indictment charging him with a conspiracy against the United States of America.
He should be in jail.
Here's another part of that phone call.
You should want to have an accurate election, and you're a Republican.
We believe that we do have an accurate election.
Trump knew. Trump knew it was an accurate election. The Republican Secretary of State in Georgia told him it was an accurate election. The Republican governor of Georgia believed it was an accurate election and said so. Donald Trump's own campaign advisors told him it was an accurate election. And they testified to Jack Smith that they told him that it was an accurate election. His own advisors told Donald Trump that he lost, and he knew it. But Donald Trump believes that his voters are the stupidest voters, not just in America, but in the world. And so,
man, Ossoff and AOC. What do you think? Ossoff, AOC, Ossoff, Tallarico?
Donald Trump has always believed that he can spend the...
I don't know. Ossoff and Buttigieg. Maybe Ossoff and Buttigieg. Ossoff, Tallarico.
Rest of his life lying to his voters about anything. His lies have not been working for him this year. His lies about his war in Iran have not been working. His lies about his tariffs have not been working. His lies about the cost of living and affordability have not been working, and how much he has made it much worse. Voters know that. That is what has sunk him to new lows in the polls. And tonight, Donald Trump tried to go back to his big lie, his favorite lie, to climb out of the dark hole that he is in the polls. And so he defiled the White House once again tonight with a 25-minute demented exhibition of political pornography just to say this.
Congress must pass the Save America Act.
Fucking embarrassment.
As Democrats make their arguments to retake the Senate, they are getting a boost thanks to a perfect storm of events happening in a trio of states that Donald Trump won just a year and a half ago. In Georgia, in North Carolina, and in Texas, Democrats Roy Cooper, and James Tallarico have...
Gee whiz, you're telling me that in 2008, Barack Obama got fewer votes than Joe Biden? You know what's the difference? Is that Joe Biden was running against Donald Trump. He's a polarizing figure. Donald Trump has so much hate. People voted just to get rid of Donald Trump in 2020. I hate Joe Biden. I fucking hate Joe Biden. And I even voted for the piece of shit because it was better than Donald Trump. You put a gun to my head and you say, oh, who's better, Donald Trump or Joe Biden? I'm going to say Joe Biden. But I hate both of them. You're surprised by that, Jerry Garcia? Are you brain dead? Do you have developmental issues, Jerry Garcia? Like, I know that you're a little crazy, but like, do you have issues? Like, do you have like are you handicapped? Are you handicapped, Jerry Garcia? You don't understand why that would happen? They both had historic turnouts. More people voted in 2020 than ever voted before. More people voted in 2024 than ever voted before. People are voting more. Why? Because Donald Trump is a polarizing figure. People are turned up because of Donald Trump, because of his violent rhetoric, because of his racism, because of a lot of shit. People are upset. They're very upset. People were not that upset, even though we had a housing crisis and 2 wars to deal with. People were less upset in 2008 by a lot. Jesus, it was business as usual back then. A Republican started a bunch of wars and was still talking about trickle-down economics. Like, those are the old days, man. I mean, fuck it.
Run strong campaigns, thanks in part to massive fundraising efforts. But what is giving Democrats even more hope for success is the complete clown show of candidates the Republican Party is running in 2 of these Sunbelt states that, again, Trump won 20 months ago. Today, Georgia's Republican Senate nominee Mike Collins is facing questions about the close ties he has with his son-in-law, David Allen Scheer, who CNN is reporting is.
Yeah, you're mentally disabled, Jerry. Sorry, Jerry. Jerry Garcia, you're mentally handicapped. Yeah. Donald Trump wants to save America from the inside communist takeover. Fucking hell, bro. You're too far gone, Jerry Garcia. I'm going to stop putting your shit up on the screen. I don't like using the R word, man, but damn.
Is a pro-white nationalist social media influencer with a track record of sharing anti-Semitic material and Nazi imagery in comments across the internet. And over in Texas, the state's Attorney General Ken Paxton and his litany of scandals ranging from allegations of corruption to infidelity to a sweetheart plea deal for a convicted child. Yeah,
that's Donald Trump supports this guy because he wants to. That's why they hate him, because he wants to get rid of communism, not because he supports people like this fraudster. It has nothing to do with the fraud. Nothing to do with the cheating and the lying. Has nothing to do with the child rape. Has nothing to do with the pedophilia. Has nothing to do with any of that. Of course not.
Sex abuser is forcing Republicans to treat.
They hate him because he hates communism.
Trump won by 13 points in 2024, like a swing state. I want to bring in former advisor to George W. Bush and Senator John McCain, my friend Mark McKinnon. Also joining us, managing editor at The Bulwark, contributor Sam Stein.
Tonight's source is telling ABC News a White House teleprompter operator allegedly used inside information.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump's White House teleprompter guy is cheating at Kalshi because he knows what the Trump is going to say before he says it.
To make more than $100,000 betting on the president's speeches. The White House saying he's now
He should have just bought Melania coin.
on administrative leave. Here's ABC's chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky.
He was the man behind the scenes operating President Trump's teleprompter for more than a decade. Gabriel Perez, the guy who knew what Trump was going to say before he said it.
I have a guy, Gabe. He's excellent. I've had some real bad ones, but I have Gabe.
But tonight, sources tell ABC News Gabriel Perez used his inside knowledge to place bets and win more than $100,000 in the prediction market, Kalshi.
My fellow Americans, our nation is back.
Sources tell us Perez bet on more than a dozen Trump speeches, including this year's State of the Union through Kalshi's mentions market, where users wager on whether certain words.
Yeah, got a question. How do people not go bankrupt for Medi-Cal and Cali? Yeah, how come that doesn't happen? What a great question.
And phrases will be said. President Trump is famous for going off script.
You know, when you go up here, you take a big chance, especially me, because I go off teleprompter about 80% of the time.
Sources tell us Perez sometimes pulled bets mid-speech when Trump skipped words that were in the teleprompter. It was the prediction market itself that sounded the alarm. Kalshi says it flagged federal regulators. Trump was informed of the situation.
He believes it's deeply unfortunate and frankly a disgrace.
And tonight, Perez put on indefinite unpaid leave.
It's a disgrace. No one's allowed to cheat at gambling except for Donald Trump. Insider trading. Everyone in the Trump administration is doing insider trading. All of them are doing it.
Today marks 2 years since the assassination attempt on President Donald Trump's life at a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. While Trump survived the attempt, Fire Chief Corey Comparator was killed that day, and for 2 years, his widow hasn't stopped asking why.
Yeah, how come no one ever talks about this guy?
She spoke exclusively with our News Nation investigative correspondent.
Does he exist? Like does the guy exist?
McHugh.
At this point, I'm doubtful the dude even existed.
This was fake. I'm tired of hearing that.
It's not fake? Then what the fuck happened?
It was not fake that day. President Trump got shot.
2 years after that fateful day here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
That's the clip. Not my husband got shot. President Trump got shot. This isn't fake. President Trump got shot. This is the wife of the guy who died.
Helen Comparator is still pleading for answers. When the first shots rang out that day, Helen's husband, Corey Comparator, a 50-year-old fire chief, father of two, dove over his wife and daughter, acting as a human shield, taking one of those bullets himself.
Unfortunately, he got killed. And I don't want anybody to forget that. And I was looking right in his eyes when it happened. So I don't want people to forget that.
And I still love Donald Trump.
And that we
Were you cheering when he put his hand up? Was that you cheering? Were you like, yeah, USA, USA? Husband's bleeding out in the bleacher. USA, USA, USA. Husband's gasping his last breath, the death rattle. He's dying, blood spurting out of him. USA, yeah, Donald Trump, fight, 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 yeah. Because I think it's weird that a dude was shot and was bleeding all over the place, dying, and all of them were cheering. I think it's weird. I just think that's weird. I don't know. Seems odd to me, personally.
Struggle every day, still, because we don't have answers.
Helen Comparator says there should never have been a first shot that day. The Secret Service had plenty of warning of a possible gunman on the grounds.
Looking back on that day in Butler, what do you think the Secret Service got most wrong?
Everything.
Helen's frustration validated by this DHS report. It says the Secret Service failed to establish a joint communications room with local law enforcement who had been receiving reports about the suspicious person, later identified as the shooter, Thomas Crooks.
They didn't pick up the radios. They had no communication. They had no communication with the outside. None.
Read in that report that there were 102 calls, radio transmissions that were missed.
Yep.
It says, instead, we found that Secret Service received only 5 phone calls and 3 text messages about Crooks. So they're admitting they got 5 calls and texts and they didn't do anything. But what's your reaction?
My reaction is why? Why? Why wouldn't you have
Well,
reacted?
to be fair,
for one?
I'm guessing they get lots of calls about this type of shit. I'm guessing they get a lot of calls about Donald Trump, you know. How do you know if you get 100 calls a day about killing this guy? How are you going to know which ones to take seriously? No matter what, if he finally does get got, the same thing's going to be happening. They'll be like, oh, why didn't you answer any of these? They got 100 calls a day saying that someone wanted to off him and you guys didn't do anything about it. It's like, well, we were getting 100 calls a day. It's probably closer to like 1,000. They probably have 1,000 credible reports. Look at Maggers, man. They report me. They report everybody. Maggers are always like reporting YouTubers and shit, reporting TikTokers and telling the FBI and telling the Secret Service and shit. Maggers are constantly doing that bullshit and inundating them with bullshit so that when he gets got, it'll be just as much their fault as the guy pulling the trigger because they're busy turning in YouTubers and people they don't like on Facebook. They do that type of thing.
I mean, if they would have held him back off that stage and not let him go, I wouldn't be sitting here with you today.
Crooks himself remains shrouded in mystery. Authorities still haven't publicly identified a motive for his attempted assassination of President Trump.
You've expressed belief that the gunman, Thomas Crooks, didn't act alone.
I don't believe there was another shooter there, but I believe that he was working with somebody. I believe
Donald Trump? Was he working with Donald Trump?
I believe it was inside. It was an inside job inside the government somewhere.
And this was political?
Oh, yeah.
Political.
Absolutely. Yep. Yep.
Have you seen evidence to that?
Oh, I've been told.
You're just a widow. How the fuck would you know?
Things, but I've had something that happened with me that just afterwards, and you're starting to put the pieces together. It just.
Yeah, I mean, that's normal, man. When my mom died, she died like a week after she got her vaccine. I thought, man, these fucking vaccines are killing people. Just immediately, of course, like you want to make sense of shit. You just want to make sense when somebody dies. So I believe that she believes like somebody did it. Like it was all. It has to make sense. It has to make sense. It can't just be some rando. It can't just be some random shit that happened. or Donald Trump actually doing it.
Made total sense.
Like, it makes total sense that Donald Trump would just kill your husband too, just so you know.
What will help give you closure?
When the people who put this all together that day are caught and it comes out.
So if you had a message for President Trump, what would it be?
Just to don't forget us and remember what we went through that day. You know, we're still here.
Did they put a statue of him up? How do you spell his last name? Who was the fireman who got shot at Butler, Pennsylvania? Corey Compratore. I'm just going to copy and paste that. It's a long ass name. Statue? Did they really put a statue of him up? I'm Googling the statue. I want to see this. A life-size bronze statue honoring Corey Compratore, the former volunteer fire chief killed while shielding his family during the July 13, 2024 assassination. Donald Trump stands in the main entrance of the Butler Farm Showgrounds in Connoquenessig Township, Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah, here it is. You know, I mean, great statue. They put a bronze statue of him up. Oh, look at that. Life size. Huh. So he existed, right? Are we sure he existed? Are we all on the same page that he existed? Because sometimes this doesn't look, I don't know, man. All of it just looks fake to me these days. Like, nothing looks real about this. Like, even this just looks like some bullshit they slapped together for, oh, man, I don't know. This is dodgy. Like, oh, I can't see. It won't let me see if he's got what's he got, a Bible in his hand? It's probably a Bible. He's holding a Bible, ready to get shot for Donald Trump. It wouldn't surprise me if they just killed this guy.
We need answers.
Helen Comparator says it was a year before the Secret Service actually reached out to her. The questions that she did ask, she says they didn't answer them fully, and she's now pleading, reaching out to President Trump, hoping that he will intervene, apply pressure, so she can get answers as to what happened here and why. Elizabeth?
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below.
Yeah, I mean, he was at a Trump rally. How great could it be? But I mean, like, I don't know. Trump made millions with his fight, fight, fight t-shirts, and that guy's death was worth every penny for Trump. I mean, seriously, honestly, if that guy actually died, it was worth a lot of money for Donald Trump. I mean, it won him the fucking election. People stopped talking about Kamala Harris the moment that
a surge of raging floodwaters rushing through the streets of West Hollywood.
Look at this. I saw this. I was like, what the fuck?
Thousands of gallons damage.
It doesn't rain. What are you talking about? How did this happen?
This aerial footage showing the widespread flooding, cars smashing into each other, water filling this metro bus yard.
How is this possible?
Klimak from NBC Los Angeles was on the scene.
This is by far the worst because as you see everything coming down, it looks incredibly dramatic.
Officials say a major water main break caused the deluge early this morning. A sinkhole opening up near the Sunset
Holy shit.
Strip. This video shows two men as they scramble to get themselves out.
Whoa, did the ground just fall?
Watch this person caught clinging on in the rushing waters, struggling to keep from being swept away.
Now, the major operation happening in the middle of the Sunset Strip. Take a look at the sinkhole behind me. This is the middle of Sunset Boulevard. Part of the road and the sidewalk both collapsed.
Couples Stacy and Nate are in disbelief. In the garage below, they see at least 50 cars trapped under the floodwater, including theirs.
It's a complete mess here.
So officials don't know what caused the break, but noted that water main is more than 100 years old. No injuries reported. The drinking water is safe, but the cleanup here could take some time.
No shit. That's a pretty major... Damn, how you gonna have a 100-year-old water main break? Damn, that sucks. That's some huge water main. Unbelievable. Just floods apart 50 cars just in that one place alone. Wow. I've never seen anything like that one, and not in America.
Tom,
we thank you for watching. Senator, thank you very much for joining us tonight. How did you do it? How did you figure out what Donald Trump was going to say tonight?
Oh, yeah, Ossoff totally called it. I can't watch any more of this shit.
All right. If you're anything like me and millions of Americans, you have been frantically...
Hey, do you guys have the explosive diarrhea? What's causing the explosive diarrhea?
Googling raspberries, lettuce, what the hell can I eat right now because of this cyclospora weird diarrhea, explosive diarrhea outbreak. And the thing about it is, it's incredibly infuriating that there's no clear information coming out of the federal government. And because we forget what's normal and what's not normal, you should be getting clear information from the federal government about this.
Yeah.
And so we have RFK
why aren't we?
Jr. and the like to thank for.
Why aren't we? Because you can't eat shit right now because they spray our vegetables with shit from cattle farms.
That, but it's not just that. There are real questions as to how we got here and why we got here. And he is in part to blame for that as well. Let me tell you what I mean. Because normally our government has a system in place to track pathogens like cyclospora. Normally that would be what happens. But RFK Jr. and of course the one and only Elon Musk made a bunch of budget and staffing cuts as a part of Operation Doge. Remember that? It's like, is there more they can do to us at this point? Clearly there's more because we just keep uncovering things that their cuts have done to us. So
but wait, there's
health
more.
Experts normally would have been tracking a bunch of these pathogens.
Are you being serious right now, Nurse Rod? Are you serious? You're not serious. Tell me you're not serious. Don't fuck with me.
That they go on. And in the last year, though, the Foodborne Diseases Active Surveillance Network, otherwise known as FoodNet, which tracks the pathogens, which is typically responsible for tracking pathogens like cyclospora, salmonella, listeria, all of those that can get into our food and make people very sick, they're now only monitoring 2. And cyclospora is not one of the ones they're monitoring, okay? Which is, again,
Has cyclospora killed anybody yet in America with this new outbreak? No deaths have been recorded. What are you fucking with me, man? No deaths have been recorded. There have been nearly 7,000 confirmed or suspected cases and over 140 hospitalizations across 34 states. No one's died of this yet. 7,000 confirmed suspected cases, though. Just so fucking crazy. You're killing me, man. No one has died of this yet.
current explosion of diarrhea from food and lettuce and raspberries and other things that people are experiencing all across the country. That is all over every feed I have everywhere, probably because I keep searching for what I can eat and what my children can eat every single day. And before this was stopped, before FoodNet was cut, I should say. And before
What caused the cyclospora outbreak?
it was gathering data. This is how it worked on things like positive tests on food and people and food sources, and it helps coordinate information across states. So it's not that it could necessarily stop everything, but it could often track it earlier. It could track more closely where it's coming from, what food sources, what parts of the country it's coming from. But because they're not tracking this pathogen, this wasn't happening, okay? All because of these big cuts. And well, again, this couldn't have totally prevented it. It created massive blinds.
Hold on. It's saying that according to the FDA and CDC, the current cyclospora outbreak is caused by a microscopic parasite called Cyclospora cyatanensis, with federal health officials specifically identified shredded iceberg lettuce imported from Mexico and served at Taco Bell as a major source. Confirmed contaminated lettuce was distributed to Taco Bell. Okay, because thousands of cases have surged, 30 states expect, okay, human fecal matter, agricultural water. That's it. That's it. Used for field irrigation. It's always this. It's always this. Human feces. Okay. But it's always because we're spraying our vegetables with sewage. Human or otherwise. Man, I'm glad I don't go to fucking... I never go to Taco Bell, so I guess I'm lucky, huh? I never go to Taco Bell. I never go to fast food.
And Senator Chris Coons kind of summed up RFK Jr.'s impact here pretty well. And I'm just going to read you his tweet. And this is what he said. RFK Jr. made cyclospora tracking optional, getting a CDC program used to detect outbreaks. Now cyclospora ISIS has hit 31 states. That's what happens when you dismantle the systems designed.
Is cyclospora found
this is,
in
again,
the
a
feces
reminder
of livestock?
all of the often unseen damage that they have done to the systems of government that actually make our lives work, make people's lives work, keep people safe across the country, including your food, including making sure if you want to have a salad, you're not going to worry about getting explosive diarrhea in a week or two. This is the kind of thing they're cutting. Is there more than they can do to us? Yes, but it feels like a new thing every freaking day.
Humans are the primary host.
This was Elon Musk also who was involved in this. And speaking of that guy who just continues to haunt all of our nightmares, that guy's back. And he's back in a way you wouldn't believe. And maybe you've seen this. I don't know if you've seen it or not. But basically, Christopher Nolan's epic star-studded movie, The Odyssey, which is, of course, coming out this weekend. Lots of anticipation. They're all over the place with their marketing press tour. Everybody wants to see this movie. I want to see this.
But CDC also says that it's present in poultry. CDC, identification of cyclospora in poultry. They found it in feces from a domestic farm animal, concerned farm ducks and other poultry animals. Interesting. But the primary host is human. How interesting. How prevalent is cyclospora in poultry? How prevalent? How prevalent? Cyclospora is not naturally does not naturally colonize or infect poultry as a true host. While rare studies have occasionally found cyclospora like oocysts in chicken feces, current consensus by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and U.S. Food and Drug Administration indicates that the parasite exclusively infects humans. Chickens can act as a mechanical or transient peritonic carriers if they ingest contaminated water or feed, meaning the oocysts simply pass through their digestive tract without causing an internal infection. Oh, so they could be passing through the belly of the beast. See, this is what I imagine happened. They're feeding the chickens shit water from humans. They feed them gray water. Like, you're not supposed to be drinking from sprinklers in the city. Like, you're not supposed to walk in the park and drink from the sprinkler because you might get cyclospora, because we water a lot of stuff with gray water. And sometimes cyclospora makes it through. But we also give chickens gray water because we don't care that we're giving them dead water or gross water because they don't get infected by cyclospora. But if they shit and all that shit that comes out of a chicken producer, we water crops with that regularly. We don't generally water crops with our sewage, but we water animals with our sewage, and the animals can eat it and it passes through them, and then we use their shit to water our crops. And that's what I would guess happened. That's my theory right now.
Movie. So that comes out this weekend. And Lupita Nyong'o, who is objectively drop dead gorgeous by any account. Okay.
I think she's
She's
pretty.
playing Helen of Troy, who's of course the mythical woman who was so beautiful that her face launched 1,000 ships and ignited the Trojan War. That's Lupita Nyong'o. Okay. Great casting for this particular role. And man, oh man, though, Elon Musk, the man I hope you blame if you get this horrible exploding diarrhea. I hope you blame him. But that man cannot stand it. He cannot stand that a black woman, Lupita Nyong'o, again, objectively drop dead gorgeous, is cast as Helen of Troy. And he has been all over Twitter about this, X, whatever we're calling it. And back in January, he actually reshared a tweet that called the casting of Nyong'o disgusting. And
What?
he also accused director Christopher Nolan of losing his integrity, just adding a little bit of his own analysis there, all about this casting. Christopher Nolan, highly regarded Oscar-winning director Christopher Nolan. Right. Okay. But Elon Musk would not stop. He became kind of obsessive.
Christopher Nolan, one of the most well-respected filmmakers of our time, really. Like, maybe, I don't know, who's a better director than Christopher Nolan now? And don't tell me Scorsese or some shit, or Coppola. Those guys are all old as fuck. Like, who is the current big director, bigger than Christopher Nolan? Nobody. Why do you guys hate? Why does Maggers hate these guys?
On your screen about tweeting about Christopher Nolan and this casting decision, again, of an objectively drop-dead gorgeous woman to play a drop-dead gorgeous mythical person, okay?
Mythical sisters.
So the thing about this is that, again, Helen of Troy is
By the way, Helen of Troy is barely in the Odyssey. She's barely in it.
not a real person. She's a mythical person. So Musk is not only racist and definitely pathetic, but it's all a bit hilarious because he's so obsessed with a mythical character and who's being cast as a mythical character. And now Elon Musk is beefing with Tom Holland. Yes, Tom Holland, he thinks he's beefing with Tom Holland, the actor who's of course in the movie. And Tom Holland, I'll get there, basically responded to Musk saying, very happy to say it again, The Odyssey is an amazing film, and missing out on seeing it because you think it's woke or whatever is cutting off your nose to spite your face, you're a loss. Okay, Tom Holland. But here's the other funny part about this, because this story just keeps getting weirder. This is not
It's
Tom
not
Holland,
the real
actor.
Tom Holland.
This is Tom Holland, a historian who Musk is beefing with over the Odyssey movie. A nerdy historian, in the best way, we love nerds around here, who happens to love Christopher Nolan's adaptation of the Odyssey. Do we think Elon Musk knows he's beefing with Tom Holland, the historian, and not Tom Holland, the actor? We don't really know. But as for now, I'm happy to not tell him or make sure he doesn't know. Okay, there's actually some good news this week, as much as that was an entertaining, crazy iteration of Elon Musk's whole journey on the Odyssey story. And that is about E. Jean Carroll, because E. Jean Carroll has been, I mean, it was three.
E. Jean Carroll. Well, finally, she got $5.6 million.
Democrats are placing their Senate nominee in Maine after Graham Platter dropped out over serious sexual assault allegations, which he denies. And Democrats need just 4 seats to take back the Senate. Maine is a top prospect because it's a Democratic state. Voters there backed Harris by 7 points just last election.
It went blue, if you check, in the last 9 presidential races in a
And yet Susan Collins still wins.
row. And yet this blue state has a Republican senator in Susan Collins. And she's won 5 elections there, largely by making the case that, this is what she claims, she tells voters she's a centrist, that she believes in compromise and bipartisanship, that she's a proponent of women's health, often claiming, as I'll show you, that she will be a defender of abortion rights in the Senate. And as you see, she says to this year, she is an independent voice. But these claims have been falling apart over time. So tonight, after the understandable attention on the Democratic ticket in that state, right now we turn to a special report on why Maine is such a focus in the first place. It's because of its vulnerable, embattled, and sometimes misleading incumbent senator. And the choice facing Maine voters is, as I just showed you with just a handful of states that matter, a place where their choice, if you're watching in Maine, your choice, could determine the control of the entire United States Senate.
Yeah, it's so scary. It's all coming down to Maine.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Director Vogt, I too am glad that you're leaving. Sadly, your harm will remain
This is so crazy.
for generations to come.
Listen to this.
I have every reason to believe that history will judge you harshly.
Oh my God.
Especially in that you were a key author of Project 2025. Again, implications that we'll be feeling for generations. Like this, $500 billion. Director Vogt, that's how much medical debt Americans hold. In fact, many families have medical debt over $50,000. Now, that may not be a lot of money to Republicans like Trump, who, quote, don't think about Americans' financial situation. But that is a lot of money for most people. This is debt people accumulated during the most challenging times in their lives, like battling cancer or recovering from an accident. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, under Biden, issued rules making sure that medical debt.
Terra firma, most of the time they're using it because they don't have anything else to do with it. It's not because it's great for the crops. Artificial fertilizer is far better for crops than chicken shit, but they use it as a byproduct of the chicken production facilities. It's usually owned by the same people, or they sell it to their neighbors, but it's often owned by the same people. And sometimes they're just growing their own feed, right? They're growing feed for the chickens, and they'll spray their own shit on the chickens' feed. But there's a carrot farm next door. That happened in California, where a dairy farm was spraying shit right on the field that they were growing for the cows. They were growing, I forget what they were growing, but there was a carrot farm next door, and they got E. coli. And it was because of just a little wind, and now you got E. coli on your carrots, So, it's one of those things where it's a disgusting practice. They need to stop. There's no reason to spray dead, just, slaughter-bound animals' feces. Most of it does get, run off into dairy catchers and stuff. What do you call them? Dairy digesters and stuff, in order to extract methane. But a lot of it gets sprayed on crops because basically it's shit and water, right? It's water and shit. So it sounds great. Just grow it on. If you're going to grow crops for cows, and you're using water to take all their shit away, it makes sense to throw it onto the fields, at least some of it. But anyway, it's a fucked up system. It's there as a byproduct of the animal slavery industries. And I don't know, do you really want to get into it's a horrible industry. It's a disgusting industry. And if you're supporting it, I don't know how you look yourself in the mirror.
Would not be reported on credit reports and put guardrails around how that debt can be collected. Common sense things, like companies not being able to come.
Yeah, it's true. It's been used for centuries. And have you ever been to one of those? I mean, they call it chicken litter. Chicken litter. Go look at what chicken litter. Go see what it looks like. It's also dead chickens, by the way. It's dead chickens, a bunch of shit, feathers, all that stuff. It's all that, yeah. And sometimes they mix it with water and they spray it on crops. They sell it in the store. Oftentimes you'll see bone meal, feather meal, chicken litter. You'll see it in like your fertilizer that you buy at like Home Depot or something. It's true. It's true. It's been used for centuries. It's been used for centuries. All sorts of things have been used for centuries. Does it make it right?
After you for bills you've already paid. Now, to be clear, these kinds of protections were supported by families throughout the country, Director Vogt, in rural communities, in urban communities, in suburban communities, and in Democratic and Republican districts. But Director Vogt, you took that away when you rescinded those rules. Director Vogt, give me one reason why companies should be able to harass cancer survivors to collect more than they owe for a medical bill.
Well, they shouldn't be able to harass, and we have laws on the books but the rules that we changed were specifically.
Give me one good reason. You rescinded the rule where medical debt would not have been reported on credit reports. Give me what you don't.
Medical debt should not be reported on credit reports. Don't you agree? Don't you agree with that? And Project 2025 says it should be.
Have one good reason. Moving on.
Literally
there is not one good reason. You claim You avow that you are a self-proclaimed Christian nationalist. So I'm sure you spent some time in Sunday school.
Christian nationalist, national socialist.
That's a pejorative.
I'm sorry. Did you happen upon a scripture that said, "Thou shalt make their neighbor poorer, hungrier, sicker, and less safe"? That's actually what you've done. I didn't ask you to speak.
God damn, man. Oh shit, Russell Vaught's out.
This makes no
This
sense.
lady's so fucking hardcore. It's like I can't even watch him get dressed down like this.
A Pompano Beach woman is trying to unravel the mystery behind a
Look at this lady. She randomly pulled this. Look at her Florida license plate.
racy license plate.
And there you see her holding it up. She was
only in Florida, man. She got squeeze ass. I'll take it. She won. Squeeze ass. Of course it goes to the little old lady. It couldn't have gone to like a 16-year-old boy or something. It had to go to a little old lady.
this when she renewed her tag.
CBS News Miami's Joan Murray is your reporter in Pompano Beach to break down what happened and what to do if this happens to you. Joan.
Well, we've all been there. Every year when you're renewing your tag, you send away for it. Sometimes every 10 years, the state will send you a brand new plate. Well, that's what happened to this woman here. But when she got it, she was a little bit more than perplexed because it is provocative. And
what do you think it says, lady? I don't see anything provocative about it. SQZA55. I don't see anything provocative. What's provocative?
I didn't know I was getting a plate. When Nancy Delastrita went to collect her mail, she got quite the surprise. A new license plate with her vehicle registration renewal.
What does her shirt say? What does her shirt say?
Nancy Delastrita went to collect her mail. She got quite the surprise.
So far, this is the oldest I've ever been. And the cross, oh my God, it had to go to this lady. Had to go to the most bourgeoisie lady, the most bourgeois lady in America. That's how I had to go to.
New license plate with her vehicle registration renewal. And I looked at it and I said, I don't think so. The plate reads.
What do you mean? Get your mind out of the gutter, lady. What do you mean? What's wrong with this? Get your mind out of the gutter. You've been in Miami too long. It's SQZA55. I love it. Good question. Let's see. What are we saying here? Scott, what will we eat? Sky, if everything we eat is used in one way or another to grow our greens and our veggies or feed our food, what is the answer or answers? What do you mean? Just eat stuff that grows out of the ground. Just eat stuff that grows out of the ground. You don't need to kill anybody. You don't need to. It's not necessary. The only reason we go to all of these lengths is because we have to grow a ton more grain in order to feed animals. That's the only reason we do all this crazy shit. The only reason we do all the crazy shit where you're like, oh, how are we ever going to get out of this? Is because we're feeding corn, soy, wheat, all the good stuff. We're feeding it to animals instead of growing stuff for humans. Like, that's why. A55. You talk about fertilizer. That's already been solved. It's called the Haber cycle. They take nitrogen out of it. They solved that back in like 1905 or some shit. They were afraid that they weren't going to be able to grow enough crops. This is before the First World War, that they were afraid that there was going to be a huge die-off and huge famines because there wasn't going to be enough fertilizer. And they're like, but the population keeps going up, but they can't feed animals and people. And they came up with this idea to capture the nitrogen because we're breathing in nitrogen all the time. A lot of our atmosphere is nitrogen. We can capture it through a pressurization. It's a piece of technology. It's pretty cheap. And then you could put it into soil. And now you have artificial fertilizer. You just create artificial fertilizer. Of course, you could get the same thing through composting and stuff like that, but you can't scale up. You can't do all the things we do with just chicken poop. You just can't. So there's not enough chicken poop to do all the shit that we do. You can't feed and kill 70 billion chickens every year just by using chicken poop to grow the food for the chickens. It's not possible. Same thing with cows. Like, you can't get enough cow shit to grow enough food for the cows. You can't do it. So we use the Haber cycle and create artificial fertilizer and also composting technology and a lot of other stuff. The point is, you don't need, first of all, we only use a little bit of what the cows and chickens are producing, and horses and all the other animals. What we normally do, because if you go to a dairy right now, most of the effluents is going into these tent looking things, and as it decomposes, it's creating methane, and they're capturing the methane and they're using as clean energy. Which is a whole other thing, but I don't want to get into all of that right now. It's the point is, if you're not growing food for animals, you don't need all that fertilizer.
SQZ-A55, but from a distance, those 5 5s can be read as S's. Well, you get the picture. Squeeze blank.
I don't think.
No, at home for like a home scenario, if you're just like growing your own food, you just compost. That's what they were doing for. You want to talk about what they've been doing for centuries? We've been doing that for millennia. You just you can't eat the corn cob. You put that in a pile, it'll turn to soil. You can't eat the banana peel, put that in the corn pile, it'll turn to soil. You trimmed your trees, put that in a pile, it'll turn to soil. We've always known how to compost is one of the first things that humanity figured out. It's like extremely old technology, like extremely old, like caveman days type of shit. So composting, we all know how to do that, right? That's how. What do you think they were doing in like the pioneer days? They didn't keep a bunch of animals in order to create fertilizer. If you were out there on the mesa and all you had was a horse, that was the only animal you had. If you were lucky, that's all you had. Most people didn't even have a horse. They were out there plowing their fields by hand and shit. They didn't have all these things. If they were lucky, they had a pig, and the pig would eat like an apple core. You eat an apple, and the core would go to the pig, and the pig would get fatter, and then once a year you'd kill the pig. Like they were living closer to the earth, and they were composting and feeding the pig, But a lot of them didn't have any animals at all. They didn't have fertilizer. They had compost. That's what they had. Mostly they had compost. You need more nitrogen. You're breathing in it all day, so Chicken manure, yeah. I don't know why you're obsessed with chicken shit. I mean, like, sure, yeah, chicken shit. We got a lot of chicken shit.
Woman that lives in a senior community.
It's not usually just chicken shit, by the way. It's usually feathers and bones.
That's going to be 77 years old next month. We'll be driving around with what this plate has to say.
The plates become the talk around her retirement community, especially the men. We were with her when she showed it to one of her 89-year-old neighbors.
And this is what I received from the DMV for my new license plate. That's good for 10 years. Good.
Florida license plates have been made in a state
She loves it.
prison in North Florida for almost a century. Then they're funneled through the county agencies. Nancy's plate was mailed from the Broward Property Tax Collector's office. We went there to try to help her get some answers. It's a question about a tag, if you want to replace a tag. And while no one wanted to talk on camera, we were told anyone unhappy with a plate can turn it in for another one for free.
I'm kind of resigning to it. And I figured
She loves it.
maybe it was just destined to be on my car.
She loves it. She came around. She loves it. This was God's intention. God wanted you to drive around with a car that says squeeze ass.
So for now, Nancy's keeping the tag, although she is planning to let the state know about it. She'll see the reaction when she goes public with her new plate.
I can handle it if I get a few honks here and there. Actually, being over 70, I might like a few honks.
I love it. There you go. There's that Florida energy I was missing from this story. Nice. Welcome to Miami, baby. Bienvenido a Miami.
Now to some breaking news. U.S. forces have conducted a new wave of strikes against Iran. It's the 6th consecutive day of shelling. The U.S. Central Command says the goal here is to further degrade Iranian military capabilities. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about these strikes earlier today, and here's what she had to say.
She said, we're killing them because of nukes or something.
President Trump has now greenlit strikes on Iran for nearly every day this week. Does the White House describe negotiations more at a standstill or essentially completely over?
President Trump is not going to sit by and allow these active acts of terrorism to take place in the Strait without ensuring Iran pays consequences for that.
The question was not whether or not chicken poop works. The question was not whether or not fucking cow shit works. The question is how could we feed humanity without chickens and cows? And we don't need chickens and cows. We solved that problem in the early 1900s because of that exact same question. And by solving it, by the way, by solving that problem, we created the current problem, which is you can now grow endless amounts, really just unfathomable amounts of corn and soy. Like drive across America, you just see corn and soy everywhere. We could grow so much so that now we're killing 70 billion chickens a year. We're killing, in America alone, we're killing like 350 million pigs. It really is a holocaust of unproportioned, just unspeakable proportions. Just at the pigs, we put 360 something pigs, 350 something pigs in gas chambers every year. 350 million pigs ish, give or take, in gas chambers every year because of our ability to grow so much, because we solved that problem. We solved that problem a long time ago in order to cure famine. But, we didn't cure famine. We still have famine. We still have starvation. We did that to solve starvation. But same guy, by the way, invented Cyclone A. The same guy that cracked that nut invented Cyclone A, and as a pesticide, and it turned into a weapon of war. He ended up creating lots of nerve agents, to be used in World War I as chemical warfare. Crazy, right? Same guy. Saved the world, solved starvation, and what did we do? We used it to murder people and animals.
And that's what we are witnessing right now.
Okay, let's go live to CBS News senior foreign correspondent MTS Type. MTS, thank you so much for your time today. So what do we know about these new strikes?
It's not about killing animals. I say it every day, Joyous. What do I say? Why am I vegan, Joyous? Why am I vegan? Is it because I'm against killing? Is that what you understand after all this time together?
Look, Margo, there's a lot to unpack here. We, of course, have had many nights now of direct military confrontation between the United States and Iran, and really what we're seeing here is the conflict widened geographically and strategically. Now, the U.S. military says it's launched, as we've been saying, another wave of strikes.
Once again, Joyous, I am not against killing anybody, really. I'm not against killing. Do I seem like a pacifist to you? I talk about guillotines every day. You think I'm a pacifist? Do you think I'm against? Huh? You think I'm anti-killing? Animals get killed every day just by driving down the road. If I was a Jainist or something, I would understand why you would say something like that. But it's kind of annoying that after all this time together, you don't agree. You don't even know what I'm talking about, what I'm about. It says it in my bio: total liberation, anti-slavery. You're like, well, we don't have to kill them to get their shit. Well, sure, we don't have to kill ostriches to get their feathers, but they don't like it, and we got to own them. We have to own them and rip their fucking feathers out of their goddamn hides. But sure, you don't have to kill them for it, though. You just have to own them and torture them. Oh, well, you don't have to kill black people to get them to pick cotton either. You don't have to own black people to get them to pick cotton. You don't have to kill them. You don't have to kill black people to get them to pick cotton. The fuck? Does that make it okay to own black people? Well, we're not killing them. Okay, when did I say I was against, like, Sky, no, we don't know. I don't know what kind of weird cannibal practice is you're doing and telling yourself I'm a vegan. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, Joyous. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm against slavery. I'm against owning anybody. That's it. I don't know why this is hard. I don't know how many times. Is that hard is that a hard concept for me to say? I say it over and over again and people don't get it. I'm against slavery. I'm against owning anyone. I think everyone should be free. What? Even the chickens? Yes, even the chickens. Even the pigs? Yes, even the pigs. Even the cows? Yes, even the cows. The horses? Yes, the horses. What about flies? Yeah, the flies. They should be free. Everyone should be free. No one should own anybody. No one should be put in a cage. What about ants? Can we put ants in cages? I don't think so. I don't think we should put ants in cages either. I don't know. Like, I don't know why this is a difficult thing for people to grasp. Like, cages are unethical. Putting anybody in a cage is unethical. Sometimes I might get attacked by an animal and kill the animal. That doesn't mean I want to eat them, but that just doesn't mean that killing is like always okay or anything. It's just that sometimes you have to kill. By living in a house, animals probably were killed to live here. They cut down the tree outside my house. Animals definitely died when they killed that tree. When they killed that tree, there were probably animals living in that tree, and they're dead. Or when I drive down the road and insects hit my windshield, I'm definitely killing those insects. That's my fault. Those insects are dying. But they're free. They're getting in the way. It sucks. I'd rather not kill them, but it's like I still got to get places. I still got to live in this world. That's it. How do I get my baguette? You cannot be true to yourself that what you eat veggies because you're vegetarian, right? You're vegan, you don't eat meat, but you do eat veggies, you do eat bread. Where do you think you get what the fuck are you talking about? Bread is salt, water, yeast, sugar, flour. That's bread. What do you think? Where do you think the problem is with bread? Who had to be a slave for my bread? Who had to be a slave for my bread? Quick.
Targeting Iranian military infrastructure, including strikes near the Strait of Hormuz.
Who has to be enslaved for my baguette?
Which, of course, is that narrow waterway through which roughly 1/5 of the world's oil supply passes. Now, American officials say the goal is to degrade Iran's military capabilities and to stop attacks on commercial shipping. Now, Iranian media is reporting that the strikes hit multiple parts of the country, including areas near Tehran, Bandar Abbas, and Qashm Island, which sits next to the Strait of Hormuz and is considered critical to Iran's ability to control traffic through the waterway. Now, this latest escalation comes after a preliminary ceasefire framework agreement reached last month, as we've been calling it, the Memorandum of Understanding, and I think a lot of people see it as something that has effectively collapsed. Now, since then, both sides have resumed military operations, and the fighting is increasingly centered on control of the strait, which remains, again, one of the world's most strategically important energy choke points. Now, the concern here is that this is...
We're still at war in Iran. So the fact of imprisonment is what I meant. That's why you're saying you're vegan. You're not trying to eat something that has been kept in some sort of prison and killed. I don't want to eat anyone, not anything. I'll eat things. I don't want to eat persons. You know, there's a little person inside of a chicken head, right? There's a little person in there who wants to be free, wants to fuck, wants to fly around, wants to feel the wind on her face or whatever. You know, like, I just don't want to fuck with that. But like, I am a conscientious objector to this whole system of slavery. How could I be taken serious? I'd be a hypocrite if I ate animals. If I tell you I'm against slavery and then I turn around and I'm eating an animal, you would be in the right to call me a hypocrite. And I'm trying to not be a hypocrite. I'm trying really hard to not be a hypocrite. That's all. I have values. One of those values is I hate slavery. One of those values is I love liberty for all. Not just for me, not for just for white people, not for just white men, for everyone. Not just for humans, for everybody. I think whales should be free. I don't think they should be locked up at SeaWorld for my entertainment. I think, who else? Like, I think hawks in the sky should be free. I don't think you should put a little hood on their head and fucking strap them to your arm and tell them to go do things as part of a hobby. I don't know why this is... I don't think that we should rip feathers out of animals that want to live so that we can fill our pillows. Would you eat a wild animal? Probably not. No. Why would I eat a wild animal? Why? Why would I? They want to be free. It's an anti-supremacy stance. Like, if I went to a wild animal's house, okay, whatever that may be, maybe it's, you know, a beaver living inside of his little dam, and I kill the beaver so I can wear his skin as a hat and eat his flesh. I am saying that I'm supreme. I have a gun, so that makes me superior to you. Well, that's what white people said about black people. They have white people have guns, and that makes them superior, and so they're going to express that supremacy in colonialism and enslavement. I mean, this is... Nobody's ripping feathers from any animal. You fucking... Yes, they do. What are you talking about? Of course they are. What do you think happens to chickens before they kill them? Yeah, they rip their feathers out. How do you think they make Big Bird? They rip the fuck out of some animals. They rip all their fucking feathers out, slit their throats, turn them into whatever chickens or whatever they want to the Chick-fil-A, and then they make they dye the feathers and they turn them into Big Bird. That's what they do. That's it. Sky, you're eating veggies that have been composted over and over, as well as other things, and they're like poop and even down into my what don't you understand? Did caribou What the fuck are you talking about? And also, if the farmer isn't vegan, I have no control over that. If the farmer, most farmers don't, though. Most farmers, when they're growing human food, they don't like to use shit. Most farmers who are growing food for humans don't like to use anybody's shit. Generally speaking, because it causes other problems, as we're seeing with this cyclorama bullshit, and also the E. coli outbreaks. They don't usually like to use shit for fertilizer on human food. Generally.
Mr. Beast is a creep. I think we all know this by now. Okay, Mr. Beast is not somebody that that I think has a lot.
I have chickens. Look, man, you have chickens. I don't. What am I like? You want to argue about your chickens, or am I talking about the system? I'm not even talking about your fucking chickens. I'm talking about a system of abuse and slavery that I don't want to be a part of. That's all. That's all I'm saying. And you're like, but my chickens. I'm not talking about your fucking chickens. I don't like the fact that you got chickens, but it's none of my fucking business. You can be whoever you want to be, man. Be what you want to be in life. I can't tell you what to do. I can't change the way you feel. I'm telling you, I'm against slavery. I'm totally for liberation for all. If I came on YouTube and I said that, and you found out I wasn't vegan, I think that would be I think that would betray the trust that I hope that you have in me over this time. That's it. I wouldn't trust if someone told me like AOC, I don't trust her. She says she's all about the Green New Deal and that she's all about the green energy and all this shit. Well, if she loves the environment, then what the fuck's she doing eating hamburgers? It is the worst thing to eat is cows for the environment. The very worst thing you can do is eat a hamburger if you love the environment. And she does it. So fuck AOC. I say it all the time. Because she's a hypocrite. I think that she's right about what she says out of her mouth, but what she puts into her mouth makes her a hypocrite. That's all.
Of ethics or a strong moral compass. I've reported extensively on Mr. Beast. I wrote about his labor violations back in 2021 for the New York Times. And this was before, by the way, people were really like off the Mr. Beast train or even negative on him in any way. They were like to criticize Mr. Beast back then. Like PewDiePie made a video hating on me, which he archived.
Terra Firmer, listen to how fucking psychopathic this sentence says. People are different, bro. White people are different, bro. Whites are different, bro. But animals should be respected and have the greatest care if they are food, even if they are food. How can you respect someone you're going to murder and eat? What are you even saying? What if plants are sentient? There is no sentience plants. And even if they were, you're killing more plants to feed animals. God damn it. We just got finished talking about this. You're killing way more plants in order to feed animals. The whole reason we grow so many fucking plants is to feed animals. So if you gave a shit about plant sentience, you would stop eating animals because they eat a fuck ton of plants. What is Soylent Green? It's humans. People are different. Animals aren't people. Why not use race with you? You're just a racist you're speciesist, they call you. You think that you're better than another species. But a fish looks at you and thinks you're stupid because you can't swim. And you look at a fish and think they're stupid because they can't climb a ladder. And so you think that it's okay to kill them because they're different. You are the same as a Nazi. A Nazi would gladly kill someone who's different. They want to live in all the ways that matter. They are the same as us. They want to live. They want to breathe. They want to fuck. They want to hang out with their friends. They want to feel love and shelter. That's it. That's all they want. The same shit we want. It's the same shit we want. And I have the audacity, I have the crazy idea to say, yeah, you can go. You can go. That's go ahead. That's the crazy thing I'm doing. I'm so extreme. Oh, you just want to live? Get on with it. That's all. That's all I have to do. Please, by all means, continue living. Continue living, fucking doing whatever the fuck you were doing before I came about. When I see rabbits in my garden, I don't think I got to kill those fuckers and eat them. No, I think, oh, look at their cute they love their little friends. They're all hanging out. And I say, go ahead. By all means. I got little squirrels that go in my garden, little birds come. And I don't want to eat any of them for some reason. I just say, go ahead, do your thing. Have fun. It's planet Earth. We're all on this rock together.
By the way. But like Phil DeFranco came after me. All of these big YouTubers came after me because I deigned to criticize Mr. Beast's business practices back in 2021. I've also written really critically about Mr. Beast literally since
All right, Joyous 777. Quick question. Pop quiz, hot shot. In what defining feature is present in chickens that is not present in humans that makes it okay to kill them? What is the feature present in chickens that is not present in humanity that makes it okay to kill them? Ooh, I thought you weren't going to bring up race. Hold on a second, Terra Firma. I thought you weren't going to bring up race. Now you're talking race? Careful.
I think 2018. So I've reported on this man for a long time.
The human race. What about the chicken race? Chicken race, they don't want to live? What's different? What's different about the human race that the chickens ain't got that makes it okay to kill them?
And let me just show you the receipts. So here you can see, this is my story from back in 2021 about Mr. Beast. And it's
You are a racist. You are. You're saying that it's okay to kill thumbs make it my thumbs. So if I cut off your thumbs, is it okay to kill you? If I cut off all the people's thumbs, is it okay to kill them? Thumbs. I like it though. I like the thumbs. Of course you're a racist. You just don't like how it feels, but that's of course that's what you are.
Talking about a lot of the bad behavior that he did back then. But he's still up to some bad behavior because here's what Mr. Beast is doing now. Mr. Beast is covertly recording people, okay? He is surveilling people. So in an interview, he talks about how he secretly planted hidden GoPros inside Walmarts across America to figure out why his chocolate bars kept breaking. Quote, I paid people to put GoPros in like a bag of laced chips. Basically, he put GoPros to see how his chocolate was breaking. Here, let's watch the full clip and you can understand.
And have the natural breakpoints which shatter like glass. Who noticed that? Well, me. And the thing is, this is a whole team in Beastables.
He's talking about his chocolate bars. So Mr. Beast has a line of chocolate bars called, I think they're called Feastables. Basically, he got into the chocolate business. Now, to give Mr. Beast some credit, I think he actually does source his chocolate sustainably without
souls. Uh-oh. Didn't God make chickens? Didn't God make chickens? Do you think Jesus would slit the throat of a chicken? Would Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace, slit the throat of a chicken? Or a lamb? Or a cow? He who lives by the sword and dies by the sword. He wouldn't even let Peter chop the ear off of a Roman soldier. He put that fucker back on. He reattached the dude's ear. And you're saying that Jesus would do that?
Child labor, which is amazing because most chocolate in the world is made by slave labor of children. So Mr. Beast doesn't do that allegedly, but he's doing other bad things. So here's what he says in this interview with
souls. You realize that that's exactly what they said about the Indians, right? That they don't have souls, and that's why it's okay to use them as slaves. That's literally what they said. They called them mestizos, and they had all sorts of hierarchies about how some humans have souls and some don't, according to the Bible, according to the Catholic Church. They said that. But you disagree with that, right? The church said for hundreds of years, that black and brown people have no souls. Aren't you tired of people using the Bible to make excuses for the horrible, for the indefensible? We're killing 10 billion chickens a year in America. 10 billion of God's creatures we're defiling. We're raising them in tiny little cages, artificially inseminating them so that their genetic their similarity, so that they could be as genetically similar as possible. It's an abomination. It's a bastardization. It's a defiling of God's creation. And you're using God's Bible to defend that defilement? Aren't you tired of people doing that? Aren't you tired of people using the Bible as an excuse to rape cows and chickens, put their babies? When I say 10 billion, many of those billions are 1 day old because the boy chickens aren't worth anything because they won't grow up big enough to eat and they don't lay eggs. So when you're making eggs in America, you kill all the boy chickens. And the way they do that is they put them on a conveyor belt and put them in a meat grinder alive when they're 1 or 2 days old. Baby chicks, billions of them. And you're like, that's fine. That's fine because the Bible says so. What?
Diary of a CEO, the red-pilled manosphere guy.
So I would tell him, like,
Man,
there's
it's
too many
just
broken
like
bars.
the Bible's always used as an excuse to do the most horrible shit. It's unbelievable. But again, I ask you, how would Jesus slit the throat of a cow? How would Jesus kill a cow? I want to know how you'd think it would happen, especially since Jesus was the guy that went into the temple and said, you're not allowed to kill animals anymore.
When I go into Walmart, I'm seeing too many that are broken. They told me, like, you're worrying about this too much. It's not that big of an issue. It happens to everyone. And I got to the point where it was just fucking pissing me off because I hated like grabbing a bar off the ground or seeing on the shelf all these like shattered chocolate bars. That I put like I paid people to put GoPros in like a bag of Lay's chips pointed at, because I couldn't.
Well, you're in luck because only one of the gospels said the fish thing. Most people, the other gospel, what Matthew and John, I think, they contradict each other. One gospel says there's fish and the other one says there's no fish. They think that the reason why the whole thing with the fish and loaves, that it was just loaves because a fucked up translation happened because the symbol for Jesus was a fish. And so they got mixed up when they translated the gospel. So like they don't think that the fish thing actually, like even the miracle of the loaves, that there was no fish there. So that it was just a mistranslation, but whatever, man. It's just so ridiculous to try to use Genesis, huh? You want to go into so you accept that Genesis is real, like Noah's Ark, and that you believe in Leviticus. You're into the Old Testament now. The Old Testament is notorious. You guys, everybody, they cherry pick the Old Testament in order to justify horrible actions in the modern day. Slavery was defended for hundreds of years by cherry picking the Old Testament. And that's exactly what you're doing now. You're using the Old Testament, cherry picking, in order to justify horrible shit that's happening today. It's psychosis.
I tried to get Walmart to give me the security camera footage and they wouldn't. So I put hidden GoPros in a bunch of random Walmarts just to point it at the Feastival bars just to see why are they fucking breaking so much. So there's so many shots of like, like a mom grabbing a bar and then she'd be looking at it literally like this and then you just see the box just go and and it just fall off the shelf and then they just put it up and some of the bars would be broken. And it would just happen over and over and over again.
The Old Testament is literally just a hodgepodge of old shit that happened way before. These are 10,000-year-old stories and shit. And you're like, that's what happened. They're just regurgitations, Noah and all this shit. These are ancient myths that have been with the humanity since the very beginning. We have evidence of where they come from. And you're like, I believe it. I'm going to cherry pick it. No, I'm not. I'm not cherry picking. I think the Old Testament's garbage and needs to be tossed in the ash heap of history. The Old Testament's a disgusting just tool of power. The New Testament is a kind of a beautiful story if you read it, but the Old Testament's not. The Old Testament has nothing to do with Christianity. The Old Testament should be burned and erased. And I think Jesus made a good case for it. I think Jesus made a great case for burning the Old Testament. But sure, you guys want to cherry pick the Old Testament, you're going to do it. There's nothing I can do to change that. You're going to use it to justify slavery, and that's exactly what you're doing. You're going to use Genesis to justify slavery. The Old Testament has been used to justify hierarchy and slavery, especially when Jesus said the first will be last and the last will be first. Blessed are the peacekeeper. Blessed are those who seek. Blessed are those who hunger for justice. Well, I hunger for justice. I don't think you do. I hunger for justice. You guys want to quote the Old Testament, but the New Testament's sitting right there staring you in the face.
because we didn't engineer the boxes correctly. They didn't do anything wrong.
Do you know how atypical that is, what you just said? That you put GoPros.
Yeah, people told me I was crazy. The amount of people who tried to tell me I was illegal, I was like, bro, I don't fucking care. I just need to know when my bars are breaking. Like, I'll delete the footage. And so I did a bunch of just data. And so there's a company called Acosta where you can pay people to go into Walmart. So then I started paying where every week I would send someone into every single Walmart in America to buy all the broken bars.
Okay. What on earth did we just?
The Old Testament was here. How did proponents of American slavery use the Old Testament to defend slavery? The curse of Ham. Pro-slavery writers argued that Noah's curse of his grandson Canaan meant that Africans were the descendants of Ham and destined to be servants. Leviticus 25:44-46. Ministers cited verses where God told the Israelites they could buy male and female slaves from surrounding nations, arguing God condoned chattel ownership. The patriarchal model. Southern theologians like James Henley Thornwell argued that slavery was a benevolent, permanent patriarchal order mirroring the households of Abraham and the Old Testament patriarchs. Divine consistency. Apologists argued that a changeless God would never have endorsed or regulated a sinful practice in the Old Testament if it was evil, meaning the institution itself was moral. Bro, I've watched people like Ben Shapiro sit there and twist themselves into knots to try to say that the Old Testament doesn't defend slavery. It 100% does. Don't fucking try to tell me. Why don't you fucking read it? Read the fucking Old Testament. You come on here, try to tell me that I've never read the Old Testament. You don't think I have the Google machine? I've read the Old Testament. I read it. I went to Catholic school. I went to Lutheran school. I was forced to read that book from cover to cover. And you come in here like, oh, no, that never happened. Of course it happened. Human beings have been using the Old Testament to justify slavery and a litany of other horrible shit for thousands of years. Jesus actually tried to stop all that shit, and no one wants to listen. So, okay, if you don't want to listen to Jesus, that's fine. But you want to bring in the Bible as a defense of slavery again. I'm just saying, well, that's been going on for a long time. You're using the Bible to defend slavery. Fine. Then we're back to where we started, where I'm against slavery and you aren't. I'm against slavery and you are not. But the Bible, that's what they always say. Everyone who's pro-slavery always brings up the Bible, no matter who's being enslaved.
Here. So first of all, I think this is AI generated because
And it's always the Old Testament, always.
they like messed up the quote so badly here. But you heard what he just said, right?
Have the natural breakpoints, which
So Mr. Beast was paying people to put GoPros inside Walmart without anybody's consent, basically, without Walmart's knowledge, it sounds like, hidden in bags of chips, to point them at the Mr. Beast chocolate bars display to understand why his chocolate bars were breaking. First of all, yes, he's right. This is illegal. This is illegal in several states. So I can't believe he admits this, but also like, this is just crazy. Like, so you are surveilling people without their consent to figure out why your chocolate bars are breaking. How hard is it to figure out that your chocolate bars are breaking?
The fuck you talking about, Joyous 777? I've been protesting for human rights and workers' rights for my whole life. I have a megaphone. I use it. I do protests. I do protest animal rights. I've done human rights protests. What are you talking about? I've live streamed them. I've traveled doing rights protests. I've been a anti-war protests. My first protest, I was 15 years old. What are you talking about? How dare you? How fucking dare you come in here? Who the fuck are you to tell me that I'm not doing enough? What the fuck are you doing? Yes, I protest for human rights. Yes, I do a whole fucking show about human rights.
Literally, how hard is it to figure that out? Somehow every single other candy executive and snack executive on the planet can figure this out without installing cameras, secretly recording people. This is absolutely insane. And I just think the way that he normalizes this invasion of privacy is out of control. And maybe he deleted that footage after. I mean, it's obviously like he's not.
Genesis, though. There you go. Defending slavery by using the Old Testament. Rad. Guys, I've seen it all.
Probably like uploading it to the internet or
Genesis, though.
something. But I just feel so uncomfortable knowing already that when I go
Leviticus, though.
shopping, that there's like surveillance cameras 24/7. Now we have to worry about companies trying to do quality control by also installing cameras all over, like secretly installing cameras, again, illegally. This is so crazy. And I just think it shows how little Mr. Beast cares about consumers and privacy. And like, I get it. You want to know why your bars are breaking. I just think there are other better ways to figure this out. Like, ask any packaging expert, by the way, which I'm sure he has on staff. He runs this big company. Like, there are people whose entire job it is to design boxes, as he later says, to redesign the boxes to make sure that the products inside don't break. Also, if I had a chip brand or something. Like I made like Lay's potato chips, right? And they left the factory and all the chips were fully intact. And I did quality control in my factories and I found out, okay, like, the chips are intact. And then they're getting to the stores and consumers are buying them and they're broken. I'd be like, okay, somewhere in those stores, they're being dropped. Are they being dropped like, by the handlers putting them on? Are they being dropped like, it sounds like people knocking them over off the shelves? Okay, so the point is that that they're being dropped by the fact that they're broken. That these candy bars are being dropped or falling somehow by the fact that they are broken. So I don't know that you need video footage via GoPro to fix the packaging error, right? The packaging error is.
Why would this asshole send his minions to go spy on Walmarts to look at Mr. Beast chocolate bars?
Is the issue here. I don't think you need to install secret GoPros to fix the packaging error. It seems absolutely ridiculous. And I love how the response from the Diary of a CEO, who I've made a separate video on in the past, is like, do you know how unusual that is? That's so illegal. Not like, wait, sorry, what did you just say? Like, how many people did you record? What did you do with that footage? Who are the people that you paid? Who was complicit in this scheme? Do you realize that you're like admitting to illegal surveillance? Like, this is so crazy. It's just.
What is with this weirdo? This guy, everybody hates Mr. Beast now, right? Are we all on the same page with this asshole?
It's just wild. So somebody said not just the boxes. Yeah. I mean, I guess the packaging as a whole, right? Like maybe if the candy bars were packaged individually, which maybe that's what they're describing is like the candy bars are packaged individually and some mom knocks them over and then puts them back. Okay. Again, redesign the packaging, redesign the display to ensure that it's not getting knocked over.
Wouldn't you just put like a little piece of cardboard? A lot of chocolate bars have that little piece of cardboard in there so that exact thing doesn't happen.
It just like, as somebody said, Current Dag said, I've never heard a company say, our chips seem to be breaking in our bags. What should we do? I know, surveil private people in a store. Literally, just fix the packaging and pay for better shelf space. Exactly. So I just hated this because I hate the like normalization of surveillance. I hate recording people without.
Yeah, they do have their own, but they're not there for to watch Mr. Beast chocolate bars, are they? She does know they have their own, but Mr. Beast surveilling people remotely in a Walmart is really creepy. I don't think it's illegal surveillance, to be honest, but maybe it is. I don't know. It seems odd to me. She says she just hates surveillance. It doesn't sound illegal to me because if you're like the way the right to privacy works is that you have the right to privacy if you have the reasonable expectation of that privacy. So like right here, it's illegal for you to stand outside my door and film me inside because I have the expectation that while I'm inside, I have privacy, right? But if I go to a mall and you take a picture, I'm in the background, I'm in a public space, I don't have the expectation of privacy. So you can tape me when I'm out there. That's how the First Amendment works. So if we're in, and there's certain things like when you're in a church or there's certain places where you have the expectation of a private meeting and that if someone records you in one of those places, it's illegal. But I don't think Walmart counts. You know what I'm saying?
Their consent, as you guys know, my feeling on the meta glasses, all of this stuff. I hate people recording anyone without.
Yeah,
their
I mean,
consent.
meta glasses, great point. Meta glasses, they're not illegal, but they're fucking creepy.
When like they're doing it with a phone, right? But I think these retail environments it's increasingly normalized to just like videotape people, whether that's a content creator. Like content creators are now making videos of themselves, in store aisles constantly. It's become like I feel like retail environments have just become these like stages for content.
Yeah, Mr. Beast is freaky, right? He's a creepo, man. He's just a creep. He's always been. He has no moral compass. That's the thing, I guess. I think that's what she's really saying. The guy has no moral compass. Rather than just fix his fucking chocolate bars, he blames the public and then has his little minions go out and record the public to see who's fucking with my chocolate bars. What a crazy, weird thing to do. Like, I used to sell beer and sometimes beer bottles would break. We didn't try to like pull footage. Beer bottles just break. Sometimes a lot of them break and sometimes a few of them break. But when you have a nationwide thing like Bud Light and it's all over the world, all over America at least, you're going to lose some bottles of beer. It's just part of it.
Creation. And you see people in the store recording themselves shopping, whatever. And, in some sense, it's like, I wouldn't say it's a true public space. Of course, it's a store. It's a corporate space. But I don't want to have to like when I'm going to the grocery store or going to Walmart.
Vegan Anthem makes a good point. How do you know that disabled humans have a soul? I mean, after all, Adolf Hitler and Action T4 was the first group of people that were put into the gas chambers because they said that they didn't have any use and it was doing them a favor. People who were disabled, it was doing them a favor and they weren't serving any purpose. So it's okay. I guess. I mean, I disagree, of course, but I mean, it seems like a lot of people would agree with that. I don't know why. I mean, someone said if they don't have thumbs, it's okay to kill them. So I mean, if you don't have thumbs, that means it's okay to kill somebody. I guess that if you're a little slow doing math, I guess it's okay too now, huh?
Have to worry about somebody filming me, some content creator filming me, or somebody putting, oh my God, there's a spider. Yeah. So anyway, I hate this. And I think that Mr. Beast has no moral compass. And if any other corporation did this, I feel like we would not take kindly to it. So I hope that people can, like, there was no.
Okay. This whole thing with a soul. Where in the Bible does it say because you don't have a soul, it's okay to kill you? Where in the Bible does it say if you don't have a soul, that makes it ethical to murder somebody?
No backlash to this at all. This is what also surprised me. It just shocked me. No one seemed to care about this. I guess some people did in the comments.
Oh, I know it was a joke. Don't worry about it.
But there was like no discourse about this. I feel like if you had said this 10 years ago, this is how normalized surveillance has become. If you said this 10 years ago, people would have been outraged. There would have been like a headline or two about it. Now it's like everybody just moves on. No one seems to care. So
Nurse Rod, I mean, a lot of people have done some crazy, like that's again, Old Testament shit. There's a lot of crazy shit going on in there, ain't there? A lot of crazy shit in that Old Testament. People killing their kids, people doing all sorts of shit, people having a bunch of wives and slaves. There's all sorts of shit in the Bible, in that Old Testament, man. That's why it should be forgotten. The Old Testament is not applicable to today's modern life. It has nothing to do with us. Zero. Nothing. It doesn't even present any kind of philosophy. People are like, I love it. The Old Testament's great. What do you like about it? I love the stories. It doesn't even present a form. Like there's not even like a philosophical framework that comes out of the Old Testament that you can grasp, you can even hold on to. Not until Jesus Christ, who basically takes Buddhism and mashes it with the old shit, with other old shit. And then he's like, hey, we got this new idea. It's called Christianity, I guess. My name's Jesus. Is got this new idea. Don't kill anybody, okay? And poor people are better than rich people. Rich people go to hell, poor people go to heaven. Like, I mean, that the meek shall inherit the earth. I mean, these are ideas that are just Buddhist because Jesus lived in an area where all those ideas were crossing paths. They were all crossing paths, and he lived right in the middle of the crossroads of it all. And he got all these new ideas, and he happened to be raised in the Jewish tradition, and he knew John the Baptist and all that shit was happening, and all this stuff was going on. And Jesus is like, I got some ideas of my own. And people are like, what about all this old time religion? Yeah, you can bring that with you if you want. You can bring any old timey religion you want. That's why Christians think they're Buddhist. And some Christians think they're Judeo-Christian. And some Christians think that, oh, I'm Christian, but I also believe this other philosophy. That's what's so great about Christianity. That's why it works. That's why it's so big. That's why it's such a big deal. Because you could be Christian and think of all these other things. That's why Christ, I don't even want to get into it, man. You guys are so exhausting with this Jesus and God stuff. The Old Testament is garbage. It should be burned. It should be gone. You should forget it. You should read it as a novelty, as a joke. And then the teachings of Christ are beautiful and interesting and actually can apply to today's world, like all the other philosophers from his time and all the times after him.
New York, smoky, sticky, and hot. So we sent Johnny to Central Park to see how you're handling the heat dome.
This is Jesse Waters. He loves smoky, sticky, and hot.
How hot are you right now?
Oh my God. He's talking to girls.
It's actually genuinely insufferable. I'm sweating top to bottom. Like,
why is it so blurry?
That's a little too much information.
I'm sorry.
It's better than Korea here.
Better in America than
Yeah.
Korea. Okay, the Democrats don't agree.
Democrat?
I'm just really hoping
Democrats, why are you?
people are wearing like a lot of deodorant today. Lift up your arms. Oh my God. Don't. Oh my God. He's lying. He's actually lying right now.
Fake news. Don't talk to me.
Did you take off from work today?
I am not working for another month.
You just took the whole summer off to stay out in the sun.
Yes.
Can't work on a day like this.
No.
How do you beat the heat?
I sort of just succumbed to it.
Wearing a bikini, drinking. I sleep in the basement in the summer.
They keep you in the basement in the summer?
Well, I choose.
This guy, I always watch this because I just like, I always want to know what the Fox News people are like. It's so weird.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank God.
We take off our clothes and just feel the wind.
Should I take off my clothes?
Yeah, you should.
Oh, behave yourselves. They're calling this a heat dome. What is a heat dome?
Heat dome? Heat dome? What is a heat dome? Like, is it a dome around us?
Do you see a dome around us?
Not really. You feel trapped in the heat. Like, there's nowhere for it to go.
Got a nice breeze right now.
Yeah.
How did the breeze seep into the heat dome?
How did?
It's a meteorological phenomenon that happens around where heat is concentrated over a landmass because there's no place for the. It doesn't. I don't want to go down.
In the winter, they called the temperatures a bomb cyclone. Now they're calling it a heat dome. Do you think these people are just making stuff up at this point?
Yeah, people are really bored these days.
They're good at coming up with words.
They're good at coming up with words. They are like affordability. They invented that word. What is the meteorological condition of a heat dome? Persistent upper level high pressure ridge that acts like a lid on the atmosphere. It forces air to sink and compress, which causes intense surface heating, clears the skies of clouds, and traps stagnant hot air over a large region for days. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, high pressure, upper level high pressure ridge acts like a lid on the atmosphere. The high pressure creates a cap that prevents warm ground air from rising, stopping the formation of cooling clouds or thunderstorms. It sucks because it's like you can't escape. She's right. You can't escape it because it never rains. You're waiting for it to rain because oftentimes when it gets hot, the updraft of all the thermal energy and all the water creates thunder clouds, and then it rains on you, and you're like, ah, it's nice and cool again. But not with the heat dome.
But we came up with a good word too. The Democrats dumb.
Why is it so hot out?
Republicans.
There was an ice age, so I guess we're in the next one.
Doesn't seem like an ice age to me.
Well, that's true. The Earth is sick right now.
When is it going to get better?
I don't know, tomorrow.
I don't know. Don't you have a weatherman where you are? On the big map. Where's my map?
Global warming.
Would you rather be in the cold?
Beaches are kind of far away and not that great.
You ever been to the Jersey Shore?
I just don't trust people from New Jersey.
You gotta be kidding me.
We believe in climate change.
We do.
But it's cold in the winter and hot in the summer. Isn't that what's supposed to happen?
I'd love like my few kids and their kids to like have a Earth to live on that's not like 130 degrees.
So the Earth is going to get to 130 degrees, inhabitable.
Inhabitable, yeah.
When do you think this is going to happen?
I don't know. We have the right message. We don't have the facts. It's just a matter of time.
What are you going to
You expect these randos to know what the fuck whatever.
do with your time left? You're going to make the most of it.
Global climate change. These like.
That's why we're
You see, people don't know exactly how it all works, so that must mean they're stupid. They're not stupid. They just don't know stuff.
How are you fighting climate change?
They're not experts. They're busy going to work and shit.
Reading books.
There you go.
I need water. Help me. I need water. Help.
Mayor Mamdani says your air conditioning's got to be put to 78 degrees.
What? No. Mine is like 63 right now, I think.
You're concerned about climate change, but you're keeping your air condition at 60.
I am a flawed human being.
Apologize to the Earth right
You're a hypocrite.
now.
I'm so sorry, Earth.
68 is my ideal temperature.
What do you want to tell Jesse Waters? You're on his show, but here's the thing. He's from New Jersey.
Oh. I guess like him and I have beef.
Do you know who I am?
No.
Here's Johnny.
Johnny?
America.
Happy.
I don't understand why does he say here's Johnny? I don't get why they do that. I don't understand the joke. I mean, I know Ed McMahon used to say that about Johnny Carson when I was a little kid. I remember that joke, but why is it Jesse Waters? Jesse Waters' name isn't Johnny. Johnny Carson's name was. Anyway, that was the last thing we're going to watch. My name is Scott Jack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Thank you so much for being here. I'm anti-slavery, I'm anti-slavery and pro-liberation. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's not a funny joke when you do it for a guy named Jesse. Like, it'd be funny if his name were Johnny. If his name were Johnny Waters, then that would make sense. But John Waters was taken. Maybe he changed his name to Jesse because John Waters is, one of everybody's favorite creepy gays. But Jesse Waters is also a creepy gay. I don't know. It's John Waters is less creepy than Jesse Waters, though. We're all fucked. Yeah, we're all fucked. Reminds me of The Shining, obviously. Oh yeah, he says it in The Shining. Here's Johnny. Yeah, The Shining. The Shining. He does it when he breaks up the thing. I guess that's the joke, that he's like the Shining guy. Is that the joke? I don't know, 74, 75, and the AC runs almost all day. I don't usually use my John Waters is too scary. John Waters is not as scary as Jesse Waters, I assure you. I don't ever turn on my heat. I have fans. I think it's like 85 degrees here, though. It's not as hot as wherever you guys are. It's 85 degrees. In this room, it's hot because it's got the computers and all this lights, and I think the door is closed. Yeah, but I do have the no AC, but I have the ceiling fan on. You can see that my hair's moving, right? Anyway, thanks so much, everybody. The Bible is not for all to understand, but if we really want to know, you will ask the Holy Spirit for understanding, and only with His. That's okay to believe that. I think it's great that you believe that stuff. I just don't like it when people cherry pick the Old Testament to excuse really horrible shit that we're doing. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to pick a fight with people that believe the Bible. I'm just saying that if you believe the Bible, that's great. Stop using it to justify really horrible shit. That's why people think your religions are cults. I don't think religions are cults. I think people get involved in churches, and the church tells you how to read certain passages and tells you to cherry pick that in order to justify the hierarchy, how to justify the status quo, how to defend the status quo. It's always to defend the status quo. It's never to fuel a revolution. You ever notice that? No one ever cherry picks the Bible to fuel a revolution. They're always cherry picking the Bible to defend the status quo. You ever notice that? They've been doing it forever. Why is it that churches do that? Not religions, churches. The religion isn't the problem. The churches. But if you're going to cherry pick the Bible in order to justify things that are happening in the status quo, in order to defend the status quo, you're just a cultist. And I'm not against the Bible. I'm not even against the I think the Old Testament is really bad for humans. But I mean, if you guys want to read it, go for it, man. It's great. Go read that shit. This guy begat that guy. Bible Dumb Podcast is a great podcast. They read it. They read it to you. It's really fun. They read it and they talk about it. It's great. Thank you so much. I hope you're there for everybody. And I love you. I hope you have a great day. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. You see how you're getting offended, Sky? You have it wrong. The church is not who does it. In another talking about building, I'm talking about the people who actually follow His word. Sure. Nothing bad has ever come out of all these churches. Okay, man. I'm not really here to. I'm not one of those channels that wants to argue about whether or not there's a God. I'm just against slavery. I just am really for freedom. I love liberty and I hate slavery. I'm a pretty simple man. I've read all the philosophies, not all, but a lot. I've read a lot of philosophy. I've been to a lot of churches. I've read a lot of religious texts. And I don't think it's okay to use ancient texts to defend the status quo. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down, because I need you. We need each other, and the animals need us most of all. And Godspeed, rebels. I hope that you'll have a wonderful day, and don't take any wooden nickels out there. I'll see you. I'm gonna do a later stream for Rebels only. Sky City Rebels. We'll do a members only stream later. I'm gonna pack, and then I'm gonna go see. I'm gonna eat, and then I'm gonna pack, and then I'm gonna go see the Odyssey today. I can't wait. And so maybe after the Odyssey, I'll come back and talk about how I thought about it. Whatever. We'll talk about it later. All right. Thanks, everybody. No one ever says, hey, fuck the patriarchy. The Bible says so. No one ever reads Jesus and is like, you know what? Fuck Caesar. Fuck the government. Fuck all this. No one ever does that. They're always like, Leviticus, though. Genesis, though. No one ever reads the Bible and it's like, Jesus was born in a manger as a foreigner that people turned their backs on. They wouldn't let them in the inn. That Mary was an impoverished woman, a Palestinian woman. No one ever says that. Bruh, did you see? Weren't you the one who told me to watch The Carpenter's Son? I loved it. I thought it was really fun. I think it could have been better, but I liked it. The Carpenter's Son, it was good. About Jesus, Jesus Apocrypha. That was fun. Like 15-year-old Jesus? Teen-just? Yeah, I looked it up and I watched it. It was good. It was good. I liked it. Teen-just. Yeah, it was, the lady who played Mary, I had to look her up. She was fantastic. She is a singer. And I'd heard some of her music before, but I didn't recognize her. She was great as Mary, Mother of God, Mother of Jesus. I thought she was great. Hail Mary, Mother of God. Teen-just. It was fun. FKA Twigs. Yeah. It was great. Yeah, pray for me. Thank you. Pray for me. FKA Twigs. I thought she was great. I thought it was fun the way they showed the lepers. It was really fun the way they showed that. The way they showed how Joseph was afraid of what would happen for Jesus. I think they were even showing John the Baptist. I thought that was really cool. I don't know. It was neat. I liked it. I also liked the way they showed the prison system where they just strapped people to rocks because they thought that they were like possessed. They strapped them. I thought that was kind of cool. The snakes things was kind of funny. The snakes coming out of people's mouths and shit. Those are kind of silly, but it was good. I liked it. It was a fun little horror movie. I thought it was great. Thank you all for being here. That's his right as an American in a free society to reject one's religion and joy. It's okay. I thought that's so cool. Nicolas Cage, really Nicolas Cage. I thought he did a good job. Yeah. Man creating, because once again, what's this guy? Daniel Price. Only a dumb whore who's a complete hypocrite would whine about a patriarchy. What the fuck are you saying, Daniel Price? Are you stupid? Only a dumb whore would complain about the patriarchy is the reason why boys are treated as cannon fodder, you imbecile. Patriarchy is a major issue. It's a problem. Anyone with half a brain understands that. Go back to school, you dumb piece of garbage. All right. Anyone who says dumb whore, like who talks like that? Only a dumb whore. Who would say that? Cage Against the Machine. Look, guys, this doesn't need to be a religious argument, guys. This is my whole point. I don't need to have it's not like we don't have to have a religious discussion. This isn't a religious hating. I mean, I'm anti-theist, but you know what it is. Matriarchy is a mess. You don't know what matriarchy is. You don't know what you're talking about. You know what patriarchy is. You obviously don't know what you're talking about. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Godspeed, Rebels. I think you're amazing. Thank you so much. This was an exhausting stream. I'm exhausted. We'll do an extra live stream later just for members only, though. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you on tomorrow, maybe. We'll see you in the members.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.